Chapter 251, 251, Tonri, 2 months ago. Chapter 251, Tonri. From the simple gray cloak draped over his body, a pressure surged outward, carrying the weight of destruction itself. Behind him, faint ripples spread through the void, twisting space ever so slightly. On the surface of the moon, a few shadow clones that had been maintaining training formations suddenly stiffened. The pressure doubled without warning, forcing several of them to disperse into smoke. From below, the figure seemed like a wrathful spirit wreathed in gray fire, descending upon the Shinobi world. This was none other than Ayanami Kaido's Six Paths Chakra mode. Though only partially mastered, the incomplete state still warped the environment around him. If his control had been perfect, the violent fluctuation moments ago would never have happened. In this state, Kaido felt an overwhelming command over the elements. Each of the 5 elemental natures responded instantly to his will. He could weave most techniques with no more than a thought, just like the ability granted by his thunder fruit. Raising his hand, Kaido willed fire into existence. A sea of crimson flame erupted around him, its searing heat spreading across the barren lunar surface. The ice-cold stillness of the moon was instantly shattered, replaced by sweltering waves of heat. From afar, it looked as if a massive fire had been ignited in the endless black void, casting light across the silent starry expanse. With another gesture, the raging sea of fire condensed, twisting into the form of a colossal flame dragon that roared and coiled through the air. Click-crack. The eruption of power had not gone unnoticed. Several figures emerged, rushing toward him from all directions. Each wore strange armor and bore a forehead protector etched with the crest of the moon. Their faces were pale, their eyes dull, and their movements mechanical puppets of the Otsutsuki clan. Kaido narrowed his eyes.
So these are the Otsutsuki's guardians.
Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist. Another sea of flames surged outward, engulfing the advancing puppets in a blazing inferno. Their outer garments burned away instantly, revealing their true artificial forms. Their metal bodies began to glow, warping black under the heat. The puppets retaliated, each raising an arm. Dozens of golden orbs of compressed energy formed in an instant before shooting outward in a hailstorm. The first volley alone numbered 10 spheres, but the barrage only grew denser. From within the storm of fire and light, Kaido's voice was calm.
Too weak.
The golden projectiles hammered forward like rain, but against his current strength, they were little more than sparks. Space rippled around him, swallowing his body whole. In the blink of an eye, Kaido reappeared behind the puppet ranks.
A bit slow,
he whispered. A sharp wave of his hand stirred the inferno once more. This time, fierce gales swept through the flames, merging wind with fire. The flames roared violently, pulled upward into a spiraling vortex. In moments, the battlefield was consumed by a towering tornado of fire, its heat doubling with every second. The weaker constructs were incinerated instantly, their remains scattering like black stardust across the lunar surface. Even the sturdier puppets could not withstand the blazing storm. One by one, their forms crumbled into ash until only their leader remained, still resisting desperately. Its frame glowed with cracks of molten light before at last it too succumbed, dissolving into black cinders scattered by the infernal winds. Silence returned. The entire puppet garrison had been erased by Ayanami Kaido. But before he could lower his guard, a suffocating aura surged upward from deep within the moon. It spread across the lunar surface like a tidal wave, shaking the very crust. Boom, boom. The ground quaked violently, fissures splitting open as though some colossal beast had turned beneath the soil. Then came a voice deep, cold, and imperious, carried on currents of chakra.
Who dares?
As the final word reverberated, a figure materialized before Kaido. He wore a robe of pale blue and white, simple yet elegant. His pupils glowed a piercing sky blue, patterns of stars swirling within, the mark of the Tensagen. Kaido narrowed his eyes, recognizing the power.
So,
he wondered silently. The young man glared upward, his tone dripping with disdain.
You killed my guards.
The energy radiating from Kaido's form was immense, yet the Otsutsuki's arrogance remained unshaken. With the Tenseigen in his eyes, he regarded himself untouchable. Kaido offered a half shrug.
Yeah, I was testing some techniques when they suddenly attacked. I didn't mean to kill them all.
He was, admittedly, intruding. Absorbing another's Tenseigen and destroying its guardians wasn't exactly honorable. Still, he didn't feel the need to apologize. The Otsutsuki's expression darkened. His body blurred, vanishing from sight, and when he reappeared the air itself trembled with fury.
Ah, the Tenseigen of my ancestors. The sacred Tenseigen.
His roar echoed across the desolate plain. Now standing in midair, his face flushed with rage, the power radiating from him warped the landscape. The cold, barren moon transformed under the weight of his chakra, as if the world itself had been dragged into a fiery hell. The Tenseigen was the pride and legacy of the Otsutsuki clan. As its guardian, losing it during his very awakening was unthinkable. For him, there could be no forgiveness. Someone had to pay.
You took the Tenseigen.
His voice was sharp as blades, each word laced with killing intent. Kaido's tone was steady.
No, but it's power.
Those words snapped the last thread of the Otsutsuki's sanity.
You!
Chapter 252, 252, The Tenseigen, 2 months ago. Chapter 252, The Tenseigen. At the same time, the chakra within Otsutsuki Tonri surged violently. His inherited bloodline erupted, activating in full force. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in blazing green flames, illuminating the barren surface of the moon like a second sun. The sight was reminiscent of Naruto's Golden Ninetales chakra mode, but instead of gold, Tonri radiated an emerald brilliance that burned with intensity. This was the Tenseigen chakra mode. Waves of energy rolled off him in every direction. The pressure he released was so immense that the lunar dust lifted into great sweeping storms, swirling across the lifeless landscape. His transformation wasn't yet complete. Behind him, orbs of absolute darkness manifested one after another truth-seeking orbs, each pulsing with destructive power. 1, 2, until all 9 hovered behind him in perfect formation, circling his body like a deadly halo. Tonri had entered his strongest state. But Ayanami Kaido did not flinch. His expression remained calm, even as the ground quaked beneath Tonri's overwhelming chakra. In the next moment, Kaido's own aura erupted outward, a torrent of energy surging like a storm-tossed sea. The gray lightning of his power coursed around his form, sweeping across the lunar surface and colliding with Tonri's storm head-on. A booming shockwave tore through the moon's atmosphere, scattering debris into the void. The collision of their chakra-filled pressure clouds dimmed the distant sun itself, cloaking the battlefield in shadows. Neither warrior cared for the destruction their clash wrought. Their focus was locked solely on each other. Kaido extended his hand. In an instant, dark gray lightning condensed into the shape of a spear, solid and deadly. It crackled with destructive energy as he gripped it tightly. Though he lacked the truth-seeking orbs, his strength was not diminished. This was the true power of someone who had reached the heights of the 6 paths. He didn't say peak, don't misunderstand. He didn't know exactly how Tonri's strength compared, but one thing was certain. Tonri was not on par with Naruto Uzumaki from the movie. Tonri's expression hardened as he witnessed the manifestation of Kaido's power. For a moment, his fury subsided into clarity, his tone cold as he spoke.
You are strong. In the world below, your power would rank among the greatest. But before me, before these eyes, you are nothing.
With a sharp gesture, Tonri thrust out his hand. A tremendous gravitational force burst forth, countless times stronger than Pain's Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin. The pull was overwhelming, as though a black hole had formed, dragging everything toward his palm. Chunks of debris from across the lunar surface lifted and hurtled toward him, swallowed by the all-consuming gravity. Even distant stones drifting in the void were caught in its pull. Yet Kaido stood firm. His 6 paths mode flared, the gray lightning around him intensifying until his body shone like a blazing star. He stood like an immovable reef amidst a raging ocean, refusing to yield to Tonri's suction. Whoosh whoosh. The debris caught in the gravitational field rushed toward him, but instead of striking him directly, they clashed against newly formed lightning spears that extended from Kaido's back. At a glance, it was as though dark gray spikes had sprouted from his body. Boom boom. Rocks shattered as they collided with the spears, the lightning reducing them to rubble and then to dust. The spears twisted together, merging into a vast barrier of lightning behind Kaido, shielding him from the relentless assault of debris. Arcs of energy danced across its surface, annihilating anything that dared approach. Tonri narrowed his eyes, genuine surprise flickering across his face. That Kaido had countered his gravitational pull was something he hadn't anticipated.
Do you truly believe you can stop me?
Tonri sneered. His hand clenched tighter, and the force multiplied. The suction grew so violent it seemed to devour space itself, like a beast of legend awakening to feast on the world. Kaido's body shuddered slightly under the increased pull, but his chakra roared once more, anchoring him in place like an unbreakable pillar. Tonri's smirk deepened. His true target was not Kaido. Whoosh! From the distance, a colossal meteorite came hurtling toward them, its surface ablaze as it tore through the void. Flames trailed behind it, painting a fiery streak across the blackness of space. The rumble of its approach drew Kaido's attention. In that instant, he understood Tonri's ploy. But panic never touched his expression. Instead, he let out a mocking smile.
Do you think a rock can compare to my power?
The evolved thunder fruit coursed through his body, its might far surpassing the force of a mere meteorite. Boom! The meteorite slammed into Kaido's barrier. Spears of gray lightning extended outward, piercing straight through the fiery mass as though it were nothing more than paper. Lightning coiled and spread, enveloping the meteorite until it was consumed completely. In a flash, the burning rock disintegrated into dust and ash, scattered across the battlefield. Tonri's face darkened, disbelief flashing in his pale eyes. The gravitational technique he had prided himself on had been broken, his meteorite reduced to nothing. With a furious wave of his hand, his truth-seeking orbs shot outward. They connected and began to spin, merging into a spiraling storm of destructive energy.
The silver wheel reincarnation explosion.
The words left his mouth like a judgment. The combined power of the orbs birthed a raging maelstrom, a storm strong enough to shatter worlds. It roared forward, its power so immense it threatened to cast Kaido back down to earth. For the first time, Kaido's expression hardened. He brought his hands together in a seal. From the moon's surface, giant vines surged upward at his command. In the blink of an eye, they rose before him, forming a wall. Biting into his finger, he drew blood and slammed his palm forward.
Fivefold Rashomon.
Whoosh whoosh. One after another, massive gates adorned with monstrous faces erupted from the ground, stacking in a line of defense. Crackle crackle. Lightning danced wildly across Kaido's body. In his hands, a colossal dragon of pure thunder began to take form, scales etched with detail, eyes blazing with fury. Its roar shook the very void, its body radiant with gray light as if it were a god of storms incarnate. At his command, the thunder dragon surged forward.
8 billion volts.
Chapter 253, The Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. In the next instant, the gray thunder dragon and the silver wheel reincarnation explosion collided with unimaginable force. Boom! The roar that followed shook the entire moon. The impact was so terrifying that it rippled across space itself, and even on Earth, every shinobi and civilian awoke in the night, gazing at the sky in fear. The moon hung high, casting pale light over the ninja world, but its surface was now aflame with violence. A monstrous wave of power surged outward as Kaido's dark gray thunder dragon clashed with the storm birthed from Tonri's technique. To those watching from below, it seemed as though a dragon of lightning had emerged to fight a cataclysmic force, its roars echoing across the heavens. Confusion spread among the people of Earth. None could understand what they were seeing. Some trembled, others could only stare, their hearts pounding as the moon quaked. On the battlefield itself, cracks split through the void, chaotic spatial storms leaking out as the silver wheel tore reality apart. But the thunder dragon held firm. Its massive claws of condensed lightning glowed with murderous light as it slammed into the storm, halting its advance with sheer ferocity. Tonri's eyes widened, disbelief flashing in his pale gaze. Before he could regain composure, space rippled behind him. Crackle. Kaido appeared like a phantom, dark gray lightning wrapped around his fist. Without hesitation, he drove his strike forward with enough force to shake heaven and earth. Tonri's heart sank.
Not good.
He tried to slip into the void, but Kaido's punch seemed to pierce through time itself, landing squarely on his back. Boom! The moon itself trembled. Tonri's body was engulfed in light as he was sent hurtling downward, his form trailing like a burning meteor. Bones cracked audibly under the force, each fracture sending waves of agony through his body. Worse still, the lightning wasn't just physical, it gnawed at his very soul, searing him from within. Pain spread like 10,000 venomous ants biting in unison. Even for someone of the six paths, it was unbearable. If it had been anyone else, they would have been reduced to ash by a single blow. Crash! Tonri slammed into the lunar surface, the impact carving a massive crater that stretched across the land. The moon quaked violently, a jagged crack splitting it as if it were about to be cleaved in two. Coughing blood, Tonri dragged himself out of the pit. His robes were charred, his once composed figure reduced to a staggering mess. He glared at Kaido, eyes blazing with killing intent.
You dare!
He hovered weakly, body trembling, but his fury kept him upright. The lightning still lingered on his flesh, gnawing at his spirit, making his limbs twitch uncontrollably. It was humiliating, for someone who wielded the Tenseigin to be reduced to this unthinkable.
If I had known, I would have unleashed my full power from the start.
He muttered, his voice cold, his pale eyes gleamed with madness.
It is your honor to die beneath my strongest attack.
He raised his hand to the heavens. The truth-seeking balls orbiting him shot forward, circling rapidly before bursting with blinding golden light. The illumination flooded the entire starry sky, so bright that even Shinobi on Earth saw it clearly.
A golden line.
Someone whispered below, terror gripping their chest. It stretched across the moon, as if countless stars had condensed into a blade long enough to cleave worlds apart. Tonri's voice echoed through the void, filled with unyielding rage.
Golden wheel reincarnation explosion.
The radiant blade descended with apocalyptic might. It sliced through the moon effortlessly, carving from one end to the other. To those watching from Earth, it was as if the moon itself had been split in two. Gasps and screams erupted across the ninja world. Even the strongest among them felt fear, helpless beneath the sight of celestial destruction. Tonri exhaled, his chest rising and falling. He had not intended to cut the moon, but the boy's resilience left him no choice. His expression hardened.
No matter, so long as you are dead, it is worth it. I can restore the moon later. I am the last Otsutsuki here.
His killing intent faded slightly, replaced by grim satisfaction.
To die under this technique.
But just as relief began to settle over him, a voice cut through the night. Faint calm, yet brimming with mockery.
This attack.
Chapter 254, 254, Seizing the Tenseigin, 2 months ago. Chapter 254, Seizing the Tenseigin. Otsutsuki Tonri's pupils shrank violently as the faint voice reached his ears. He turned, horror etched across his face.
You!
Kaido's calm figure emerged from the rippling space, his tone flat.
Almost, just a little bit dead.
At the moment the golden blade had fallen, Kaido had slipped into space itself, evading the golden wheel reincarnation explosion entirely. If not for space-time ninjutsu, he might have blocked it with sheer force, but gambling his life wasn't his style. He emerged without so much as a scratch. His gaze swept across the fractured moon, its surface cleaved apart. He whispered to himself.
The power is impressive.
Tonri snarled coldly, his pride wounded.
HMPH, die.
The truth-seeking balls surrounding him gathered once more, spinning violently as destructive energy surged forth.
Silver wheel reincarnation explosion.
But just as his sky-blue eyes flared, the storm collapsed into nothingness. Tonri froze. His Tenseigin chakra mode flickered out, his majestic form reduced to that of an ordinary man.
Not good.
His face paled.
Could it be because I unleashed too much power? The Tenseigin's instability.
Without the Tenseigin chakra mode, Tonri felt weak, exposed. Against Kaido, he was as vulnerable as a civilian. Panic surged through him.
Damn it all.
Kaido narrowed his eyes.
So the Tensegen's unstable state has returned. No wonder you fled instead of finishing me. That makes things easier.
Space rippled, and in the blink of an eye, Kaido vanished. Tonri, pale and desperate, staggered into the ancient palace. He believed that within the deepest halls, the mechanisms left by his clan for millennia would keep him safe. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath.
As long as I survive this period and fully synchronize with the Tenseigan, I'll never let you go, even if I have to descend to Earth myself.
Yet when he dared to glance back, his relief was short-lived. Space shimmered before him and Kaido stepped out, eyes calm and voice low.
You're running because something's wrong with your power. Otherwise, you'd never abandon the fight without a word. Damn you!
Tonri spat, fists trembling. Kaido's expression didn't change. His voice was almost casual.
I'll accept your Tenseigan.
And then his figure blurred. Before Tonri could react, two fingers pressed toward his eyes. A sharp sound followed. Dig.
Hola!
Tonri screamed, clutching at his face as blood poured from his sockets. His sky-blue Tenseigan had been torn free. Kaito stood above him, holding the glowing orbs in his palm. Power radiated from them, immense and pure, vibrating with unfathomable pupil energy. He regarded Tonri with indifference.
Thank you for the gift.
Without another glance, he turned and walked away, leaving Tonri broken and howling in the dust. To Kaido, Tonri's strength as a six-paths-level shinobi was owed largely to the Tenseigan. Now that the eyes were gone, he was no longer a threat. Crossing his legs, Kaido began channeling chakra into the stolen orbs. For an entire day and night, he sat in silence, absorbing the vast pupil power within. At last, the Tenseigan dissolved into liquid light, seeping into his spiritual essence. He opened his eyes, faint arcs of lightning flickering across them before they settled into calm black once again. With a flick of his wrist, he tested his gain. A nearby fragment of stone shot into his hand, pulled by invisible force. The corner of his mouth lifted faintly.
Gravity manipulation, the same as the Rinnegan and Tenseigan.
He gazed inward, sensing the changes. Within his spiritual body, the absorbed energy had transformed his inner eyes from ordinary black into dazzling blue. With them came mastery over attraction and repulsion, though the ultimate techniques, the silver wheel and golden wheel reincarnation explosions remained locked from him.
No matter.
Kaido murmured.
What I have now is more than enough.
He rose, scanning the battlefield. The once pristine lunar surface lay in ruins, charred and fractured.
It's time to return. I've gained more here than I imagined. Staying longer serves no purpose.
Yet as he prepared to leave, his expression darkened. His thoughts turned to the legend that Kaguya Otsutsuki had been sealed on the moon. He spread his electromagnetic perception across the barren land, but aside from Tonri's faint, fading life force, he sensed nothing.
Could the legend have been false?
He muttered.
Or is the seal of the Sage of Six Paths simply beyond my detection?
He shook his head, then resolved.
One more attempt. If I find nothing, I leave.
Chapter 255, 255, Pain's Invasion, 2 months ago. Chapter 255, Pain's Invasion. Kaido checked carefully, his sharp gaze sweeping over every corner of the moon. Not a single detail escaped him. Yet, despite his efforts, his brows furrowed tightly. He had found nothing out of place, nothing suspicious.
Strain!
He muttered under his breath. Shaking his head, Ayanami Kaido admitted to himself that maybe his current perception wasn't enough to detect it. After all, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother had sealed their mother together. With such power, the seal would naturally be reinforced with countless safeguards. Perhaps even the only surviving clansman on the moon, Otsutsuki Tonri, wouldn't know the exact location of Kaguya's prison. Exhaling slowly, Kaido pushed aside the distracting thoughts. If he couldn't find it, then so be it. Even if he did, what difference would it make? With his current strength, facing someone like Kaguya was suicidal. Finding her seal would only tempt the impossible, and that was a fight he couldn't win. He gave a small smirk.
Better to just leave it and get some rest.
The sound of water echoed as Kaido emerged from the underground lake, stepping into the familiar stalactite cave. Without hesitation, he moved toward the exit, his footsteps steady and calm. The golden sun hung high in the sky, bathing the world in its brilliance.
So it's already noon.
Kaido murmured, glancing upward at the dazzling light before his figure blurred, vanishing in the direction of Konoha. Meanwhile, far from the village, 6 figures wearing cloaks patterned with red clouds moved quietly through the forest near Konoha. Konan glanced sideways, her expression uneasy.
Nagato, are you certain about this? It's not too late to turn back. If Ayanami Kaido learns that we've attacked Konoha, he will come for us.
Pain's voice was calm but unwavering.
There is no turning back.
This time, Nagato's paths of pain were not using Yahiko's body. Instead, they had been replaced with new vessels, thin and lifeless yet brimming with power.
Kaido isn't in Konoha. Without him, no one here can stop me.
Pain said confidently, his eyes filled with the power of the Rinnegan. Konan sighed.
Then I will follow with my paper clone. Just.
Her body fractured into sheets of paper, scattering into the sky. Pain's gaze hardened.
I will not fail. Once the Nine Tails get captured, the plan can finally begin.
At his command, the animal path launched into the air, landing atop Konoha's rooftops.
Summoning technique.
Beasts appeared one after another, a monstrous rhino, a bison, an endless centipede, each marked by the cold ripple-patterned Rinnegan. The other paths of pain materialized beside him.
Spread out.
Pain ordered. In an instant, they vanished in different directions. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Within the village, the formation unit spotted the intruders. One shinobi paled, his voice urgent.
Quick, report to the 5th Hokage. Coordinates incoming enemy forces have breached the village. Understood.
Another ninja sped away without hesitation, aware of the grave situation. Moments later, massive summoned beasts tore through the streets, sending villagers screaming in panic. The 6 paths of pain rampaged, searching for Naruto. Explosions and cries filled the air as Konoha fell into chaos. From the Hokage's office, Tsunade clenched her teeth.
Kaido was right.
Thankfully, she had been prepared. The moment Kaito left the village, Tsunade gathered all the Jonin, briefing them in detail about the 6 paths of pain and their abilities. Now, Konoha would not be caught off guard. On the battlefield, Kakashi and his squad engaged one of the paths. After a fierce clash, Kakashi struck down the puppet and quickly removed the black chakra rods embedded within.
Send this body to the sealing team.
He ordered, standing amidst broken rubble.
The rest of you, move out and support the others. Yes, Kakashi-senpai.
Across the village, Asuma, Kurenai, and other Jonin worked in coordination, systematically destroying the paths and disabling their bodies. Unlike the original history, Konoha was not unprepared. They had information, numbers, and strategy on their side. In less than an hour, only pain remained. Inside the Hokage office, reports poured in one after another. Shikaku couldn't help but let out a breath of relief.
With this preparation, the battle is already in our favor. Lady Tsunade, we owe this victory to your foresight.
Tsunade shook her head.
Don't let your guard down yet. The real body controlling them is still out there, and he's far more dangerous. Jiraiya has already gone ahead, but Kakashi and the others should reinforce him. Nagato is the true source of the 6 paths power.
Understood.
Another ninja sped away without hesitation, aware of the grave situation. Moments later, massive summoned beasts tore through the streets, sending villagers screaming in panic. The 6 paths of pain rampaged, searching for Naruto. Explosions and cries filled the air as Konoha fell into chaos. From the Hokage's office, Tsunade clenched her teeth. Kaido was right.
Impossible.
He whispered.
So quickly.
Chapter 256, 256, The Failed Assault, 2 months ago. Chapter 256, The Failed Assault. Needless to say, these means must have been left behind by Ayanami Kaido.
Nagato, you already know what happened to Konoha.
Conan's voice carried urgency as she flew into the dark chamber.
I know.
Nagato replied calmly, his thin face unreadable.
It seems we walked straight into Konoha's trap. They predicted our movements. Then we should leave. On my way back, I saw Konoha Shinobi searching the area. Jiraiya-sensei was leading them. Damn it!
Nagato growled, his tone edged with frustration.
I underestimated Ayanami Kaido.
A vision suddenly flashed across his mind, the memories of the Deva Path. Images of Kushina, Tsunade, and Ino shrouded in Ninetales chakra, and the fierce battles where Konoha's Jonin struck back before the Deva Path finally fell.
What's wrong? I can see your expression has changed.
Conan pressed.
The Deva path was defeated.
Nagato admitted in a low voice.
The fifth Hokage herself entered the battle, and
Conan's brows furrowed.
Ninetales mode. A woman. But wasn't the Ninetales sealed inside Naruto Uzumaki? How could there be another?
no time to dwell on it now. We have to move before Konoha's search team arrives.
Nagato said coldly, his senses sweeping the forest around them. Conan gave a sharp nod. Her hands moved gracefully, and the massive tree they stood beneath dissolved into countless paper fragments that scattered into the night. Light returned to the clearing, exposing Nagato's frail frame bound with chakra rods. Blinking against the sudden brightness, Nagato squinted. His body was painfully weak, yet his gaze remained unyielding. Conan's form unraveled into sheets of paper that bound tightly around him. With a powerful sweep of her wings, she carried them both into the sky. By the time Jiraiya and his team reached the clearing, only the eerie remnants of Nagato's presence lingered.
So,
Jiraiya murmured, relief softening his features. Deep down, he was glad. He had no wish to battle the students he once guided. High in the skies, Conan's paper wings spread wide as she carried Nagato swiftly toward the hidden village of Rain. The assault on Konoha had ended in complete failure. They had underestimated Konoha's readiness, and the Six Paths puppets they had painstakingly prepared were destroyed. Nagato's thoughts grew heavy. 2 defeats in quick succession. Was his strength truly this lacking? Suddenly, Conan froze mid-flight, her eyes sharpened with alarm.
Nagato, be careful.
She whispered. Wrapped tightly in paper, Nagato could not see, but his senses flared. A powerful chakra presence stood ahead, waiting for them.
this chakra,
His eyes widened.
it's him, Ayanami Kaido.
Nagato exhaled bitterly.
Conan let me down. You're not his match.
Reluctantly, she obeyed. The paper bindings released, and Nagato's gaunt body floated on its own, suspended by his Rinnegan. Black receivers jutted from his back, his form both frail and fearsome. Across from him stood Kaido, calm and unmoving. A faint smile played across his lips.
You've just returned from Konoha, haven't you? I assume your attack failed.
Kaido's eyes glimmered with quiet certainty. After leaving the moon's hollow, he had rushed back across Earth. His speed had carried him straight into the land of fire, where he had crossed paths with Jiraiya's squad before sensing Nagato and Conan's retreat. The last time they met, Uchiha Obaido's interference had spared Nagato and Conan. But now, Kaido's mastery of the 8 gates had elevated his strength to another level entirely. Even if Obaido appeared here again, Kaido was confident he could strike him down.
You anticipated that we would strike Konoha the moment you left.
Nagato said, his voice cold and accusatory.
There's nothing to anticipate.
Kaido replied evenly.
As long as I remain in Konoha, you can't touch the 9 tails. Without it, your plan is impossible. The only chance you had was if I left, that's why you attacked.
Nagato's face darkened. His plan, laid bare so effortlessly, seemed almost childish in hindsight.
Conan,
Nagato said harshly, never looking away from Kaido.
when the battle begins, leave. Do not stay here. You'll only be in the way.
Conan hesitated, then nodded. She understood her limitations. Yet what she didn't know was that Nagato's words carried another truth. He didn't want her dying beside him. Deep within, an instinct screamed at him, run. If you stay, you will die. His power is beyond you.
Shinra Tensei.
Nagato roared. A massive wave of repulsive force exploded outward. The air twisted, clouds scattered violently, and the very sky seemed to shatter beneath the overwhelming pressure. Yet within the storm stood Kaido. His expression remained calm, his body unmoving, like a stone unmoved by crashing waves.
Too weak.
Chapter 257, The Eyes of a God, 2 months ago. Chapter 257, The Eyes of a God.
How much of the Rinnegan's power can you use now?
Kaido asked, his sharp gaze fixed on the panting Nagato.
That's none of your concern.
Nagato rasped, his breath uneven, sweat dripping down his face.
You're just stalling for Conan to escape.
Kaido said, shaking his head with a faint smile.
Don't worry, I'm not interested in Conan's life. What I want.
Nagato's purple irises trembled in shock.
You want a transplant.
No.
Kaido answered calmly. In the next instant, his figure flickered, vanishing and reappearing directly in front of Nagato. His voice was cold and certain.
The Rinnegan isn't something you can keep.
2 fingers stretched toward Nagato's face. Fear flickered in Nagato's expression. His chakra surged wildly as he extended his arms, shouting.
Super Shinra Tensei.
A devastating wave of repulsion burst outward. The air twisted violently, clouds ripped apart and scattered across the horizon, leaving a vast hollow in the sky. Space itself warped, the violent pressure collapsing everything around it. But even as the overwhelming force engulfed him, Kaido stood calmly. His figure was unmoving, like a lone cliff weathering the storm.
This force.
His flat, steady tone made Nagato's gaunt face contort in disbelief. Nagato's heart pounded. His strongest technique besides Chibaku Tensei had been brushed aside as if it were nothing. Only a short time ago he had fought Kaido without witnessing such overwhelming might. How could his strength increase so much in just a few days? Before Nagato could regain his composure, Kaido's fingers reached forward, ignoring the storm of force. Puff! In one swift motion, Kaido dug deep, withdrawing both of Nagato's lavender eyes. They gleamed faintly in his palm, dripping with power.
These are indeed divine eyes.
Kaido murmured, studying them intently.
Their energy rivals the Tenseigan itself.
A flicker of excitement crossed his face.
I wonder what will happen once I absorb them.
Without the Rinnegan, Nagato's strength collapsed instantly. His body, already fragile, plummeted from the sky like a withered leaf. Kaido glanced down at him, his expression unreadable. He felt a fleeting sympathy for Nagato's suffering, but that sympathy was smothered by the simple truth: they were enemies. He chose not to kill him, but sparing his life was mercy enough. With a thought, Kaido waved his hand. Space rippled before him. He reached in and retrieved 2 glass containers filled with nutrient solution, a small storage space he had forged with his mastery over spatial chakra. It resembled Abaido's Kamui dimension, though uniquely his own. Placing the Rinnegan carefully inside, he sealed them away and released a long breath. His task was complete. Whoosh! A flutter of paper wings cut through the air. Conan swooped down, catching Nagato in her arms, then carried him swiftly into the distance. Kaido watched them fade into the horizon. He frowned briefly, then exhaled.
Forget it. For Jiraiya's sake, I'll let you both live.
Nagato without the Rinnegan was no threat. In fact, leaving him alive might even hasten his end. Uchiha Abaido would surely seek to eliminate him, now that Madara's eyes were no longer under his control. Shaking away the thought, Kaido's body flickered and vanished. Moments later, he reappeared above Konoha. Below, Shinobi and villagers were already working to repair the devastation. Some rebuilt homes, others cleared debris from the streets. Despite the destruction, life surged forward with determination. Thanks to Kaido's intervention, all 6 paths of pain had been destroyed. But even so, half of Konoha lay in ruins from the battle's aftermath. The damage was significant, though far less than it could have been. Inside the Hokage's office, Shikaku Nara stood before Tsunade, reporting the village's losses. Clan leaders gathered around, listening solemnly. Suddenly, the space above Shikaku rippled. He stopped mid-sentence and everyone's eyes darted upward. Chakra flared as the elders tensed, ready for combat. Konoha had just been attacked, and according to Jiraiya-sama's intelligence, the Akatsuki had members skilled in space-time ninjutsu. The sudden distortion could only mean danger. A slender arm extended from the rift, followed by a figure stepping gracefully into the room. When the leaders recognized who it was, their killing intent evaporated instantly.
Kaido.
Tsunade's eyes narrowed, though her body relaxed slightly.
What's with all the tension?
Kaido asked, raising a brow at their guarded expressions.
What do you think?
Tsunade snapped. Her chakra had already been coiled, ready to strike moments earlier.
When did you learn space-time ninjutsu?
She demanded.
Just now.
Kaido said casually, brushing it off. He glanced at the papers on Shikaku's desk.
Are you in the middle of something?
Shikaku adjusted his notes.
We were. Never mind.
Kaido cut him off.
Whatever it is, it doesn't involve me. I only came to tell you this. Don't worry about the Akatsuki's leader. He won't be troubling Konoha anymore.
Chapter 258, 258, The Rinnegan, 2 months ago. Chapter 258, The Rinnegan. The conference room in Konoha was tense, every shinobi's heart still weighed down by the memory of Pain's invasion. What if you don't know? The consequences are unimaginable, one of the elders thought grimly. That power is probably even greater than Hokage-sama's. Even though Pain had retreated, the village still carried deep scars. Many worried he would return with vengeance, striking Konoha when they were at their weakest. And then, in the midst of those fears, Kaido appeared with a mysterious space-time ninjutsu, calmly announcing that Pain had been killed. Relief washed through the room like a wave.
As expected of Kaido.
Nara Shikaku was the first to find his voice. Though shocked at first, he quickly composed himself. He already knew Ayanami Kaido's identity. To have destroyed Pain while away from the village it spoke volumes of his strength. Worthy of being called the god of the ninja world, Shikaku thought, quietly exhaling. The others soon followed, their voices rising in admiration and awe. The once solemn atmosphere of the council chamber turned lively as they discussed his incredible achievement. That night, Kaido returned home. The house was quiet, only Kushina was there, sitting barefoot in the corridor, sipping tea leisurely. When she saw him, her face lit up with undisguised joy.
You're back.
Kaido smiled faintly, stepping forward and picking up her teacup, taking a sip as though he had never left.
What about Hinata and the others? Everyone's out helping with repairs. Even though the enemy was defeated, Konoha suffered heavy damage. The cost of rebuilding alone will give Tsunade-san quite the headache. Indeed.
Kaito nodded. On his way back, he had seen countless ruins where once familiar homes and streets had stood.
I'm heading into training. The duration is uncertain.
Again.
Kushina frowned, confused. To her, Kaido's strength was already unmatched in the ninja world. Why was he so obsessed with pushing further? Still, she knew well once Kaido made up his mind, nothing could stop him.
Where?
She asked softly.
Somewhere in Konoha.
No.
Kaido replied.
A different space entirely.
Space twisted and rippled around them, and before Kushina could react, they vanished. They reappeared in a barren dimension, cold and silent, with massive stone pillars stretching endlessly into the void. Kushina's eyes widened.
This.
Not long ago.
Kaido admitted.
I'll train here from now on. If anything happens, Tsunade can use Katsuyu to contact me.
Kushina's joy faded slightly. She had hoped he would remain home for a while, not vanish into training once more. Her expression dimmed. Kaido reached out, brushing her hair gently.
Don't worry, this time my retreat won't be long.
His gaze lingered on her face, the warmth of the moment pulling them together until, before long, the two shared an intimacy that words could not capture. Exhausted, Kushina drifted into sleep, and Kaido left a shadow clone behind to protect her while he returned to the void. There, upon a massive stone column, Kaido sat cross-legged, holding 2 glass bottles. Inside each floated a pair of purple eyes, the Rinnegan. Unsealing them, he held one in each hand. As he felt the immense power radiating from the eyes, he began to absorb the pupil energy. Black streams of spiritual energy flowed into him, refined by the lightning within his body before being devoured by the essence of his own spirit. His once blue eyes deepened, faint traces of purple rings forming and solidifying within them. A new power awakened, attraction.
So much power.
System, restore this place. A blinding glow enveloped the devastation. Before his eyes, the shattered terrain mended, returning to its pristine state. Without surprise, Kaido resumed his efforts. Again and again, explosions rocked the space. System restore. System restore. Each failure taught him balance, control, and patience. Days melted into nights, and a week passed before he stood once more before a vast crater. His face remained calm, neither frustrated nor eager.
System restore.
Chapter 259, 259, Clash over the Three Tails, 2 months ago. Chapter 259, Clash over the Three Tails. After countless trials and near disasters, Kaido finally succeeded. The fusion of yin and yang with wind, lightning, water, and fire chakra flowed smoothly, leaving only one final piece: earth nature. Stealing his focus, Ayanami Kaido drew the last chakra strand into balance. The sphere in his palm pulsed violently, bursting into radiant light that soared skyward like a blade piercing the heavens. The wet bone forest, normally cloaked in shadow, blazed bright as day. Then, with the light fading, a single black orb hovered before him. The truth-seeking ball. Kaido's lips curved slightly. Its will resonated with his own, responding to his thoughts as naturally as the lightning fruit coursing through his veins. He restrained his joy and began forming another. With the first success, the process became smoother. Days passed in disciplined rhythm until finally, 9 orbs spun calmly in orbit around him. At that moment, his body transformed. A flowing gray-white robe of chakra cloaked him, its collar marked with 9 magatama. The orbs aligned behind him, circling like silent guardians. He had stepped into 6 paths sage mode.
So this is what it feels like.
Kaido murmured, studying the change.
But
His gaze drifted to his hand. The legendary scepter associated with the Sage of 6 Paths did not appear. With practiced hands, Kaido shaped his own weapon instead, not a scepter but a gun-like staff better suited to his style. At last, everything was in place. Unlocking the mode, he allowed his body to relax, his mind absorbing the principles of yin-yang release and 6 Paths chakra. Days blurred into weeks. A month within this space passed 10 months by the training dimensions measure. Nearly a year of relentless refinement sharpened his grasp of these powers, each shadow clone contributing to his rapid growth. One day, while suspended in the void, Kaido's eyes snapped open, his brow furrowed. A voice no, a cry for help echoed in his mind. Only his summoning partners could reach him this way. Katsuyu had a gentle resonance, but this was deeper, heavier.
fortune's on our side.
Kisame chuckled, serrated teeth flashing.
No one from Konoha came. True.
Abaito replied, his tone grave. He sealed the scroll, tucking it away.
But we should leave. With such a commotion, reinforcements may already be on their way.
The two turned to leave, but Kaido's voice cut across the clearing.
You think you can take my summoning beast and walk away without consequence?
He appeared before them in an instant, calm yet dangerous.
Surely you intend to leave something behind.
Abaito's Sharingan contracted.
Ayanami Kaito.
His chest tightened. He knew the truth from Black Zetsu. This man had defeated Uchiha Madara more than 10 years ago. If Kaido was formidable then, how much more terrifying was he now?
Kisame, hold him off. I'll take the scroll and go.
Abaito's voice was low, urgent. Kisame blinked at the command but smirked.
Got it, you go, Tobai.
Abaito wasted no time, his Sharingan world space distorting to swallow him whole. Kaido's hand lifted, chakra compressing into a black-tailed beast bomb. His voice was cold.
Leaving, did I give you permission?
Chapter 260, Kisame, 2 months ago. Chapter 260, Kisame. With Tsunede's appointment, Konoha experienced a revival, like a tree sprouting anew in spring. The once stagnant village was full of vitality once again. Jiraiya had stayed in the village ever since the battle at the Rain Village with Nagato, and Kushina, now fully mastering the Nine Tails power, was helping guide the next generation. Whoosh! Suddenly, Abaito felt an overwhelming danger surge from behind.
This is...
Abaito's pupils shrank sharply. Impossible, has Ayanami Kaido mastered space ninjutsu as well? He had no time to think. Albedo activated Kamui in an instant, attempting to escape, but before he could fully phase out, the tailed beast bomb detonated. Boom! A deafening roar shook the void-like dimension. The violent energy engulfed Albedo, spreading destruction in a radius of over 100 meters. It was as if a natural disaster had descended upon the space itself. When the energy storm finally subsided, the terrain was unrecognizable. Where jagged landforms had once stood, there was now only a bottomless crater, vast and dark as an abyss. A swirling vortex appeared, and from it stepped Uchiha Albedo, masked and battered. He clutched his chest, relief flashing in his eyes.
Fortunate!
He muttered. Opening his palm, he revealed a dim Sharingan. Its brilliance had faded, drained of power. Turning toward the space where Kaito lingered, Albedo's tone darkened.
What a terrifying man!
With that, Albedo vanished into the distortion of Kamui, retreating swiftly from Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kaito observed the rippling fluctuations of Albedo's dimension with narrowed eyes.
Not dead, HMPH. No wonder he's one of the key figures in the Fourth Great Ninja War.
Kaito muttered. Kasame, standing nearby, studied him intently.
So you're Ayanami Kaito?
His grip tightened on Samehada. He remembered the warnings Itachi had given few could make Itachi speak with such caution. Facing this young man, Kasame felt something rare, an invisible weight pressing down on him. It wasn't even killing intent, merely Kaito's presence, yet it bore down like a mountain.
It's me!
Kaito answered calmly, turning his head toward him. Kasame's lips curled into a sharp grin. Slowly, he unraveled the bandages covering Samehada, revealing the sharkskin blade, its barbs gleaming.
A few years ago, you left me with quite the memory. I've been waiting for another chance to test you.
Kaito frowned. He had no interest in this. At his level, cage-tier shinobi were no more than obstacles barely worth effort. Time wasted here could be better spent honing yin-yang release. The war was approaching. Kabuto was surely already moving toward Albedo, and with Itachi gone likely having fallen to Sasuke, there was little time left. Still, Kasame pressed on, his shark-toothed grin widening.
It's not that I want to fight you, but I want to see for myself.
He chuckled darkly.
Strong presence doesn't always mean strong power. I've cut down plenty of people like that.
Kaito's patience snapped. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished.
So fast!
Kasame's eyes widened. He barely had time to raise Samehada before pain erupted in his abdomen. Kaito's cold voice whispered beside his ear.
You're weak, stop wasting my time.
The force was cataclysmic, like a volcano unleashed. Kasame's body was launched like a cannonball, crashing through countless trees before vanishing into the distance, leaving behind a torn path that scarred the forest. Kaito flexed his hand dismissively and disappeared once more. In the Hokage's office, Shikaku was finishing his daily report to Tsunade when lightning flickered. A figure appeared suddenly.
Henno Kaito!
Shikaku exclaimed, startled.
You're back, what brings you here? Anything significant happen while I was gone?
Kaito asked, his gaze steady. Shikaku nodded grimly.
Quite a lot. Sasuke fought his brother Itachi and won. Afterward he joined the Akatsuki, forming the Taka squad. They've already captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. At the same time, leadership within the Akatsuki shifted. The masked man has taken over, and the whereabouts of Pain and Konan are unknown. And just yesterday, the Fourth Raikage summoned a 5-cage summit in the Land of Iron. Lady Hawkage has agreed to attend. The 5-cage summit,
Kaito murmured.
Then the Fourth Great Ninja War is closer than expected.
Tsunade folded her arms.
Interested in coming along?
You go.
Kaito replied, shaking his head.
Just let me know the result.
His figure blurred and vanished. Tsunade and Shikaku exchanged puzzled glances. Why had he only come to ask about recent events, then disappeared again? Back at his home, Kaito spent a brief moment with Hinata before retreating once again to train. With the 5-cage summit underway, urgency gnawed at him. Inside his personal dimension, he resumed practice on yin-yang release, determined to master it fully before the storm broke. Meanwhile, preparations for the summit advanced. Kakashi gave his report, ending with a question.
Lady Hawkage, have you chosen your guards for the trip?
Yes, I already know who I'll take.
Chapter 261, 261, The Gathering of the Five Cage, 2 months ago. Chapter 261, The Gathering of the Five Cage. The land of Iron's climate resembled that of the land of Snow, harsh, freezing, and blanketed with ice all year round. Unlike the Shinobi nations, this country had no ninja forces. Instead, it was protected by disciplined samurai, warriors clad in armor who upheld their own code and traditions. The land of Iron stood apart from others with its independent culture, self-governing authority, and formidable military strength. It was also famous across the ninja world for its exceptional swordsmithing. Many shinobi traveled here from afar, seeking to commission blades worthy of legends. After Tsunade and her group departed from Konoha, they traveled for a week before finally reaching the snow-covered land. The moment they stepped foot inside the borders, Ino whispered, shivering slightly.
It's so cold.
Kushina replied with a nod, tightening her cloak. The three had already prepared thick clothing for the journey. Wrapped warmly, they pressed onward toward the land of Iron's capital. Along the way, they saw heavily armored samurai with twin blades at their waists patrolling the snowy paths. The warriors recognized the Hokage's attire and the iconic hat carried on Tsunade's back. Without question, they allowed the group to pass. After all, no one would dare impersonate the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf.
Are these the samurai of the land of Iron? They're so different from those I've seen before, so heavily bundled up.
Kushina whispered.
That's likely because of the weather.
Tsunade answered calmly. Though the land of Iron was not large, the three kunoichi moved swiftly, reaching the capital by midday. High stone walls rose before them, soldiers patrolling the ramparts. A massive iron emblem was engraved in the center, a symbol of the country's pride. In the distance, three towering mountains sculpted to resemble wolf heads loomed like guardians, reminiscent of the Hokage rock back in Konoha. Upon entering the city, a samurai approached, bowing respectfully. He was followed by several others.
Welcome, Hokage-sama. I am Akasuk, a subordinate of Mifune-sama. Please follow me. Mifune-sama has been expecting you at the inn.
Thank you, lead the way.
Tsunade replied. Akasuk guided them through the capital until they reached a stately post house, designated to host emissaries from foreign lands. As they walked, Tsunade asked,
Which of the other cage have arrived?
All except the Kazekage.
Akasuk answered truthfully.
He has not yet arrived, but is expected soon.
I see.
Tsunade murmured with a nod. Inside the inn, they were greeted by the leader of the land of Iron himself.
Welcome, Hokage-sama.
Mifune said warmly, bowing slightly.
You must be weary from the journey.
I'm fine.
Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Noticing the exhaustion on her face, Mifune continued.
Kazekage-sama should arrive later today. The 5-Cage Summit will begin in 3 days. This will give you time to rest and recover.
Understood.
Tsunade replied. Mifune personally escorted them to their rooms.
Hokage-sama, this is your chamber. The adjoining rooms will house your attendants.
He explained with a courteous smile.
Much appreciated.
Tsunade said with a nod.
Then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again in 3 days.
When Mifune departed, Ino finally let out a sigh of relief.
Finally, we can rest.
Tsunade instructed. Before Ino could respond, the sliding door burst open. Terumi Mei stepped inside, her expression shifting from surprise to amusement.
So it really is you.
She teased.
Mei-san.
Ino exclaimed happily, running toward her. Mei's smile softened at the girl's enthusiasm.
Ino, you're here too. What a pleasant surprise. Yes, Tsunade-sama brought me along to see the world.
Ino said cheerfully. For Ino, this was her first journey beyond the village, and meeting a familiar face in such a distant land made her all the more excited. Behind Mei stood Ao and Chijuro. Ao frowned, instinctively stepping forward to block Ino, but after realizing the bond between her and the Mizukage, he hesitated and stood down. From their conversation, it was clear Ino shared a strong connection with Mei, which made Ao more cautious. Perhaps she was close to both Mei and Tsunade, a possibility that demanded his respect.
You're here to babysit as well, I see.
Mei said sarcastically, shooting Tsunade a glance. Their usual rivalry sparked immediately, but Ao and Chijiro quickly closed the door and took guard outside. If the two Cage wanted to argue, then so be it, at least the room's peace would be maintained. Later that evening, the Kazekage, accompanied by Temuri and Kankuro, finally arrived, weary from travel. With their arrival, all 5 Cage were now gathered in the Land of Iron. 3 days passed swiftly. Kushina and Ino spent the time exploring the capital, marveling at the samurai culture and architecture. Despite Kushina's age, her innocence made her no different from Ino. Both were wide-eyed, curious, and eager to experience something new. On the morning of the summit, as the sun rose above the snow-covered mountains, Mifune led the 5 leaders to a heavily guarded conference hall. Rows of armored samurai lined the perimeter, their vigilance unmatched. As Tsunade entered, she saw that all the other Cage were already seated. She was the last to arrive.
Hokage-sama, you certainly have a grand entrance, making us wait this long.
Anoki muttered with irritation. Not long ago, he had suffered defeat at Tsunade's hands, and the sting of that humiliation still lingered. Before Tsunade could respond, Mei leaned back with a smirk.
If you dislike waiting, Tsuchikage-sama, you're free to leave. No one is forcing you to stay.
Though Mei and Tsunade often bickered, they shared a strange sense of camaraderie, one that outsiders had no right to interfere with. Tsunade gave Mei a sidelong glance and smirked.
She's right. If you're too old to wait, Tsuchikage-sama, you're free to go.
Anoki scowled, unwilling to be outdone.
And when exactly did Hokage-sama and Mizukage-sama become family? This old man must have missed the news.
Family, you say?
Mei chuckled.
Well, if you put it that way, yes.
Chapter 262, 262, Abaido Uchiha, 2 months ago. Chapter 262, Abaido Uchiha. Terumi Mei's words left the room in shock. Even Tsunade studied her closely, wondering if the Mizukage truly understood the weight of what she had just said. Anoki frowned, clearly considering whether her words carried any truth. Gaara, still young and inexperienced compared to the other Cage, was visibly shaken. To him, Mei's statement felt entirely believable. The Raikage's stern face darkened, though his mind was already racing. Despite his hot temper, hardened by years of lightning release training, he could still analyze the situation with clarity. Behind Mei, Ao and Chijiro exchanged uneasy looks. Their Mizukage excelled at diplomacy and strategy, but whenever the topic turned to Kaido, she always lost her composure. Kushina was astonished. Ino's eyes glowed with admiration. The room had fallen silent, all eyes now on Mei. Though she quickly realized the gravity of her statement, she showed no hint of regret. Mifune, the neutral host of the summit, cleared his throat loudly.
Everyone here is a leader of their respective nations. Time is precious. Let's return to the reason this summit was called. Raikage-sama, as the one who initiated the meeting, would you like to begin?
The Raikage slammed his hand on the table, his voice thunderous.
There's no need for flowery words. I called you all here to hold the 4 Cage accountable and to demand an explanation for my brother, Killer Bee's so-called death.
His glare fixed on Tsunade.
Hokage-sama, what do you have to say for yourself?
Tsunade's eyes narrowed.
What do you mean by that?
Before she could continue, Kushina stepped forward from behind her.
What are you implying? What does this have to do with the Land of Fire?
The Raikage's eyes flickered toward her, recognizing her instantly. He knew she was no mere bodyguard, but Kushina Uzumaki, the former Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. He responded coldly.
My brother was killed by a shinobi from your village Uchiha Sasuke.
Tsunade's face hardened.
Sasuke left the village 4 years ago. He betrayed Konoha to join Orochimaru. He has not been one of ours since.
Don't play games with me.
The Raikage roared, his fist slamming against the marble table. A deep crack spread instantly across its surface.
If you knew he was dangerous, why didn't you declare him wanted? My brother died because of your negligence.
Tsunade met his rage with an icy glare.
Then tell me, Raikage-sama, what exactly do you want?
The Raikage's voice was sharp as lightning.
It's simple. Hand over Uchiha Sasuke and compensate the Land of Lightning for our losses.
It was clear this demand had been planned long before the meeting. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from outside. A samurai from the Land of Iron burst into the hall, shouting breathlessly.
Emergency! Uchiha Sasuke has forced his way inside. What?
The Raikage's fury ignited like a storm. The one shinobi he hated most was now standing at his doorstep. With a single motion, he shattered the marble table into pieces and shot out of the room, followed by C and Darui. The remaining cage exchanged looks, then began to rise. The summit was clearly interrupted. Suddenly, a spiraling ripple distorted the air in the center of the room. Two figures emerged from the warped space, cloaked in the red clouds of the Akatsuki. One was Uchiha Sasuke. The other the masked man, claiming to be Uchiha Madara.
You.
Kushina's eyes burned with fury as her nine tails chakra erupted around her.
The masked man.
It was him, the one who had unleashed the nine tails the night Naruto was born. Because of him, Minato and his wife had perished, leaving Naruto an orphan. Her chakra flared violently as she instantly entered her nine tails mode. A Rasen Shuriken infused with wind chakra formed in her hand and flew toward Abido. For a moment, Abido's expression shifted, unsettled, then realization dawned.
Uzumaki Kushina. A pity.
Before the Rasen Shuriken could strike, his body distorted, vanishing into the Kamui space.
You're insane!
Anoki shouted, quickly ordering his guards to retreat. The other cage moved as well, instinctively withdrawing their escorts as the Rasen Shuriken detonated. Boom! The blast ripped through the conference room like a cannon strike. Blinding light and howling wind filled the space as the Rasen Shuriken shredded stone and wood alike, reducing the marble table into dust. Kushina's crimson chakra cloak flickered, her sharp gaze locked on the space Abido had vacated.
Is that all you've got, coward?
She spat. Anoki's eyes narrowed, his voice low.
This chakra!
Gaara stiffened in shock.
The nine tails, but…
His thoughts grew heavy. Naruto, the friend who had saved him, was the one he trusted most. But now…
Kushina.
Kushina's voice trembled with fury.
Yes, he's the one who controlled the nine tails, who slaughtered my family and killed the fourth Hokage.
Ao stepped forward, his face pale.
Mizukage-sama, that chakra.
Terumi Mei's eyes darkened instantly.
Are you certain, Ao? Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes before Yagura-sama died. There's no mistaking it.
Mei's expression turned cold, her voice sharp as steel.
Good, I've hunted this shadow for years, and now he reveals himself.
Chapter 263, 263, Clash at the Five Cage Summit, 2 months ago. Chapter 263, Clash at the Five Cage Summit.
Excuse me, Hokage-sama, isn't the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto? Why has he been replaced?
Gaara's voice was sharp as he stepped forward, Temari and Kankuro following close behind. His face was clouded with doubt as he confronted Tsunade directly. Tsunade, recognizing the weight of his concern, quickly explained.
The Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha was originally Kushina. Later, a man used a sealing technique to divide the Nine Tails chakra into yin and yang. Naruto carries the yang half, Kushina holds the yin half.
Her words eased Gaara's expression slightly. His eyes softened and a heavy breath escaped him.
As long as Naruto is safe.
Before any more could be said, a furious voice erupted from outside, shaking the hall.
I said, you've all underestimated me.
The roar came from Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, he appeared in front of Tsunade, his eyes blazing with madness. His tone was ice cold.
You are the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. I have only one question for you.
Kushina's rage, already boiling since Abido's escape, overflowed at the sight of Sasuke standing there. The memory of him arriving alongside the masked man twisted her judgment. To her, the two were one and the same. Without hesitation, Golden Nine Tails chakra erupted from her body. A massive fist formed from the cloak and surged forward, slamming toward Sasuke with devastating power. Sasuke's eyes spun wildly. His Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo, and with a burst of dark light, a skeletal figure wrapped around him half-formed but solid enough to block the attack. Boom! The impact shook the entire hall. Sasuke was blasted backward, blood spraying from his lips as the Susanu's dark blue ribs strained against the crushing power. Staggering to his feet, he wiped the blood from his mouth and snarled.
In front of these eyes, no attack can harm me.
His left eye locked onto Kushina, a deadly glint flashing.
Amaterasu.
Black flames erupted, slashing through space and igniting around her. The fire clung like a curse, spreading with lethal hunger. Kushina's eyes narrowed. Her hand turned into a sharp blade of chakra, slicing through the flames as if cutting through silk. The golden nine-tails cloak split apart, strands of chakra burning, but she had broken free of the deadly fire. Sasuke's pupils shrank in disbelief.
Impossible.
Kushina's voice was low and filled with pain.
I knew your mother, Makoto. She was my friend when we were young. And now, her son has chosen this path of hatred.
The anger that Albedo had left unresolved now burned hotter, and she refused to let Sasuke walk away. Before the battle could escalate further, Anoki floated forward, his eyes sharp.
Hey, why should the Hokage have all the fun? As the Tsuchikage, this old man will join in.
His hands flew together, forming a cube of blinding white energy.
Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique.
The barrier enveloped Sasuke instantly. In a flash, his body seemed to crumble away into nothing, vanishing like dust in the wind. The room froze in stunned silence. At that moment, Reikage stormed back into the hall. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the scene before him.
Anoki, you old fool.
He roared in fury. But before anyone could react, Sasuke's figure materialized behind the Tsuchikage, his sword crackling with lightning as he slashed down.
You're already dead.
He hissed. The blade barely missed its mark as Reikage blurred into motion. His body became a thunderbolt as his fist crashed into Sasuke's chest. Boom! The impact sent Sasuke flying once again, blood spilling from his mouth. His Susanoo ribs cracked and shattered under the combined assault. Still he rose shakily, eyes burning with madness. Black flames erupted, slashing through space and igniting around her. The fire clung like a curse, spreading with lethal hunger. Kushina's eyes narrowed. Her hand turned into a sharp blade of chakra, slicing through the flames as if cutting through silk. The golden nine-tails cloak split apart, strands of chakra burning, but she had broken free of the deadly fire. Sasuke's pupils shrank in disbelief. Impossible.
Be careful. That's Amaterasu. It never stops until it devours everything.
Reikage did not hesitate. With a single brutal motion, he severed his own burning arm, cutting away the curse. His face remained resolute as his guards rushed to heal the wound. At that moment, three figures appeared beside Sasukarin, Suichitsu, and Jugo. Anoki's gaze was cold.
Good, now that you've all gathered, we'll end this properly. If word spreads that the 5-Cage summit was disrupted and you escaped unpunished, the dignity of our nations will be lost. Attack.
The other cage nodded, and the hall erupted into battle. Against one cage, Sasuke had struggled. Against all five, he was overwhelmed. Susanoo flickered and cracked under their combined might. He staggered, barely able to hold his ground as the overwhelming pressure bore down on him. At the brink of defeat, a spiraling space distorted behind him. Albedo appeared, his calm voice cutting through the chaos.
That's enough.
In an instant, Sasuke and his team were pulled into Kamui, vanishing before the final blow could land. The room fell silent once again, though the air was heavy with tension. Mifune ordered the hall repaired and the summit resumed, yet the peace was short-lived. Albedo returned, stepping from the void once more. This time his voice carried only cold certainty.
I am not here to fight. Reikage, the 8 tails your brother lost was nothing more than a severed tentacle. He still lives.
The words silenced Reikage's fury instantly. Albedo continued, his gaze sweeping over the cage.
I am here to declare the Moon's Eye plan. Accept it or resist. But know this, the 4th Great Ninja War begins now.
Chapter 264, 264, The Unleashed Pressure, 2 months ago. Chapter 264, The Unleashed Pressure. In the depths of a dark and silent dimensional space, a lone figure floated in midair. His eyes were closed, yet his body radiated an overwhelming aura, like a raging tide threatening to swallow everything. The momentum surged outward, rattling the unstable barriers of the dimension and spilling into the world beyond. Everything Kaido had placed within this isolated space shattered under the crushing pressure. The dimension itself, less than 100 meters across, groaned as if it were being squeezed by the weight of an ocean. Cracks split open in the fabric of space, one widening into a rift as wide as a man's waist. On the other side of the rift lay the Senju residence, where Ayanami Kaito lived. At that very moment, Hinata was at home, training diligently in secret. She had been pushing herself harder and harder, determined not to be a burden to Kaito. Suddenly, the pressure burst from the dimensional crack, sweeping through the house like a storm. Hinata's expression froze. Her knees buckled under the suffocating weight. It felt as if her body had been trapped in mud, every breath squeezed out of her lungs as though she carried a mountain on her back.
That direction.
Her eyes filled with worry. Mustering her strength, she let her chakra surge and began forcing her way forward, step by step. The closer she came, the heavier the pressure became. Were it not for her recent advancement to cage level and her focus on strengthening her body, it would have been impossible for her to advance at all. Her legs felt like lead, her face glistening with sweat as she finally pushed open the door. Inside, the rift in space loomed before her, and through it she could faintly see Kaito's form. Realizing that he was unharmed and that the destructive aura was merely leaking unconsciously, Hinata sighed with relief. She turned quickly and hurried outside. She knew that the entire village must already be in turmoil. Indeed, Konoha had erupted like boiling water. The pressure radiated outward across the village. For most Jonin, the effect was tolerable, but for those closer to Kaito's home, the crushing aura was nearly unbearable. Thump thump. Civilians and genin collapsed under the sudden force, unable to move. Chunin struggled to remain standing, trembling as though their bodies might give out at any moment. Inside the Hawkage office, Shikaku narrating as Tsunade's temporary stand-in stumbled against his desk as the oppressive force struck.
What's happening?
He demanded.
We're still investigating, Shikaku-sama.
An Anbu reported, his voice strained, his body clearly struggling against the unseen weight.
But the pressure seems to be coming from the residence of Lord Kaito. The closer we get, the heavier it becomes.
Shikaku's sharp eyes flickered. Just as he moved to rise, a figure appeared before him, Hadate Kakashi.
Don't bother.
Kakashi said, his expression grim.
It's Kaito, I just went there myself.
Shikaku's breath caught.
How is he? Is something wrong? You don't understand.
Kakashi shook his head.
I couldn't even get past the doorway. That pressure isn't ordinary, I barely made it back here.
Shikaku's eyes widened. Kakashi was one of Konoha's strongest elite Jonin, and if not for the toll of his Sharingan, he might already stand among the cage. If even Kakashi could not step inside Kaito's home, just how terrifying was the power radiating from within?
Then we need to act.
Shikaku muttered, his voice steady despite the sweat on his brow.
Send for Guy, if anyone can push through, it's him. And if he can't, call Jiraiya-sama.
They moved swiftly toward Kaito's residence. By the time they arrived, a number of Konoha's strongest shinobi were already gathered outside, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Shibaya Burame, and Tsum Inuzuka among them. All of them were drenched in sweat, their legs trembling as they forced themselves to remain standing. Only Guy appeared steady, though even his brow was damp.
Shikaku, you're here.
Inoichi Yamanaka gritted out between clenched teeth, his body trembling under the pressure. Shikaku nodded.
Guy, among us, only you specialize in pure taijutsu. Use the 8 gates, push through, and see what's happening inside.
Guy's eyes burned with determination.
Understood.
With a mighty shout, his chakra surged. The first gate opened, then the second, then the third, until the fourth pane's gate burst open. Green energy engulfed his body, the crushing pressure around him lessening under the raw force of his aura. He braced himself to charge forward, when the door suddenly swung open. Hinata stepped out, her face pale but composed. She froze, startled by the gathered crowd of Konoha's strongest, but quickly collected herself, bowing respectfully.
Seniors, please don't worry.
She said, her voice steady despite her exhaustion.
Kaido is fine. The pressure is only leaking out while he's in deep training. Once he awakens, it will subside.
Shikaku exhaled heavily, relief softening his face.
I see, that's enough for now. Thank you, Hinata.
As the others nodded, the crushing pressure abruptly vanished. Inside the dimension, Kaido's eyes snapped open, dark and deep like a void that seemed to pierce through time and space itself. He exhaled slowly.
Finally!
His gaze shifted toward the rift in the air. With a thought, his immense aura receded, and the crack began to mend itself until the space stabilized once more. His figure blurred, and in the next instant he stood outside, before the gathered shinobi.
Sorry to have troubled you, Shikaku.
Kaido said calmly, as the air rippled around him.
It's nothing.
Shikaku waved off, signaling the others to disperse. One by one, the assembled Jonin gave respectful nods to Kaido before leaving. Though none spoke their thoughts aloud, all of them knew this incident would not be forgotten. It was now etched firmly in their memories. After the crowd dispersed, Kaido returned home with Hinata at his side. In the quiet of the living room, he pulled her into his arms, breathing in the faint fragrance of her hair.
Did Tsunade take Kushina to the land of iron?
Chapter 265, 265, Stubborn Rakeage, 2 months ago. Chapter 265, Stubborn Rakeage.
That's right. Tsunade-san took Ino and Kushina with her to the land of iron.
Hinata whispered softly as she rested in Kaido's arms.
Is that so? Then I'll go there.
Kaido murmured, his eyes thoughtful. He remembered how, in the original timeline, Sasuke and Obito caused chaos at the 5-Cage Summit, but with Danzo already dead by his hands, the plot had shifted. He didn't know what other changes might follow. Hinata's delicate fingers adjusted the collar of his cloak.
Then please be careful.
She said quietly, her tone full of concern. Kaido smiled, brushed a gentle kiss against her forehead, and disappeared in a flash of space-warping chakra. In a sealed conference room within the Land of Iron, the 5-Cage were already at odds. The discussion of who should lead the newly proposed allied shinobi forces had devolved into heated argument. Each cage stood firm, none willing to yield. Anoki, the aged Tsuchikage, was seen by many as too old to lead. Gaara, the young Kazekage, was considered inexperienced. The Mizukage, Terumi-me, represented a land that had once been the breeding ground of Akatsuki's organization, and so her candidacy was met with skepticism. That left only Tsunade and the 4th Raikage as realistic choices.
I support Tsunade.
Terumi-me said firmly.
I support Raikage.
Anoki countered. Gaara folded his arms and shook his head.
I choose neutrality. I will not help either side.
His reasoning was clear. Having just inherited the role of Kazekage, he had neither the strength nor political standing to oppose anyone outright. Neutrality was the safest path for Sunagakure. Anoki leaned forward on his cane.
Let's be realistic. None of the Akatsuki members have come from Kumagakure. That alone suggests Raikage has no involvement with them. Konoha, on the other hand, has been linked with both Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. Is it truly wise to let them lead?
His blunt words silenced the chamber. Even Terumi-me frowned, for though her loyalty lay with Tsunade, Anoki's reasoning could not be dismissed. As the debate wavered, space itself rippled above them. A figure stepped through the distortion and descended into the hall. It was Kaido. In his mastery of space and lightning, traversing from Konoha to the Land of Iron was trivial. Hovering above them, his presence pressed down like an unseen weight. His eyes swept across the room as he spoke, voice calm yet absolute.
Tsunade will be the leader of the Shinobi Alliance. This matter is settled.
The words were delivered without emotion, but the force behind them left no room for argument. Anoki's eyes narrowed, his lips parted but then snapped shut. His body stiffened as though recalling a memory he'd rather forget. How did they bring this monster here? Gaara frowned, recognition flashing in his gaze.
That person!
Temuri's eyes lit up, her thoughts unguarded. handsome.
Ino Kushina.
Kaido greeted softly as his eyes found the two women.
You're here.
They both said in unison, relief flickering in their eyes. Before the moment could settle, the fourth Reikage stepped forward, fury radiating from him. His voice boomed through the chamber.
Boy, you are Ayanami Kaido, Tsunade's disciple. But what right do you have to speak here? This is no place for a child to interfere.
Before Kaido could respond, Terumi Mei's sharp voice cut through the air.
He has every right. Kaido is my husband. His words are mine.
Gasps rippled through the chamber.
What?
The Reikage's composure faltered. The revelation was too shocking to dismiss. Mizukage and Hokage's closest disciple united by marriage. The fourth Reikage, hardened by years of politics and war, found himself momentarily disoriented. No wonder Terumi Mei had claimed earlier that she and Tsunade were family. It had sounded like a figure of speech, but now it was clear as truth.
I thought you spoke in anger, Mizukage. But so it seems Hokage truly is family.
Reikage muttered, his face darkening. Still, his pride was unyielding.
Even so, he represents only you, Mizukage, and Hokage Tsunade. At best, that is a draw.
Kaido's feet touched the ground as he slowly descended, his eyes locked onto the Reikage with cold indifference.
Aren't you going to ask Anoki if he still supports you?
Reikage snapped his head toward the Tsuchikage. Anoki exhaled heavily.
I'm sorry, Reikage. This time, my vote aligns with Kazekage's abstaining.
You!
Reikage's face twisted in fury.
Are you really afraid of this brat? You've fallen so far, old man.
He turned back to Kaido, his rage igniting like thunder.
I will never agree to Tsunade as commander. Unless one of you can defeat me, this matter is not up for discussion.
Anoki, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, and Kushinral, who knew of Kaido's true strength, looked upon Reikage with pity. The Reikage's voice thundered again.
What are those looks? Do you think I will lose?
His expression grew darker, lightning beginning to spark around his frame. Kaido's lips curved into a thin smile.
You want to fight? Then I'll oblige. It's been more than 10 years. Let me see how far you've come, Reikage.
Reikage's brow furrowed.
What do you mean? You'll understand soon enough.
Kaido replied, his voice fading as his body vanished from sight. Reikage was unfazed. With a roar, his body erupted with lightning as he activated his lightning release chakra mode. Sparks danced across his skin as raw speed and power surged through him. Anoki shook his head.
Brains are a good thing. Pity Reikage doesn't use his.
Mifune sighed.
This conference room won't survive what's coming.
The words were scarcely out of his mouth when a deafening impact shook the hall. The fourth Reikage's body was hurled backward like a cannonball, smashing through wall after wall until he vanished into the distance.
Reikage-sama!
Darui and C shouted, sprinting after their leader. All eyes turned back to Kaido. Anoki was calm, already knowing what to expect, but Gaara and his siblings were left stunned. Temari and Kankuro stood frozen, mouths hanging open. Naruto's classmate, a boy they had once fought against during the Chunin exams, had just launched the strongest of the 5 Kage with a single punch.
Reikage strength ranks first among us.
Gaara muttered, eyes wide.
One punch!
Kankuro whispered.
Just one punch!
A furious roar echoed from the distance.
Damn you, boy, the old man won't let this stand.
A streak of lightning split the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Reikage reappeared in front of Kaido, his body wrapped in blazing chakra. His fist, like a hammer of thunder, swung down with enough force to split a mountain.
Chagio!
He roared. The violent strike crashed forward, aimed directly at Kaido's head.
Too slow.
Chapter 266, 266, Edo Tensei, 2 months ago. Chapter 266, Edo Tensei. Boom! A dull sound echoed across the hall. The floor beneath Kaido's feet cracked and collapsed into a shallow crater. But the fourth Reikage's powerful fist, renowned for its overwhelming force, was firmly caught in Kaido's palm. Reikage's expression twisted in disbelief. He knew exactly how destructive his punches were. At full force, one strike could obliterate an elite Jonin. He had used that same technique countless times in battle alongside the Eight Tails, achieving overwhelming victories. Yet the young man before him had stopped it effortlessly. Worse still, when Raikage's fist clashed with Kaido's palm, it felt as though he had punched an iron mountain. His arm went numb, trembling from the impact. For the first time in years, the Raikage's gaze turned wary.
It's my turn.
Kaido's calm voice cut through the tense silence. His other fist shot forward like a phantom, bypassing space itself, and drove directly into the Raikage's abdomen. Boom! The Raikage was blasted backward, skidding across the ground. Despite his frustration, he returned quickly, though disheveled. Staring at Kaido, he demanded,
Who are you? Why have I never seen you before 10 years ago or now?
Though rage boiled within him, reason finally took hold. Raikage had always pursued absolute strength, but he wasn't foolish enough to continue charging blindly. Before he could speak again, the elderly Tsuchikage, Onoki, interjected. His name is Ayanami Kaido, though in the past he was known as Senju Kaido, the god of the ninja world who vanished more than 10 years ago.
What?
Raikage's eyes widened in shock.
Senju Kaido.
Kaido's gaze remained indifferent.
So, do you still want to fight?
The Raikage trembled with rage, clenching his teeth, but ultimately said nothing. Even his recklessness had limits. No one dared to throw their life away against a man once feared on the same level as Uchiha Madara.
That settles it then.
Kaido said flatly.
Tsunade will act as the leader of the allied Shinobi forces. Does anyone object?
His eyes swept across the room, pausing on Raikage and Onoki. Under the weight of his pressure, neither could do anything but bow their heads. Thus, the five-cage summit ended with Kaido's silent dominance. Tsunade was declared the supreme commander of the alliance, Raikage as the chief strategist, and Mifune representing the Land of Iron as mediator. The fourth great ninja war was set in motion. If Akatsuki triumphed, the entire world would fall. As the cage began discussing logistics, Kaido stayed silent. His role was not in politics. His only concern was the battles yet to come, Madara, and perhaps even Kaguya Otsutsuki herself. It was then that Kushina's brow furrowed deeply. Kaido immediately noticed.
What's wrong? Did something happen?
He asked.
The toads from Mount Mayaboku are calling me. It seems urgent.
She replied.
Summon them. If it involves Konoha, we can't waste time.
Kushina bit her finger and quickly performed the seals. A puff of smoke revealed the messenger toad, the very same one that Danzo had killed in another timeline. The toad croaked anxiously.
Lady Kushina, bad news. Master Jiraiya sent me Konoha is under attack. The situation is dire. Lord Kaido must return immediately.
What?
Raikage's eyes widened in shock. Senju Kaido.
Who attacked Konoha? Do you know their purpose?
Tsunade demanded.
Yes.
The toad said hurriedly.
The Hokage of the past revived by the impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya-sama believes the enemy's goal is Naruto.
The words sent a shiver through the hall.
That's impossible. Orochimaru is dead. Who else would dare use that jutsu?
Tsunade's voice wavered with anger and dread. Kaido narrowed his eyes.
It doesn't matter who revived them. Their goal is clear, the Nine Tails.
At those words, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to Kushina. She stood firm but tense, her jaw tightening.
I'll return immediately.
Kaido continued. Tsunade's eyes widened.
Wait, let us come with you.
No, stay here and protect Kushina. If Akatsuki strikes again, this summit will be the first target.
Kaido replied. Before anyone could argue further, he vanished in an instant. The Raikage snapped out of his shock, shouting.
Damn, B is in danger.
He bolted from the hall with Darui and C. Onoki floated in silence for a moment, then muttered.
If Akatsuki has turned their sights on the tailed beasts, it's only a matter of time before more villages are targeted. True.
Mei agreed.
But if their purpose is only the Jinchuriki, then we may still have time to prepare.
Onoki finally nodded.
Then it must be decided. The 8 tails and 9 tails must be hidden at all costs.
Meanwhile in Konoha, The village that had only recently begun to recover from its scars now found itself engulfed in flames and rubble once more. This attack was unlike any other. It wasn't just destruction of buildings, it was an assault on the very heart of the people. For the ones leading the attack were none other than the Hokage of the past, their stone faces carved eternally into Hokage rock. Jiraiya stood at the center of the battlefield, already cloaked in sage mode. He hadn't summoned Fukasaku and Shima, wary of revealing Naruto's location, but instead relied on the three giant toads. Facing him stood four legendary figures.
HMPH, another sage, not bad.
Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, though his eyes remained sharp.
But incomplete.
Beside him, Tobirama's expression was grim.
I warned against this jutsu, and now, here I am, forced to attack my own village.
The third Hokage, Hiruzen, looked at Jiraiya with sorrow in his eyes.
Jiraiya.
And then there was Minato. The yellow flash gave a faint smile.
It's been a while, Jiraiya-sensei.
Chapter 267, 267, The Hokage of the Past Rise, 2 months ago. Chapter 267, The Hokage of the Past Rise.
That, first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage.
Jiraiya said solemnly.
That's right, as expected of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin.
Hiruzen spoke with a dull expression. His consciousness had been shackled, his words tainted by the jutsu controlling him. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes.
Who are you? Akatsuki has no one else except that masked man. Orochimaru is dead killed by Sasuke. Who else could be behind the impure world reincarnation?
A grim voice answered through Hiruzen's lips. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is this: will you hand over Naruto? I know Konoha's strongest fighters now are only you, Jiraiya, and perhaps Kakashi. Tobirama's eyes flickered with fury.
So you're the one controlling us like mice. You think we won't break free from this jutsu? HMPH, you can try. This is my improved version of the impure world reincarnation. Otherwise, why would I summon you so confidently? Gee!
Tobirama's cold snort echoed. If he had the means to escape, he would have already done so. At that moment, Hashirama looked around in mild confusion, his usual easygoing demeanor surfacing.
Wait a minute, are you the Hokage of Konoha now?
He asked Jiraiya.
No.
Jiraiya shook his head respectfully.
I prefer freedom. The role of Hokage only ties me down. The current Hokage is your granddaughter, Senju Tsunade.
Tsunade.
Hashirama's expression softened, his tone suddenly melancholy. Memories of his granddaughter as a child flickered through his mind, and he looked like a tree weathered by countless storms.
Big brother, focus.
Tobirama snapped, always stern.
Ha, don't worry, I was just surprised. Tsunade.
Hashirama chuckled warmly. The controller's voice cut through their banter, dripping with menace.
Enough of this chatter. Hand over the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, with your current strength, Konoha cannot possibly stand against 4 generations of Hokage. Impossible!
Jiraiya barked back, his tone sharp and unyielding.
We'll never hand Naruto to you.
His lips curled into a small smile.
And who told you Konoha doesn't have the strength to fight back?
The voice scoffed.
You mean Ayanami Kaido? I heard he secluded himself in secret training. He isn't here. You underestimate us.
Jiraiya said coldly. The 4 resurrected Hokage shifted uneasily. Their minds retained fragments of will, yet their bodies moved like puppets under someone else's control.
Jiraiya.
Hashirama said apologetically, as his hand formed seals.
HMPH, don't disappoint me, Jiraiya.
Tobirama muttered, his pride still intact even under compulsion. Minato's calm voice followed.
Sensei, I'll try not to make this harder than it already is.
Hiruzen's expression twisted, his voice a cruel echo of the puppeteer's will. Jiraiya quickly took command.
I'll hold off the first Hokage. Kakashi take the second, Guy, Asuma and the others handle Hiruzen. Hinata, the 4th Hokage is yours. Remember, our job is to stall until Kaido returns.
Everyone nodded, their faces grim with determination. Though Tsunade held the official Hokage title, In this moment, the burden of leadership fell squarely on Jiraiya's shoulders.
Sage Art Needle Jizo.
Jiraiya's long white hair hardened into countless sharp spikes, shooting forward like a storm of blades. Hashirama raised his hands, unwilling yet unable to stop himself. Chakra surged, and massive trees erupted from the ground, forming a wall that blocked Jiraiya's attack. The other three Hokage ignored their own injuries and charged straight into Konoha's defenders.
Damn it!
Jiraiya cursed.
Remember, delay them, don't fight head-on. We just need time until Kaido arrives.
Hashirama tilted his head curiously, even as he pressed the attack.
Kaido, who is he? Can someone in half-baked sage mode really hold out this confidently? He's a legend of Konoha.
Jiraiya replied, deflecting branches with swift movements.
Even the wielder of the Rinnegan fell before him.
Hashirama's eyes lit up with surprise.
Rinnegan, to defeat such an opponent.
His hands blurred through seals.
Wood-style, four-pillar prison.
Gigantic trees burst from the earth, weaving into towering walls that surrounded Jiraiya.
Ha ha ha, as long as it's not your world of trees technique, this is nothing to me.
Jiraiya smirked, chakra condensed in his palm into a giant swirling orb.
Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rasengan.
He slammed the Rasengan into the wooden prison, shattering it in a violent explosion.
Impressive!
Hashirama admitted with a rare smile. On the other battlefield, Kakashi clashed with Tobirama in a storm of Kopid ninjutsu. Lightning clashed with water, earth with fire, each of them unleashing technique after technique in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Guy and Asuma fought alongside other Jonin against Hiruzen. Guy's relentless taijutsu forced the third into a defensive stance, while Asuma and the others worked to counter his vast arsenal of jutsu. Hinata faced Minato directly. Her movements were calm but precise, her Byakugan active, her body honed from years of training under Tsunade's tutelage. Chakra surged through her palms as she countered Minato's swift attacks. No matter how fast Minato was, Hinata's revolving heaven and sharp, gentle fist techniques kept him at bay. Impressive, Minato praised mid-battle.
You're clearly of the Hyuga clan. Yes, Lord Fourth.
Hinata replied, steady and respectful.
The Hyuga have always been gifted, but you.
Minato said with a faint smile.
Tell me, do you know Naruto?
Hinata's held her composure.
Yes, we were classmates.
Chapter 268, 268, Kaido returns, 2 months ago. Chapter 268, Kaido returns.
How about Naruto? How is he?
Namikaze Minato asked, a rare ripple of emotion appearing on his cracked face.
Fortunately, Naruto is now training under Jiraiya-sama. I heard he's practicing senjutsu at Mount Mayaboku.
Hinata said softly.
Senjutsu!
Minato's eyes widened slightly, then softened with pride.
So Naruto has grown to that point already.
On the rooftop in the distance, Nara Shikaku observed the battlefield. A complicated expression flickered in Shikaku's eyes.
Alas!
He muttered. Behind him, Yamanaka Inoichi and other non-combatants stood in grim silence.
Inoichi, how are the civilians?
Shikaku asked again.
They're being evacuated quickly. But looking at the enemy's movements, it doesn't seem like their true aim is to destroy Konoha immediately. More like they're waiting for someone.
Inoichi frowned deeply. The strength of the first and second Hokage shouldn't be this limited. Their attacks were restrained, no large-scale techniques are unleashed. Instead, they were only using minor ninjutsu and taijutsu.
They're stalling.
Inoichi said, his brows furrowed.
They're waiting for someone.
Shikaku agreed quietly.
Who? Naruto.
Shikaku answered firmly.
That makes sense.
Inoichi nodded. After a pause, he suggested.
Should we let the Sealing Squad intervene? Do you think they can stand up to that level of battle?
Shikaku shot back immediately. Inoichi looked at Kakashi, who was struggling against the second Hokage in the distance, nearly at his limit. He fell silent. Suddenly, Shikaku exhaled, relief flashing across his features. Naruto, Shikaku answered firmly. That makes sense, Inoichi nodded. After a pause, he suggested, should we let the sealing squad intervene? Do you think they can stand up to that level of battle? Shikaku shot back immediately. Inoichi looked at Kakashi, who was struggling against the second Hokage in the distance, nearly at his limit. He fell silent.
This.
Inoichi whispered. Now on the battlefield. As the rippling distortion grew, the four Hokage bodies suddenly froze mid-movement.
Oh, we've stopped.
Senju Tabarama remarked coolly.
Looks like the one pulling the strings is waiting for someone. Not just waiting.
Hiruzen said in a dull, controlled voice.
The one behind this must bear a grudge against him. This spacetime ninjutsu.
Minato admitted with rare admiration.
Oh, so Konoha's top combat power has returned.
Hashirama said with interest, a faint smile tugging at his lips.
Kakashi, Guy, Hinata stay. The others retreat immediately.
Jiraiya barked, his tense expression easing slightly. It's about time. If he hadn't come back, we might not have lasted much longer. Hearing his words, the shinobi led by Asuma quickly withdrew. As elite Jonin, they already knew who the figure was. With him here, there was finally hope. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the swirling distortion solidified into a space portal. A figure stepped out calmly, his expression unreadable. His eyes swept over the four Hokage before landing on Jiraiya. With a faint smirk, he said,
Jiraiya, you look pitiful. What do you expect? I've been fighting the strongest Hokage in history. The fact I'm still breathing is already a miracle.
Jiraiya shot back angrily. Hashirama's eyes lit up.
Such rich vitality.
Kaido said calmly.
Were you waiting for me?
His words made Jiraiya and the others stiffen as they immediately thought of the true mastermind behind the attack.
It's him.
Kakashi's expression darkened in realization.
You know him, Kakashi?
Jiraiya asked quickly.
Yes, Orochimaru's right hand. I never imagined that after Orochimaru's death, everything he left behind would fall to this man.
Kakashi said gravely. Jiraiya fell silent, his eyes flickering with old sorrow.
Oh, interesting.
Kabuto Yakashi's dull voice echoed.
You discovered it so quickly. As expected of Senju Kaido, who disappeared from the ninja world more than 10 years ago.
The words sent a ripple of shock through Jiraiya and the others.
What, you're?
Jiraiya demanded.
So that's it.
Minato mused, his sharp mind connecting the pieces instantly.
I see why you always wore a mask. You must have used a form of space-time ninjutsu to travel through time.
Kaito glanced at Minato with mild surprise, then nodded.
You're correct.
Might Guy was stunned into silence, while Kakashi only gave a quiet nod, his suspicions finally confirmed.
Oh, so the Senju have birthed another god of Shinobi.
Hashirama beamed proudly.
Not bad.
Tabarama admitted with a rare look of approval.
You uphold the Senju name well.
But Kabuto Yakashi's face twisted darkly again.
Enough reminiscing. It's time to settle this. I'll show you the destruction of Konoha by its own hands.
The moment he spoke, the four Hokage moved once more, their attacks resuming under the unseen controller's will. Kaido's expression didn't change. He turned his head slightly toward Jiraiya.
Take Hinata and the others away. If you stay here, you'll only get in my way. Are you serious, Kaido? Even for you, this is no time to be arrogant.
Jiraiya said gravely. Kaito didn't bother replying with words. Instead, he inhaled deeply, chakra surging through him. His chest swelled as fire gathered in his throat.
Fire style, majestic destroyer flame.
With a low roar, he exhaled a torrent of blazing inferno. The scorching heat swept across the battlefield, and the flames poured downward like molten lava, consuming everything. The sea of fire spread instantly, engulfing the resurrected Hokage in a blazing hellscape.
This power.
Jiraiya muttered, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He turned sharply.
Kakashi, Hinata, Guy, we're leaving. With firepower like that, we're only a burden here. Understood, Jiraiya-sama.
Chapter 269, 269. The Hokage fall one by one 2 months ago. Chapter 269, The Hokage fall one by one. But then, glowing motes like falling confetti drifted through the air. Before the Konoha Shinobi could react, the injuries of the Hokage regenerated at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they stood whole again.
Boy, those summoned by Edo Tensei cannot be killed. Unless we're sealed, we are immortal existences.
Senju Tabarama declared sharply.
Really?
Kaido tilted his head, smiling faintly. The next instant, his presence vanished. A flash of lightning cut the air, and before anyone could blink, Kaido appeared right in front of the third Hokage.
So fast, my eyes can barely follow, only catching an afterimage.
Hashirama said in awe.
Our Senju truly produced a monster.
Kaido smirked in thought.
As if, besides I'm only 1% Senju. To what good is speed if he can't kill us?
Tabarama muttered, unimpressed. I already told him ordinary ninjutsu won't work against Edo Tensei. Even as they spoke, their controlled bodies continued weaving hand seals, targeting Kaido. Hiruzen's weary eyes followed the thunderous glow, a trace of conflict flickering in his undead gaze. Though his body was bound by Edo Tensei, his bond to Konoha and his long-standing grievances with Kaido remained clear.
Kaido, Tabarama is right. Your lightning bloodline is powerful, but against Edo Tensei it's useless. That's not true.
Kaido replied quietly. His lightning-forged blade carved through Hiruzen. Like slicing paper, the third Hokage was cleaved in two. The other three stared in shock. Hiruzen did not regenerate. His eyes widened, blank disbelief in them. A low hum filled the air. Behind Kaido, Minato appeared suddenly, Rasengan glowing in his palm. Kaido didn't even blink. Anticipating it, he stepped sideways, tilting his body just enough for the Rasengan to miss.
Careful, Kaido-sama.
Minato said softly, his body twisting mid-motion into a whipping kick. The strike tore through the air with sharp pressure. Minato's speed, bolstered by the flying thunder god, was far beyond ordinary cage. But in Kaido's eyes, only Hashirama posed a real threat. The others he dismissed. Kaido's hand snapped up, seizing Minato's leg. With a sharp twist, he smashed him into the ground. Boom! The impact left a crater beneath them. Crackling gray lightning arced along Kaido's arm, racing down Minato's body. Cracks spiderwebbed across Minato's form. Then, with a shattering sound, his Edo body fragmented. A white glow burst free Minato's soul. The fourth Hokage looked down at himself in shock, then exhaled with a rueful smile.
As expected of Kaido, even Edo Tensei couldn't withstand your power. Forgive me for troubling Konoha again.
Kaido shook his head.
This was never your fault. Konoha will not blame you.
Minato's soul bowed briefly to his fellow Hokage before dispersing into light, returning to the Pure Land. In only moments, the fourth Hokage was gone, and the third lay broken on the ground, helpless.
Oh, impressive.
Hashirama admitted, eyes shining with surprise.
Perhaps we underestimated him, Tabarama. That's yin-yang release.
Tabarama said gravely.
He's mastered it.
The seals of Hashirama and Tabarama completed at last. Wood style wood dragon jutsu.
Water style, whirlpool water blade.
Tabarama spewed threads of compressed water, razor-thin streams spiraling outward. A stray pebble split cleanly in two when brushed by one strand. The deadly threads rushed toward Kaido. Meanwhile, the ground shuddered as colossal trees burst upward. They twined together, forming a massive wooden dragon that roared to life beneath Hashirama's feet. At his command, it lunged toward Kaido. But Kaido ignored them, his gaze fixed instead on the bisected Hiruzen.
It's time to send you off properly, third Hokage.
Hiruzen said flatly, his hands forming seals even in his broken state. Chakra swirled weakly around him.
Quickly!
He urged. Before his words faded, Kaido's gray lightning sword descended, cleaving his head cleanly. Hiruzen's body crumbled. His soul rose, shimmering faintly, and cast one last glance toward Konoha. He saw Shikaku and the others in the distance, his expression softening into relief. Then he too vanished into light. The ground split with a deafening crack as the wood dragon surged forward, Tabarama's water streams slicing toward Kaido at blinding speed.
Move, boy, that's no ordinary current.
Tabarama shouted, genuine urgency in his voice. Despite being forced to fight, he didn't want to see a prodigy of the Senju clan die. With someone like Kaido, the Senju could flourish for decades. Hashirama, however, remained calm.
What's with the panic, Tabarama? Our junior isn't so fragile. He won't be beaten by water style so easily.
In the distance, Jirya and the others clenched their fists, their hearts pounding. Every instinct screamed at them to intervene, to shield Kaido. But Kaito only turned slowly toward the oncoming water blade. With a thought, a black sphere appeared before him, expanding into a solid barrier that enveloped him completely. Clang! The compressed water blades struck the barrier, each impact ringing out in a dull, metallic chime. The barrier did not yield.
This!
Tabarama's eyes narrowed, sharp with realization. Hashirama laughed, his booming voice filled with pride.
See, I told you he wasn't ordinary. Let's go, Kaido. Show me the true strength of my Senju clan's heir.
Chapter 270, 270 would release 2 months ago. Chapter 270 would release. As soon as Senju Hashirama's voice fell, the colossal wooden dragon roared forward, its speed suddenly doubling. In an instant, it reached Kaido's position and coiled around the black barrier like a snake constricting its prey. Inside, Ayanami Kaido narrowed his eyes. The truth-seeking orb instantly shifted, expanding into a dark dome that covered him from above like a protective shell. At the same time, faint ripples distorted the air around him. In the blink of an eye, Kaito stepped into the distortion and vanished from sight.
Earth-style yellow spring marsh.
Senju Tabarama's hands formed seals against his will. The ground beneath the barrier shifted violently, softening into a massive mire, threatening to swallow the black dome whole.
What a brilliant boy!
Hashirama murmured, admiration shining in his eyes. His gaze lifted skyward. The air twisted once more, ripples expanding like water disturbed by a pebble. Kaido reappeared high above, his expression calm. With a casual wave of his hand, the black dome below dissolved, returning to its original orb form and floating beside him.
Space-time ninjutsu!
Tabarama muttered. For once, there was no disdain in his voice, only respect. Far away, in a dim cave lined with coffins, shadows flickered against cold stone walls. A pale-skinned man in a gray robe with vertical snake-like eyes sat among them. A dark smile curled across his lips.
Well, well!
He hissed, voice slithering like venom.
To think the impure world reincarnation bodies could actually be killed.
His hand rested on a white body lying nearby.
White Zetsu makes a fine sacrifice.
The cave echoed with his sinister laughter, reverberating like a chorus of ghosts. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Hashirama and Tabarama, riding atop the wooden dragon, suddenly felt their bodies surge with greater power. Chakra coursed through them, thick and vibrant, almost overwhelming.
This power!
Tabarama's face darkened, his hands blurred through seals.
Release!
But even as the word left his lips, nothing changed. His body still remained bound by the Edo Tensei.
Still no good.
He muttered, frustration lining his voice. He glanced sideways.
Brother, how about you?
Hashirama closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them serious.
70% of my full strength. Whoever is controlling us.
Before he could say more, his expression shifted dramatically. His hands clapped together as his voice thundered.
Boy, get out of the way, now!
Slamming his palms onto the ground, his chakra erupted violently.
Wood style, deep forest emergence.
The earth cracked open with thunderous booms. From the fissures, massive trees burst upward, their roots and branches twisting wildly. In seconds, an endless forest surged outward, transforming the battlefield into a living ocean of wood. From a distance, the spectacle was overwhelming.
This.
Kakashi muttered, his throat dry as he watched the tidal wave of trees expand. Jirya's expression hardened.
This is the power of the man who ended the Warring States era. No matter how overwhelming, this is to be expected. Still.
He turned toward Shikaku and the others.
Be ready. If Kaido can't contain this, we'll have to step in. We can't let Konoha be destroyed. Understood, Jirya-sama.
The group responded in unison, their faces tense. Kaido stood calmly, watching the vast tide of wood approach, his lips curved faintly. The earth cracked open with thunderous booms. From the fissures, massive trees burst upward, their roots and branches twisting wildly. In seconds, an endless forest surged outward, transforming the battlefield into a living ocean of wood. From a distance, the spectacle was overwhelming. This,
I didn't expect it. This boy has even awakened my wood style.
the two vast forests collided. Boom, boom. The earth quaked as two oceans of wood crashed together, branches twisting, trunks slamming, roots tearing through soil like thunder. The sky darkened, shrouded beneath a canopy of green as if day and night were waging war. The impact sent violent shockwaves outward, slicing the air like invisible blades. Buildings in the distance trembled, the ground fractured beneath the force. But as the struggle continued, Kaido's forest surged ahead. Hashirama's trees buckled, splintered, and collapsed beneath the overwhelming pressure. In mere moments, Kaido's forest devoured Hashirama's entirely, vines spreading forward like colossal serpents. The vines loomed above Hashirama and Tabarama, their shadows casting across the brothers' faces. Yet instead of fear, Hashirama and Tabarama smiled.
Ha ha ha, excellent.
Tabarama laughed, voice full of pride.
The Senju clan truly has a successor.
Chapter 271, The Thousand-Armed God Descends. It was like staring into an abyss, vast and terrifying. Kaido frowned, glancing toward Lu Jiu and the others. His voice dropped to a mutter.
Really, do we have to fight here? Damn that snake Kabuto.
The next instant, his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Far in the distance, Jiraiya's eyes widened as he felt his heart thud in his chest.
He actually blocked it. He really blocked it.
Kakashi, frowning behind his mask, muttered suspiciously.
What I don't understand is,
Before their confusion could settle, two figures suddenly materialized in front of them.
yo, you're Jiraiya, right? We meet again.
The first Hokage said with a casual smile. Jiraiya.
To Hokage-sama, please. We're only spectators here. Don't drag us into this. Spectators!
Senju Tabarama snapped, eyes sharp as steel.
Do you think this is under our control? Standing around like fools, why don't you run while you still can?
Even as he scolded them, his hands blurred through hand seals, chakra surging violently.
Water style, exploding water colliding wave.
Boom! From nothing, torrents of seawater erupted, flooding across half of Konoha. In an instant, the ground around Tabarama became a vast ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surging waves coiled like serpents, slicing toward Jiraiya and the others with sharp, air-tearing force. Each wave was as lethal as kunai or shuriken. Jiraiya's eyes lit with awe.
As expected of the second Hokage, he's changing the entire landscape without a drop of natural water.
But his expression darkened quickly. Chakra flared around him, and his long silver hair stiffened and extended outward, wrapping into a protective barrier around their group. Before they could breathe relief, the sky above darkened. A vast black dome manifested, covering Jiraiya and the others. Waves crashed into it, erupting into thunderous roars. High above, Kaido hovered in midair, his gaze locked on the brothers. His expression was calm but edged with apology.
You too!
Senju Hashirama grimaced as his body tensed unnaturally, forced to move. The vast chakra welling inside him surged beyond control. Sage markings etched themselves across his face as he unwillingly entered sage mode.
Damn it, this brat Kabuto can even control this.
Hashirama's expression twisted in alarm. He roared at Kaido, desperation in his voice.
Get away, get them away now.
His voice thundered, followed immediately by his own booming cry.
Sage art, wood style, true several thousand hands.
Boom! The ground shook as Hashirama's chakra erupted like a storm. Natural energy fused with his own, birthing a power that dwarfed mountains. Kaido's brows furrowed. With a wave of his hand, the black dome unraveled, condensing back into a truth-seeking orb that hovered behind him. His other arm lashed out, transforming into massive vines that wrapped around Jiraiya and the others. With a single thought, he whisked them away into his personal dimensional space. The instant they vanished, the battlefield trembled. From beneath the new sea, the earth itself groaned. Towering trees erupted upward, thicker than towers, writhing like colossal serpents. They twisted, merged, and expanded under Hashirama's will until, looming over Konoha, a monstrous figure took shape. A bodhisattva of impossible scale towered into the heavens, its countless arms spreading outward, blotting the sky. The colossal figure dwarfed mountains. Even tailed beasts seemed like toys compared to it. Nine Tails itself could be plucked up in one hand. Its presence was divine, like a god descending to purge the world. Atop Hawkage Rock, the air rippled and Kaido reappeared with Jiraiya and the others. Lowering his arm, he turned to see the titanic wooden avatar, its shadow drowning all of Konoha in darkness. Kaido's lips thinned, so you've even unleashed this technique, Kabuto.
Damn!
Kakashi's eyes widened. He wanted to echo the same word but swallowed it, his horror plain on his face. The same fear etched itself into every shinobi nearby.
This.
Yamanaka Inoichi whispered, stunned.
If that falls.
A ninja clasped his hands in a silent prayer. Please, Lord Kaito.
Be careful, boy, you must withstand this.
His eyes hardened, and he roared the command like a judgment.
Buddha's enlightenment at the summit.
Chapter 272, 272, A Blow That Shakes Heaven and Earth, 2 months ago. Chapter 272, A Blow That Shakes Heaven and Earth. No one understood the terror of the true several thousand hands better than the Senju brothers. It was the ultimate technique, a move that had once shattered Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo, and it stood as the strongest manifestation of Hashirama's wood style. Yet against the overwhelming storm of fists, Kaido only smiled faintly. His eyes were steady, unshaken like an ancient well.
What's the use of countless fists?
He murmured, his voice calm.
When a single punch of mine is enough.
His gaze sharpened.
It's time I tested that technique.
A terrifying aura erupted from his body, crashing outward like a tidal wave. The sheer momentum swept across the battlefield, shaking the ocean itself. Waves rippled violently, boiling as if under a storm.
This pressure.
Tabarama muttered with a frown. Beside him, Hashirama's expression softened into a strange smile.
So powerful. I didn't even have this presence at my peak.
Their words had barely left their mouths before Kaito's chakra exploded outward. A massive torrent surged skyward, forming a beam of pure energy that pierced the darkened heavens, briefly illuminating the world below. His hair whipped wildly, his robes snapped in the wind, and his clenched fists pulsed with monstrous power. Veins rose along his temples, muscles tightening as though his body itself had become the weapon. In a blink, his figure appeared above the Senju brothers. His voice thundered through the air.
Sekizo first step.
He swung his fist downward. Tum! From his strike burst a colossal shockwave, a beam of compressed air so dense it seemed like a pillar of divine light descending from the heavens. This was not ninjutsu, not chakra molding, it was pure physical strength refined to its limit. The brilliant blast engulfed half of the thousand-armed construct, its radiant power cascading like judgment upon the Senju brothers. The arm's fists reacted, descending like meteors, attempting to crush him where he floated. Cracked. The giant arms didn't shatter, they dissolved, melting away like snow under spring sunlight. Then came the roar. Boom! The air itself screamed as the impact tore through Konoha. The ground trembled violently, and the monstrous avatar split apart. The towering true several thousand hands was cleaved in half, annihilated under the pillar of light. The lingering force didn't stop there. It hammered down into the ocean below, churning the waters into chaos. A massive whirlpool spiraled into existence, devouring the sea as the water level dropped drastically before their stunned eyes. Kaito hovered above the devastation, his expression as calm as ever. Beneath him, the brothers' Edo Tensei bodies disintegrated, turning to dust and scattering into the wind. But before they were fully gone, their forms reassembled briefly, just long enough for Kaito to strike again. His arm morphed into a blade of dark lightning, and with one swift motion, he cleaved their heads apart. Two ethereal lights emerged from their bodies, their souls freed at last. Hashirama laughed warmly, unbothered by his fate.
Well done, boy. You bring no shame to the Senju.
Tabarama's sharp gaze softened, his voice carrying rare approval.
Good work, Junior. Tell me, this lightning of yours, it carries both yin and yang, doesn't it?
Kaido nodded.
Yes, thunder and lightning at the core, fused with yin release.
The brothers exchanged a glance. Tabarama smiled faintly in expression, so rare it startled even Hashirama.
Then the Senju clan can rest easy. With you here, Konoha has a future.
Under Kaido's watchful eyes, the brothers' spirits ascended toward the Pure Land, fading into peace. Only once they were gone did Kaido turn, reappearing before Jiraiya and the other shinobi. Their faces were pale, eyes wide and unfocused, as though they still couldn't comprehend what they had witnessed. Kaido shook his head and spoke calmly.
It's done, but the rest.
Jiraiya blinked, then managed a strained laugh. His voice was tinged with disbelief and weariness.
To think,
Kaido replied with a small smile.
after all, I'm still part of Konoha.
He paused, his expression softening.
I'll leave the aftermath to you. I need to head to the 5-cage summit. Kushina is still there and I can't help but worry.
Jiraiya nodded firmly.
Go and come back safe.
Everyone present understood the weight of those words. Kushina was no ordinary Kunoichishi, was the second Ninetales Jinchuriki. None of them questioned Kaido's urgency. Quietly, he walked over to Hinata. His hand reached out, gently ruffling her hair. His voice softened, meant for her alone.
I'll be gone for a bit. Take care of yourself. If all goes well, Tsunade and I will be back tomorrow.
Hinata's face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening.
Why yes, just.
Kaido smiled faintly, nodding. Then, with a wave to Jiraiya and the others, his form blurred and slipped into a swirling vortex of space. The moment he vanished, Inuzuka Kiba exhaled loudly, clutching his knees.
Finally.
Aburame Shino tilted his head.
Strange, watching him fight today.
That's your problem.
Shikaku muttered, though his eyes betrayed the same truth. He too had felt that pressure. Jiraiya's gaze swept the ruined village. His expression grew grave.
Enough talk. Kaido's not on the same level as us anymore. Our job is to handle what remains. Shikaku, the planning is yours.
One by one, the shinobi turned toward Nara Shikaku, who sighed heavily, already forming strategies in his mind. Far away, in a dim cavern, 4 smoldering Edo Tensei pawns crumbled into ashes upon the stone board. The hooded figure watching them didn't frown. Instead, a sinister smile spread across his face.
So they failed.
His voice echoed with chilling certainty.
Fine, it's time to retreat for now. Next time we meet Senju.
Chapter 273, 273. The Fourth Shinobi World War begins, 2 months ago. Chapter 273, The Fourth Shinobi World War begins. In the Land of Iron, the conference chamber remained heavy with silence long after Kaido left. Tsunade and Anoki had spoken at length, but there was little more to say. Tsunade finally sighed.
There's no helping it. Konoha has been attacked time and again, and I'm tired of watching it bleed. But
The atmosphere was grim, a blow not only to their forces but to their very spirits. Just then the air rippled like water, and Ayanami Kaido stepped out of the distorted space.
How did it go? Was it resolved?
Tsunade asked, her voice filled with urgency. Kaido nodded.
Yes, all the enemies were sent to the Pure Land, but
Tsunade waved her hand, forcing a smirk.
it's fine, we'll rebuild. Konoha has always stood back up.
Anoki studied Kaido with a complicated expression.
Hawkage, now that this matter is settled, we must prepare for what's next. I'll notify the Rock Shinobi about the Alliance meeting. As we agreed.
Kaido said firmly.
In 1 week, all the shinobi of the 5 great nations will assemble at the border between the lands of lightning and wind.
Anoki gave a sharp nod before leaving with his guards. Shortly afterward, Gaara departed as well, hurrying back to Sunagakure to ready his forces. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Armies from each nation marched toward the designated border point, their leaders at the forefront. As decided during the 5-cage summit, The shinobi of all nations would now stand together under one banner, the allied shinobi forces. Tsunade was appointed the supreme commander. The fourth Raikage served as the chief strategist. Gaara, young yet resolute, was named commander-in-chief of the entire army. To safeguard the tailed beasts, Tsunade remained at headquarters, while the other Kage led the vanguard into battle. Their goal was clear: to protect the hosts of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails from the Akatsuki, and to prevent Uchiha Obaido from realizing his Eye of the Moon plan. Before the march began, Gaara stood before 80,000 shinobi, his voice ringing out in a speech that ignited their hearts. This was not just a war, it was the fight for their world's future. Far away, deep in a dim cavern, Uchiha Obaido observed in silence. His mask gleamed faintly, one Sharingan swirling with menace, the other a Mangekyo burning red. Behind him, the Uchiha clan crest stood boldly against the stone wall.
The 5 nations have made their move. Even the 8 Tails and 9 Tails are hidden away in secret places.
Obaido said coldly.
How about you?
From the shadows, Kabuto smirked, his serpentine voice echoing.
Don't worry, since I've chosen to cooperate with you, I won't disappoint.
His hands blurred through seals, and with a sinister crack, black coffins began to rise from the earth. First, the members of Akatsuki. Clack clack, coffin lids fell away, revealing Itachi, Kakuzu, Nagato, and others, standing silently with eyes closed.
Next, the cage of past generations, then the former Jinchuriki.
More coffins burst open, their eerie contents glowing faintly.
Finally,
Kabuto's grin widened, his eyes narrowing at Obaido.
your army of 100,000, enhanced white Zetsu.
From beneath the cavern floor, the grotesque army emerged, filling the chamber like a pale tide. Obaido's voice was calm, almost casual.
And Uchiha Sasuke.
Kabuto chuckled.
He has merged with Itachi's eyes. His eternal Mangekyo is complete. He'll act independently. With his power, he'll be more than enough to create chaos among the Alliance.
Obaido turned, cloak swaying.
Then it's time. The Fourth Shinobi World War begins now.
At the Allied headquarters, Tsunade sat at the command seat, her hands resting firmly on the desk. The Yamanaka clan worked feverishly to transmit information, while Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi coordinated the battlefield strategies. Not far away, Kushina paced restlessly. She knew the enemy's true goal, the 9 Tails and 8 Tails. Naruto was safe for now, training at Mount Mayaboku under Jirya, but her heart could not be calm. The 8 Tails was sealed away in a hidden location under the Raikage's supervision. Kushina, as the Yin 9 Tails host, stayed close to Kaido for protection. At the center of the command post, a massive glowing sphere of water pulsed. This sensory barrier, created through the cooperation of several sensory ninja, allowed them to monitor the entire battlefield. Kaido watched the sphere curiously. The technique could track the movements of thousands of shinobi, something even his electromagnetic senses couldn't replicate. It was impressive, though only possible with the combined strength of many shinobi. For him, however, the movements of armies were nothing but ants clashing. The only foes he truly cared about were the real threats: Madara, Obaido, and eventually Kaguya. To the Alliance, though, he was their final trump card. His mere presence gave them hope. Nearby, Yamanaka Inoichi frowned.
Shikaku, the situation isn't good. Akatsuki is using the impure world reincarnation. They've brought back past Cage and countless other powerful shinobi. Our forces will be heavily pressured.
Shikaku exhaled, eyes sharp.
True, but they can't perfectly control that many powerful souls at once. Their movements will be limited. That's our chance.
Still, everyone knew the Alliance was at a disadvantage. Kaido barely listened. His attention had shifted to the battlefield where Hinata, Ino, and Terumi Mei were fighting fiercely. His expression softened. They were strong, but they were also precious to him. He couldn't help but worry. Night fell before he realized it. After a quick meal, he returned to watching over the battles. Suddenly, an urgent messenger burst in.
Hokage-sama, terrible news. Konoha's rear lines have been ambushed.
Chapter 274, 274, 274, Teasing Sakura. 2 months ago. Chapter 274, Teasing Sakura. The corner of Ayanami Kaido's mouth twitched. He already knew who the culprit was without needing confirmation. Only one person would dare Uchiha Sasuke. That boy must have led his team to take revenge against the two elders, Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. If his guess was right, Sasuke now wielded the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, having merged Itachi's eyes with his own, gaining power comparable to Madara himself.
Who attacked?
Tsunade demanded. The intelligence officer's report confirmed Kaido's thoughts. The Konoha rear lines were assaulted by Uchiha Sasuke. Elders Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura have been killed, he.
What?
Tsunade's face darkened, her voice trembling with fury.
That bastard Sasuke. I should have eliminated him earlier instead of giving him chance after chance, especially at a time like this.
Though Tsunade had little love for the two elders, their deaths weren't what infuriated her. What enraged her was Sasuke's timing striking at the village when it was already weakened. Most of Konoha's Chunin were deployed to the front lines. Only genin and academy youths remained in the village, powerless against Sasuke's strength. A pang of regret struck her heart. If only she had ignored Naruto's pleas and brought Sasuke back by force, this wouldn't be happening now. Konoha had already suffered too much: Pain's assault, the return of past Kage through forbidden jutsu, and now Sasuke's rampage. How much more could the village endure? She turned desperately to Kaido.
Kaido, use your space ninjutsu. Take Kushina with you and return to Konoha at once. You must stop that Uchiha brat.
Tsunade's words were sharp, but beneath them was desperation. Kaido shook his head calmly.
No, if I'm right, Naruto should be heading there already. This is their fight. It's time for them to settle everything between them.
Tsunade's brows furrowed.
What do you mean?
Remember what I told you about Indra and Ashura?
Of course.
Tsunade replied, confused. Why bring that up now? Kaido's eyes glinted.
Naruto and Sasuke are their reincarnations. Their paths are destined to collide. This battle was inevitable.
Tsunade froze, realization dawning.
You don't mean?
That's right. No matter what we do, those two will fight. If you doubt me, just wait. News of Naruto and Sasuke's clash will reach us soon enough. Impossible!
Tsunade shook her head, unwilling to believe.
Naruto's still at Mount Mayaboku with Jiraiya. He couldn't possibly.
At that moment, another urgent messenger burst in. Hokage-sama, Uzumaki, Naruto, and Jiraiya-sama have returned to Konoha. Naruto is already engaged in battle with Uchiha Sasuke. Jiraiya-sama remains on standby, watching. Tsunade was stunned. Slowly her gaze turned toward Kaido, eyes full of suspicion and awe. She asked gravely. Kaido let out a bitter smile.
If I could truly predict the future, do you think I'd still be standing here?
His tone was light, but his words carried weight. Tsunade huffed, folding her arms.
Fine, keep your secrets.
She waved him off, though her expression lingered with unease. Frontline camp. Dozens of neatly arranged tents filled the encampment, Shinobi moving in and out, some chatting, others preparing gear. Although the allied Shinobi forces had been established, each village naturally grouped with their own comrades when resting. In a medium-sized tent, Hinata and Ino shared a space. Though either could easily claim a tent for herself, they preferred each other's company.
Ino, how are you holding up today?
Hinata asked softly as she set aside her flak jacket.
Great.
Ino replied with a grin, pulling off her vest to reveal her shirt beneath.
Those white Zetsu are such pushovers. It feels like swatting flies. I've lost count of how many I've dropped.
Hinata frowned gently.
Even so, don't push yourself too hard. Remember to conserve your chakra. If you rush in recklessly, you'll end up in danger. Relax.
Ino thumped her chest with mock confidence.
I can handle it.
Just then, the air above their tent rippled like disturbed water. Both women instantly brightened, recognizing that technique. Only one person traveled this way. A moment later, Ayanami Kaido stepped out of the distortion. The two women's faces lit up as he immediately drew them into a warm embrace. He inhaled the faint fragrance of their hair, his voice low and affectionate.
You both fought well today. I saw everything. but you were too far ahead again.
Got it.
Ino pouted playfully.
First it was Hinata scolding me, and now you. I was just a little excited, okay.
Hinata blushed faintly, lowering her eyes.
Why did you come here, Kaito?
She asked softly.
I have things to take care of.
He admitted.
But more importantly, I worry about you both. Tonight will be dangerous. The enemy may try to infiltrate our camps disguised as allies. I want to make sure you're safe.
He remembered all too well what happened in the original course of events. White Zetsu clones disguised themselves as comrades, slaughtering unsuspecting shinobi in the dark. The tent flap opened suddenly. Sakura stepped inside, surprise flashing in her eyes when she saw Kaito.
Kaito, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be?
Her words faltered, her cheeks flushing red as thoughts she quickly suppressed rushed into her head. Hinata, flustered, pulled free from Kaito's arms.
It's not what you think, Sakura-san.
She stammered. Sakura groaned, exasperated.
Seriously, even here I can't escape watching you two flaunt your relationship. It's like being force-fed every time I turn around. Forget it, I'll leave before I choke on all this sweetness.
She turned to storm out, but Kaito placed a hand on her shoulder, a half-smile tugging at his lips.
Are you sure you want to leave, Sakura-san?
He teased. Sakura stiffened, spinning to glare at him.
What? You want me to stay and get oppressed with your lovey-dovey?
Chapter 275, 275, White Zetsu, 2 months ago. Chapter 275, White Zetsu. Just as Hinata and Ino were wondering what was happening, in the next instant, Kaito suddenly seized Sakura's neck with his palm. Click, a crisp sound echoed. Sakura's neck twisted unnaturally. Both Hinata and Ino froze in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed.
Kai.
Ino gasped, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. But in that moment, the Sakura in Kaito's grip dissolved into a pale white body. It wasn't Sakura, it was a White Zetsu clone.
That's...
Ino exhaled, her voice trembling with relief. She patted her chest, trying to steady her heartbeat. Hinata didn't speak, but the tension on her face softened. She silently scolded herself for doubting Kaito.
Kai.
Ino frowned, recalling his earlier warning.
That's right.
Kaito replied calmly.
White Zetsu's transformation ability is difficult to counter. None of you have the necessary sensory skills, so for your safety, I had to step in myself.
Then hurry. If we waste time, the entire camp will be overrun.
Ino urged.
I know.
Kaito said with a small smile. He ruffled both their heads reassuringly before vanishing. Moments later, White Zetsu clones disguised as Konoha shinobi were cut down one after another by his hand. When the threat was eliminated, Kaito bid farewell to the two Kunoichi before disappearing back into the shadows. That night's ambush by White Zetsu was nothing more than a brief skirmish for the allied shinobi forces. But the Fourth Great Ninja War continued to rage on. As more of the resurrected shinobi from the impure world reincarnation were sealed away, the alliance began gaining ground. Despite their immortality and endless chakra, those bound by the forbidden jutsu carried a fatal weakness. They felt no pain, no sensation at all. What appeared as strength in truth dulled their instincts, their reactions slower than when they were alive. These shinobi, who had once honed their senses to razor sharpness, were now limited by their own undead forms. Even more dangerously, many of them retained their consciousness and willingly revealed their own vulnerabilities to the alliance. Meanwhile, on the front lines, events spiraled out of control. Naruto, despite mastering Sage Mode, had failed to overcome Uchiha Sasuke and his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in single combat. In the end, only with Jiraiya's help had they managed to suppress Sasuke and seal him away. But before the alliance could breathe, Uchiha Obito appeared. Jiraiya was gravely injured, Naruto was captured through yin-yang release, and Sasuke was taken by force. It was the worst possible news the alliance could face. Now all hopes rested on keeping the Eight Tails hidden. If captured, the entire shinobi world would fall into darkness. The depths of the war. Deep within a hidden cave, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu conversed.
How's Sasuke?
White Zetsu asked in a low tone.
The Ashura chakra within Naruto has been transferred to him through yin-yang release.
Black Zetsu rasped.
It won't be long before his Rinnegan awakens. The only setback was Obaido's hesitation when he tried to extract the nine tails. Sasuke interfered.
White Zetsu clicked his tongue.
So Obaido still failed to seize Kurama's chakra. Correct, but it matters little. Once Sasuke's Rinnegan blooms, all will fall into place.
Like Kabuto before him, Black Zetsu had invested everything into ensuring Madara's perfect revival. Now, all his schemes centered on ensuring Sasuke's rise.
Enough waiting, Kabuto has played his role. It's time to use him further.
Black Zetsu muttered. His form melted into shadow and seeped upward through layers of rock, emerging into the cavern above. There sat Kabuto, manipulating his army of resurrected shinobi.
Black Zetsu, what are you doing here?
Kabuto's voice was cool, his glasses reflecting the glow of his jutsu.
Don't tell me the assault on the daimyo succeeded. No, I came to check the situation. Word is the battlefield is turning against us. Your Edo Tensei army is being sealed one after another.
Black Zetsu replied, drifting closer. Kabuto smirked.
That can't be helped. Controlling so many at once, I had to allow them their own wills. Naturally, the weakness shows.
Black Zetsu's shadow loomed over the chessboard Kabuto studied.
Then show me your trump card. Surely you have one left. Of course.
Kabuto said smoothly.
There was one more, no, several, but after I sent them to assault Konoha, Senju Hashirama and the others stopped them. Their souls could not be summoned again.
Regret flashed across his face.
Had I saved them, they'd have turned the tide of this war. Then summon what you can. I want to see.
Kabuto nodded, weaving hand seals. In that instant, Black Zetsu's body shot forward like lightning, latching onto him. Kabuto's eyes widened.
What are you?
His voice broke off as Black Zetsu's presence seeped into his body like tar, corrupting his very consciousness.
Nothing personal.
Black Zetsu whispered darkly.
Sleep, I'll handle things from here.
Kabuto struggled, his body trembling as he resisted the invasion.
No.
Chapter 276, 276, Madara returns, 2 months ago. Chapter 276, Madara returns. 2 hours later, Kabuto lay defeated, his body and mind completely consumed by Black Zetsu. His eyes were shut, his form limp, as if lost in an eternal coma.
Is it done?
White Zetsu asked with a grin as he emerged from the earth.
Just finished.
Black Zetsu replied, his voice hoarse and sinister.
Now, we begin the next stage of our plan.
Controlling Kabuto's body, Black Zetsu's hands weaved a familiar sequence of seals. Impure world reincarnation. The ground rumbled, coffins forced their way up through the soil with thunderous cracks. The lid of one coffin fell forward, revealing the figure inside. The man who stepped out was none other than Uchiha Madara. Madara's eyes opened, and he calmly walked from the coffin, surveying the cave with disdain.
You've been waiting long enough. Where is Abide?
But as he spoke, he felt the wrongness in his body. His gaze sharpened.
This.
His voice dropped into a cold growl.
Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, explain. Madara-sama.
Black Zetsu began respectfully.
Your Rinnegan, once entrusted to Nagato, has fallen into Senju hands. But do not worry, we have accounted for this. A new Rinnegan is being prepared even as we speak.
That is why you have been revived in this way. This body has been strengthened, tailored to allow you to wield 100% of your original might.
Madara's lips curled into a thin smile.
So my Rinnegan was stolen. If someone dares to transplant it, the traps I left will trigger, and my will within it will not fail.
White Zetsu spoke cautiously.
That is the problem, Madara-sama. Senju Kaido destroyed it.
For a moment, Madara was silent. Then he threw back his head and laughed, the sound reverberating like thunder through the cavern. It was not the laughter of anger but of amusement, superiority.
Ha ha ha.
His eyes gleamed dangerously as he looked to his followers.
So then, why bring me back now? Are you prepared? Almost everything is ready.
Black Zetsu assured him.
The Nine Tails is already captured, though not yet absorbed into the Jido statue because of Sasuke. Only the Eight Tails remains.
Madara's brow furrowed.
Sasuke, explain.
And so, Black Zetsu revealed everything. The capture of Naruto, the transfer of Ashura's chakra into Sasuke, and the boy's path toward awakening the Rinnegan. Madara folded his arms, his expression unreadable.
So he is incubating the Rinnegan. Then we wait. Patience has always been my ally.
But his gaze sharpened suddenly.
Still, if you revived me now, something else must be pressing. Tell me.
Black Zetsu's tone turned grim.
Indeed, Senju Kaido has not yet acted, but our Edo Tensei forces and the 100,000 white Zetsu cannot hold the allied Shinobi forces much longer. We need your strength to delay them until Sasuke's transformation is complete.
Madara's eyes gleamed with cold amusement. He raised his head, chakra surging within him. The ripple pattern of the Rinnegan flickered faintly in his pupils.
Very well, if Kaido has not moved, then I shall amuse myself. I will crush these little insects first.
In an instant, Madara's body blurred. His form vanished in a red afterimage, streaking toward the distant battlefield. As the sound of his departure faded, Black Zetsu's face twisted into a sly smile. Turning to his companion, he ordered.
White Zetsu, with Madara-sama's revival, we must secure the Eight Tails. Take control of Konoha's wood-release Shinobi and head for the Land of Lightning. Capture the Jinchuriki. Kisame has been silent for far too long, likely he has failed.
White Zetsu grinned.
Understood.
With that, he sank back into the earth. When he was gone, Black Zetsu released Kabuto's limp body and slipped away, gliding through the shadows. The prisoners. In a hidden underground cavern not far away, two figures lay motionless. Naruto, his entire body bound and sealed, remained unconscious. Beside him, Sasuke lay in deep slumber, his body absorbing Ashura's chakra. For now, both lived. Naruto still retained Kurama's chakra within him, though untouched. Black Zetsu had refrained from extracting it, not yet. The Jido statue had already absorbed the chakra of seven-tailed beasts. Adding the 9 tails now would complete its transformation into the 10 tails, but it would also enrage Sasuke before his Rinnegan had finished awakening. That risk was unacceptable. Though Sasuke slumbered too deeply to sense the world around him, Black Zetsu refused to gamble. After thousands of years of scheming, he would not stumble at the final step. Patience a little longer. He loomed over Naruto and Sasuke, shadows flickering across his darkened features. His gaze pierced through their bodies, perceiving the swirling powers within. In Naruto's body burned the will of Ashura. In Sasuke's, Indra's chakra was being reborn. A twisted smile spread across Black Zetsu's face. He could almost see the two brothers themselves within those flows of energy.
Indra!
He whispered with venomous glee.
Hagoromo, I've spent centuries guiding your foolish sons. Every move, every struggle, every war.
Chapter 277, 277, The Return of Uchiha Madara, 2 months ago. Chapter 277, The Return of Uchiha Madara. With the combined efforts of the allied Shinobi forces, and under the precise command of Nara Shikaku at headquarters, the battlefield had finally come under control. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, seized the right moment and crushed the second Tsuchikage with a decisive blow. The sealing team immediately rushed forward, binding the enemy without hesitation.
Tsuchikage-sama is as formidable as ever. Your strength hasn't diminished at all.
Teromime praised sincerely.
Where?
Onoki groaned, wiping sweat from his brow.
I've nearly thrown my back out again.
Though he complained, his heart swelled with pride. He had defeated not only a Kage of the previous generation, but also his own master. Did this mean he had finally surpassed them? As for Teromime and the other Shinobi nearby, they had provided support, but the decisive strike had been his alone. Teromime smiled faintly, thinking to herself, He's certainly proud, but no matter how strong he is, hasn't he still been beaten to the ground by my husband before? She kept the thought to herself and was just about to praise Onoki further when an indifferent voice cut across the battlefield.
Onoki of the two scales, you've grown quite a bit, even capable of defeating the second Tsuchikage.
The voice froze Terumime in place. Whoever dared to call Onoki a
child
could only be a shadow from generations past. Trouble was brewing again. But she failed to notice Onoki's reaction, his expression drained of all color, panic seizing him as cold sweat poured down his brow. That voice was one he could never forget, a voice that haunted his nightmares. Slowly turning, Onoki beheld the towering figure standing atop the battlefield, long black hair flowing, arms crossed, gaze filled with disdain. Uchiha Madara.
It's really him.
Onoki's pupils constricted sharply, his heart sinking.
This.
Taking to the air, Onoki forced himself to confront him.
Impossible.
Madara smirked.
Naturally, I left contingencies. Contingencies?
Onoki sneered, though unease gnawed at him.
What does it matter? You're still being manipulated by someone through Edo Tensei.
He tried to mask his fear, forgetting for a moment just how terrifying Madara truly was.
HMPH, do you think mere Edo Tensei could bind me? How naive.
Madara's gaze sharpened.
And you dare speak to me in that tone? Have you forgotten the fear you once felt beneath my killing intent?
Before Onoki could respond, Madara leapt down, hands flashing through seals.
Let me remind you of my power. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame.
A massive torrent of fire erupted from Madara's mouth, spreading into a blazing inferno that swallowed the battlefield. The searing heat warped the very air, scorching the land for dozens of meters around. The Shinobi forces in the distance gasped in horror.
This is fire style. No, it's a sea of fire, unbelievable power.
Even at such a distance, they felt their hair singe from the heat. And this was Madara's power at its weakest, merely testing the limits of his reincarnated body. Yet the devastation was overwhelming. Allied Shinobi Forces headquarters. At command, a giant sensory water sphere suddenly rippled violently. A sensory ninja stiffened, eyes wide.
What is this chakra?
He quickly reported the reading to Tsunade and Kaido. The Hawkage frowned.
The cage of the past were already strong, but this chakra.
Turning to her companion, she asked sharply.
Kaido, judging by your expression, you already know.
Ayanami Kaido crossed his arms.
Who else could it be? After me, no cage who has mastered yin-yang release could be reincarnated, the only one left.
Tsunade's voice broke in shock.
You're saying Uchiha Madara has been revived?
Confirmation arrived a moment later from the front lines. Uchiha Madara has appeared on the battlefield, engaging the 3rd Division. The name alone was enough to freeze the entire command center. A suffocating dread filled the room. Everyone here was elite, and they all knew the legend of Madara Hashirama, Senju's eternal rival, the god of battle.
Damn it!
Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table, shaking it but not breaking it. Her teeth clenched in fury. She shot Kaido a glare.
You really guessed it.
Snapping orders, she barked.
Send immediate reinforcements from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Divisions to support the 3rd. Yes, Hokage-sama.
The ninja replied, rushing to carry out her command. Kushina stepped forward.
Tsunade-sama, let Kaito handle this. He's not doing anything here, and hasn't he defeated Madara once already? If he did it once, he can do it again.
Tsunade shook her head firmly.
No, Kaito's mission is to protect you. If he leaves, who will keep you safe? The masked Manabaido still hasn't revealed himself. If he targets you, Sharingan is the perfect weapon against your tailed beast. We cannot risk it.
Her voice hardened with finality.
Besides, all 5 cage are already on the field. We will handle this.
Kaido smirked faintly, shrugging.
Fine, then Madara is yours. I won't interfere.
Chapter 278, 278, Clash of Legends, 2 months ago. Chapter 278, Clash of Legends. Since Tsunade had decided the five cage would confront Madara together, Ayanami Kaito merely observed. If they fall short, then I'll step in. For now, let's see how far they can go.
Water style, water barrier. Water style, water dragon. Water style, great waterfall technique.
A dozen water release users formed seals simultaneously. Torrents of water surged forward, clashing with Madara's blazing inferno. Zzzzt. Steam hissed violently as fire and water collided. A blinding white mist spread in all directions, concealing the battlefield. When the haze began to clear, Madara's massive fire jutsu had finally dispersed. The water release Shinobi gasped in relief, sweat beading their foreheads. They had only just managed to withstand his flames, and it had taken all of them together. As the mist rolled across the battlefield, the Mizukage, Terumi Mei, stepped forward. She had held back earlier, saving her chakra for when it truly mattered. With the enemy commander still missing from the battlefield, she knew her Byakugo seal would be crucial later. Now it was her turn to act.
Boil style, skilled mist technique.
Her crimson lips parted as she inhaled deeply. A moment later, scalding white vapor poured from her mouth, merging with the lingering steam of fire and water. The corrosive mist surged toward Madara, hot enough to melt flesh and armor alike. Madara had just entered the fray, preparing to cut down Shinobi with his own hands, when the cloud of steam rushed at him. He paused, eyes narrowing. Boil release.
HMPH, a weak imitation compared to the first Mizukage.
In an instant, a massive skeletal frame of dark blue chakra erupted around him. Flames licked its surface, and a colossal hand formed, swatting the boiling mist aside. It was his Susanoo.
Now's my chance.
From high above, Onoki had taken position without anyone noticing. His hands pressed together, chakra condensing into a sphere of annihilation.
Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique.
A blinding white cube of energy expanded, descending like judgment itself. Everything within its range would be erased from existence. The beam consumed Madara's first stage Susanoo instantly, vaporizing the skeletal construct. Terumi Mei and the allied Shinobi gasped in delight, convinced victory was theirs.
Did we?
But their smiles froze. Standing untouched within the fading light, Madara raised one hand casually. The overwhelming dust release poured into his palm, not erasing him, but being absorbed. In the blink of an eye, the attack that could annihilate mountains vanished, sucked into his body like a river into the ocean.
No way! Lord Tsuchikage's dust release.
Onoki's eyes widened in horror. His most devastating technique had done nothing. Calmly lowering his hand, Madara glanced upward.
You've grown since last we met, Onoki, but this is the extent of your power.
Blue chakra surged, reforming Susanoo instantly this time in its second stage. The armored titan raised a sword wreathed in blue flames and swung down. Boom! Onoki was swatted from the sky like an insect, crashing into the ground with earth-shattering force. A crater split open where he landed.
Tsuchikage-sama.
Terumi Mei blurred forward, catching him as he struggled upright. Blood trickled from his lips, but he waved her off.
I'm fine.
Onoki lied, his body trembling. Fear crept into his heart. Even Susanoo could not withstand dust release, yet Madara had absorbed it barehanded. Such an ability was beyond anything he had ever heard of. This oppressive presence.
Mizukage.
Onoki barked hoarsely.
Send word to headquarters. We can't defeat him alone.
An intelligence officer nearby answered.
Lord Tsuchikage, headquarters is already aware. Hokage-sama has dispatched the 1st, 2nd, and 4th divisions to reinforce us. Good, then we just need to hold until they arrive. HMPH.
Madara sneered, raising Susanoo's blade once more. The massive flaming sword cleaved downward, splitting the battlefield apart.
Scatter.
Terumi Mei shouted, pulling Onoki aside. Allied shinobi scattered in panic as explosions tore through the ground, leaving craters and deep scars across the earth. Kai. Madara swung again and again, each strike sending waves of destructive chakra slashing through the battlefield. Shinobi screamed as the shockwaves obliterated everything in their path.
Damn it!
Onoki gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face.
How is this man so powerful? At this rate, we won't last until reinforcements arrive. Why aren't they here yet?
As his desperate words left his lips, a booming voice cut through the chaos.
They are here.
A blur of lightning appeared, landing in front of Onoki and Terumi May with thunderous force. Dust and sparks scattered as the newcomer stood tall. It was none other than the fourth Raikage, muscles taut, lightning armor crackling around his body, his sharp gaze locked on Madara.
The battle on my front is finished.
He growled.
I came the moment I heard you were struggling.
He clenched his fists, his voice brimming with irritation.
So,
Chapter 279, 279, The Five Cage Assemble, 2 months ago. Chapter 279, The Five Cage Assemble.
that's right, it's him, the fourth Raikage, don't underestimate him. I was there when Uchiha Madara fought against Hashirama Senju. What you felt wasn't even a direct blow, it was just the aftermath of their battle. Even cage-level Shinobi couldn't withstand it.
Onoki's expression was grim as he floated in midair.
Tsunade-sama sent you here, that should be enough. HMPH, Onoki, how can you kill your own morale like this? Are you saying the four of us together can't deal with a single Madara Uchiha?
The Raikage barked, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Inside the colossal blue Susanoo, Madara's eyes gleamed with scorn. He laughed, his voice echoing across the battlefield.
Ha 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 ha, you shrimp soldiers and crab generals think you can kill me, Uchiha Madara. Ants like you have no idea how high the sky truly is.
As his mocking laughter rang out, Gaara and Tsunade appeared beside Onoki, only a heartbeat slower than the Raikage. Gaara's arrival made sense, as his battlefield wasn't far from here. But Tsunade's presence was different. To reach the front lines in time, she had resorted to a desperate measure asking Mabui to use Kumigakure's heavenly transfer technique. The heavenly transfer was a dangerous spacetime ninjutsu, one that used blindingly fast transmission to deliver its target instantly. For ordinary humans, the friction of such speed would shred their bodies apart. That was why Kumigakure had always restricted its use to transporting objects, not people. Only the third Raikage had ever survived it in the village's history. Now, Tsunade became the second. Her Byakugo seal was fully open, the markings spreading across her face as her regenerative abilities worked overtime to keep her body intact. With Tsunade and Gaara joining, the battlefield shifted. The five Cage now stood united. Onoki's tension eased, his eyes regaining the confidence he had briefly lost. Yes, this was the five Cage, the leaders of the five great nations. Surely, five Cage together could put an end to even Uchiha Madara. The battlefield fell silent as the five shadows faced Madara, ordinary shinobi retreating behind them. None of them dared intervene anymore. Madara stood within his towering Susanoo, unshaken by the growing crowd. His gaze never wavered from the five figures below. A smirk tugged at his lips, cold and arrogant.
Interesting, the five of you gathered together, huh? That might actually spark my interest. Since Hashirama isn't here, I suppose you'll do for a warm-up. Arrogant fool!
Onoki barked.
Let this old man see if you're truly qualified to speak so highly of yourself.
The Raikage, ever the most hot-blooded among them, growled and vanished in a flash of lightning. His body was cloaked in the lightning-release chakra mode, sparks exploding around him. In an instant, he appeared in front of Susanoo, his fist already cocked back.
Recurrent violent punch.
His iron fist came down like a thunderbolt, striking Susanoo's head with a resounding crash. Boom! The shockwave ripped through the battlefield, the sheer force shaking the ground. But as the dust cleared, Madara's Susanoo remained standing, unscathed.
What?
The Raikage growled in disbelief. Madara's cold eyes peered up at him.
Is that all your strength amounts to? Pathetic. Compared to the old generation, you're nothing but a pale imitation.
Before the Raikage could react, one of Susanoo's massive hands balled into a fist and slammed into his stomach. Bang! The impact launched him across the battlefield, smashing him into the ground. Dirt and debris erupted as his body skidded through the terrain, but the Raikage forced himself back up, rejoining the other cage with a grim look.
Be careful.
He warned.
That blue armor isn't ordinary. Its defense is monstrous.
Madara sneered from within Susanoo.
Trash, all of you.
He raised Susanoo's sword, the enormous blue flame blade descending in a deadly arc. The sheer pressure split the ground before it even made contact. The Raikage's instincts screamed, and despite his lightning cloak and hardened body, he knew he couldn't block it head-on. He darted aside, and the other cage followed suit. Boom! The blade cleaved the earth, tearing a massive crack through the battlefield. With a swift motion, Madara swept the blade horizontally, a wave of chakra slicing toward them. Terumi Mei's curse mark flared as her chakra surged, her Byakugo seal glowing to replenish what she had lost. Her fingers blurred through hand seals before she inhaled sharply.
Lava release, melting apparition technique.
A torrent of corrosive liquid spewed from her lips, crashing against Susanoo like a tidal wave. Steam hissed as acid met chakra armor, but Madara only shook his head, disappointed.
This is the level of your ninjutsu. Pathetic.
With a casual motion, he crossed Susanoo's arms, unleashing a massive X-shaped slash toward Mei. Her eyes widened, and she flickered away just in time. Meanwhile, the Raikage and Onoki launched their counterattack from above.
Now,
The Raikage roared.
lateral bolt of pain. Earth style, super weighted boulder technique.
Chapter 280, 280, The Weight of a Falling Star, 2 months ago. Chapter 280, The Weight of a Falling Star.
Such resilience.
Uchiha Madara said coldly, lowering his hand as he landed lightly atop a massive rock formation. His crimson Sharingan eyes glowed as he looked down at the 5 cage gathered below. The Raikage's fist, Tsunade's strength, and Anoki's dust release had finally managed to crack his Susanoo. For the first time since the battle began, Madara was forced to retreat a few steps. Anoki, Gaara, and the others exchanged glances. For a brief moment there was relief in their expressions. Madara was not invincible.
Lord Raikage, Lord Tsuchikage, we've got him on the ropes.
From the rear, ordinary Shinobi cheered as hope surged through the allied forces. Seeing the 5 cage suppress Madara made them believe the legendary Uchiha could truly be defeated. But Madara, standing on the jagged rock, remained motionless. His lips curled into a faint smirk, and his eyes reflected nothing but disdain. The aura he exuded was not one of a man, but of something far above.
You believe victory is yours.
His voice echoed, calm yet thunderous.
Very well, allow me to show you what despair truly is.
Chakra surged violently around him, erupting like a tidal wave. The azure armor of Susanoo enveloped his body once more. But this time, it wasn't the familiar warrior wielding a blade of flame. Instead, the construct grew monstrous, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms. With each colossal hand, Madara began forming seals. The world responded. The bright sky dimmed in an instant as though swallowed by the void. The cheering Shinobi froze mid-celebration, their gazes dragged upward. And then, boom! Countless weapons clattered to the ground. Blades and kunai slipped from trembling hands as Shinobi across the battlefield felt their strength leave them. Their bodies grew heavy, their limbs numb, as though some unseen force drained their very willpower.
This.
Is this?
Every head tilted upward. There, blotting out the heavens, descended a meteorite of unfathomable size. It wasn't just a rock. It was a falling star, summoned by Madara's will alone. Even before it struck, the air pressure bore down like a mountain. The atmosphere groaned under its descent, forcing Shinobi to their knees as their lungs strained for air. The 5 cage themselves looked on in horror. Tsunade's eyes widened, her fists clenching as memories surfaced. Beside her, Anoki's old face turned pale. Both had witnessed this jutsu once before, more than 10 years ago, during Madara's battle against Ayanami Kaido. Back then, they had only seen it from a distance. The scale was terrifying but detached. Now, standing directly beneath its crushing weight, they finally understood.
So this.
Terumi Mei whispered, her voice tinged with despair. Her lips tightened into a bitter smile as she gazed at the impossible star above. Anoki trembled, his throat dry.
No wonder.
Memories flooded him, Kaido transforming into a giant of lightning, splitting one of Madara's falling stars in two with a single swing. Only now did he comprehend the burden that Kaido had carried in that battle. Compared to titans like Madara and Kaido, the five Kage were fragile, fleeting, and hopelessly outmatched. Far away, at the allied Shinobi forces' headquarters, the atmosphere shifted. The great water sphere that mapped the battlefield quaked violently. Sensing-type Shinobi gasped, their faces pale.
Report!
One stammered.
Lord Kaido, at the 3rd Division's battlefield, where Uchiha Madara is fighting the 5 kj meteorite large enough to blot out the sky has appeared.
Kaido's expression hardened, though a thin smile tugged at his lips.
So,
The Shinobi who delivered the report shuddered. His forehead glistened with sweat as he bowed quickly.
very well, dismissed.
Kaido said firmly.
Yes, Lord Kaido.
The ninja departed at once. Kushina stepped forward, worry etched into her features.
Kai,
He nodded.
I have no choice. With Tsunede's strength, they may endure one meteor.
His voice was steady, resolute.
I'll go with you.
Kushina insisted, her fists clenched. Kaido's gaze softened. He brushed his hand gently over her crimson hair.
No, it's too dangerous. I want you safe, Kushina. Stay in my dimension until this is over.
Her eyes lingered on his. After a moment she nodded.
All right, just.
With a wave of his hand, space rippled. A swirling vortex opened beside them. Kaido guided Kushina inside before stepping back out alone. The portal closed, leaving only silence behind. He turned to Nara Shikaku.
Shikaku, I'll leave command here to you.
Shikaku inclined his head, calm but grave.
Understood. Go before it's too late.
Kaido vanished in a flash of light, streaking toward the battlefield where gods clashed. Meanwhile, deep within a dim cavern lit by eerie green candles, the colossal Jido statue loomed like a withered husk of a tree. Space rippled, and from the distortion stepped Uchiha Obaido and White Zetsu, dragging a limp figure.
Heh, so this is why you've been absent from the war.
White Zetsu chuckled, controlling Yamato's body.
Busy hunting down the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Silence!
Obaido replied sharply. His masked gaze flickered toward the Jido statue.
Madara has been revived. The 4th war nears its climax. Extract the Eight-Tails chakra immediately.
Chapter 281, 281. The Sky Falls Twice, 2 months ago. Chapter 281, The Sky Falls Twice.
It is good.
Obaido's voice was cold as his hands formed seals. The red chakra of the Eight-Tails began surging out of Killer Bee's body, drawn mercilessly into the Jido statue. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Finally, the last of Juki's chakra was devoured. With his tailed beast ripped away, Killer Bee's body collapsed lifelessly, no different from what had once happened to Gaara. Obaido tossed the corpse aside without hesitation and turned to White Zetsu.
Has Sasuke's Rinnegan awakened?
I don't know. Black Zetsu is handling that.
White Zetsu replied, shaking his head.
Then go stall the Genin coalition. I'll confirm Sasuke's status myself. If his Rinnegan has truly awakened, then he'll serve no further purpose. Understood.
White Zetsu sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Obaido turned and headed straight toward Sasuke's location, leaving the chamber in silence. On the battlefield,
It's not time to surrender. We can't just stand here waiting for death.
his shout snapped the others from their daze. Terumi May immediately called for nearby Shinobi to retreat to safety, then leapt into the fray herself. The 5 Kage regrouped, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their confusion cleared, replaced by grim determination.
Water style, vortex water blade.
May cried, launching streams of spiraling water upward. The pressurized threads struck the falling rock, leaving fine cracks across its surface. Gaara summoned massive hands of sand, grasping at the meteorite to slow its descent. Anoki soared into the air, applying his ultralight and heavy rock technique to counter its momentum. Tsunade and the 4th Raikage leapt skyward, fists brimming with monstrous strength and lightning chakra. Their blows struck the rock with thunderous force. Together, the five unleashed their full might. Though the meteorite was titanic, it was still stone. Under relentless assault, fractures spread rapidly across its surface. Crack, crack. Moments later, the rock split apart. With a deafening explosion, the meteorite shattered into countless fragments that rained down like a meteor shower. Dust filled the battlefield. Shinobi coughed, but relief flooded their faces.
We did it! As expected of the five cage.
Even Anoki and the others allowed themselves a brief smile, daring to believe that Madara was not invincible after all. But Madara only stood motionless, arms folded, watching like a man observing children play. His expression was calm, almost bored, as though their desperate struggle was entertainment.
How impressive!
He said at last.
You managed to destroy one. What about two?
The cage froze, slowly their eyes lifted skyward. A second meteorite loomed above, descending directly after the first. Worse still, above that was yet another colossal rock, the two aligned in a crushing line of destruction. The allied shinobi in the distance stared in horror, sweat soaking their uniforms. The sheer scale of it numbed their minds. For the cage, terror settled in their eyes. This was not a fight between equals. The gap was two greytants striking against an elephant. No matter how many gathered, it meant nothing. Madara's chakra pulsed faintly, though his power should have been limitless in this state of impure world reincarnation. But to him, the spectacle was more entertaining than any battle. He delighted in watching hope bloom in his enemy's eyes, only to watch it crushed. Once in life, he could not completely overwhelm the five cage. Senju Hashirama had always stood in the way, but now Hashirama was gone. The so-called cage and their coalition were worthless in his eyes, mere obstacles to brush aside. The only one who had ever forced him to acknowledge defeat was Ayanami Kaido. A battle burned into his memory like fire. A faint glow began to shine from Madara's body. White light flickered across his form. His brows furrowed.
So,
The cage and allied shinobi widened their eyes. They recognized the glow instantly. It was the light of release, the signal of souls returning to the Pure Land.
Madara is fading. He's going back to the Pure Land. We're saved.
Cheers erupted among the coalition. Even the cage themselves felt a rush of relief. Madara's body began to disintegrate, his form scattering into light. But then, with a sneer twisting his lips, his hands flew into a seal.
Release!
Chapter 282, 282, The Strongest Arrives, 2 months ago. Chapter 282, The Strongest Arrives. The moment Madara's voice fell, the white light cloaking his body flickered and vanished. His form stabilized, returning to its complete state. The coalition shinobi stared in disbelief, their cheers choking into silence.
How is this possible?
It's over.
Despair rippled through their ranks. Even the five cage who had just tasted fleeting hope stood frozen. Madara's methods were beyond anything they understood. Anoki's face paled, his voice trembling.
To think.
Madara crossed his arms, his tone condescending.
The truth is simple. Any shinobi summoned by impure world reincarnation, if they know the hand seal for release, can free themselves. Of course.
His gaze sharpened.
Normally, they wouldn't have the chance, but my summoner lies unconscious. That is their mistake.
The cage stiffened, their hope crumbling. Above them, the enormous meteorite still loomed, its shadow swallowing the battlefield. Gaara's calm voice cut through the panic.
Enough staring, focus on the threat above us. Can we even stop that?
Anoki muttered bitterly.
Tsuchikage.
The rakage barked.
Don't disgrace yourself with words like that. Even if we die, we fight. That's what it means to carry this title.
Anoki said at last, determination flickering back in his eyes.
Better to die with pride than despair.
Just then, whoosh! The space in front of them distorted like rippling water. From the vortex stepped a figure with calm, unshaken steps.
Ayanami Kaido.
His voice was quiet, but it carried across the battlefield like a blade.
Madara, this game of bullying children ends now.
Madara's stoic face shifted for the first time, his disdain fading into sharp seriousness. His eyes narrowed. Finally,
Bullying children, they are cage. If they cannot bear the weight of that title, then it is nothing but an empty word.
he raised his hand and pointed toward the heavens.
But since you've arrived, if you wish to protect them, then handle this first.
Above, the second meteorite crashed downward, its monstrous twin still pressing behind it. Madara's current body had been prepared by white Zetsu specifically for battle. Though an impure world reincarnation shell, it retained his peak strength and granted him infinite chakra. In truth, it surpassed his original body. The last time he faced Kaido, age had already claimed him. Even with temporary rejuvenation, his Rinnegan had not been in his possession, leaving him short of true peak. This time would be different. Kaido, however, only chuckled lightly.
So you still hold resentment toward the cage. I suppose it's natural. After all, you and Hashirama once stood above the world, yet his ideals kept you from ruling it outright. He was too much like Naruto naive, too willing to believe in peace without power.
His eyes narrowed, chakra surging around him in waves.
But I won't waste words. Children's games have no place before me.
Black and white particles swirled at Kaido's side. Dark violet chakra condensed, spiraling into Form 5-tailed beast bomb, Raisin Shuriken, each one pulsing with devastating wind-natured energy. He flicked his wrist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 spinning weapons streaked skyward, colliding with the twin meteorites. Boom. The explosions rocked the battlefield, thunder and fire tearing through the sky. The colossal stones shattered in an instant, breaking apart into billions of fragments that rained down harmlessly as rubble. A suffocating cloud of dust surged outward. Kaido raised his hand. F-whoosh. A hurricane burst from his palm, sweeping the dust aside and clearing the battlefield in moments. The shinobi gaped at him. Anoki, the Raikage, and Gaara could only stare, their hearts thundering.
That!
Gaara whispered.
Not 1 but 5.
Anoki muttered, his voice trembling.
And he fused them with wind release.
They exchanged glances, realization dawning. The scale was beyond imagination. Villages had been devastated by a single-tailed beast bomb, yet Kaido had unleashed 5 at once, refined to a sharper, deadlier edge. Now they understood. Kaido's earlier words had not been arrogance. Compared to him and Madara, the 5 cage truly were nothing more than fragile pawns on a broken board. Madara watched from atop the stone peak, his lips curling into a rare smile.
Oh, tailed beast bombs, and refined with attributes.
Chapter 283, 283, Sasuke's Rinnegan, 2 months ago. Chapter 283, Sasuke's Rinnegan.
It's okay.
Kaido shrugged indifferently, his voice calm as if the storm to come had nothing to do with him.
Madara-sama.
Black Zetsu's raspy tone echoed from the rippling mud behind the legendary Uchiha.
Sasuke has awakened the Rinnegan. Obito is channeling the 9 tails into the Jido statue. Oh!
Madara's lips curved into a faint smile, his expression unwavering.
So it is finally done. Should I control Sasuke while Obito delivers the 9 tails chakra and force him to use the Rin rebirth on you? Yes.
Madara replied, his voice sharp with eagerness.
It's better to be resurrected sooner. I've waited long enough to test myself against Senju Hashirama's so-called successor.
As his words fell, Madara's form blurred and vanished, leaving nothing but an afterimage. Kaido's eyes followed him calmly.
So it begins at last.
His voice carried across the battlefield as he turned his gaze to the Hawkage.
Tsunade, take the survivors and retreat. The next battle isn't one you can afford to join. If you stay, you'll only lose your lives.
The gravity of his tone sent a chill through the 5 cage. The meaning was clear, what was coming would eclipse everything so far.
Move!
Tsunade commanded without hesitation. She understood her own limits. Against Madara, against what was about to awaken, they were powerless. Remaining here would only weigh Kaido down.
Husband, be careful.
Mei shouted, her voice carrying her worry across the broken battlefield. Kaido smiled faintly and gave a small nod, his calmness steadying her even in the midst of despair. Far away in the shadow of a cavern, Sasuke sat in silence, his new Rinnegan throbbing with unfamiliar power. His eyes opened at the sound of footsteps.
Black Zetsu, who is this? Did you bring someone here?
His tone was cold, suspicious.
Sasuke-sama.
Black Zetsu replied smoothly, masking his intentions.
Outside, the battle is at its most critical. Naruto has unleashed the Nine Tails' full power. We are about to lose, your strength is needed. HMPH, so it's that dire.
Sasuke smirked.
Then it's time I tested these new eyes.
But as he rose, the inky figure of Black Zetsu surged forward like a shadow drawn to his body. It spread across him, seeping into his skin, his voice turning hoarse as his consciousness was pulled under.
What are you doing, Black Zetsu?
Sasuke demanded, struggling to resist.
Jai, did you really think I would serve you? No, boy, I will use your body as the vessel for Rin rebirth. Your strength is nothing compared to Nagato's.
Sasuke's arms moved against his will, forming the seals for the forbidden technique. His lips moved, though the voice was not his own.
Rin rebirth!
A surge of green light burst forth from his eyes, shooting directly into Madara's corpse. The change was immediate. The cracks along Madara's pale face sealed, the hollowness in his sockets filled as his new body pulsed with life. Heat returned to his veins, his heart thundered with a renewed beat, and the air itself trembled with his reawakening power. Madara spread his fingers slowly, savoring the feeling.
Not bad at all. Years of planning finally complete. You!
Sasuke's face grew gaunt, his body withering from the strain of the forbidden jutsu.
It's far too late, boy.
Black Zetsu laughed cruelly. Madara approached him, eyes glinting with mockery.
Your eyes suit me better than they ever suited you.
With a merciless motion, he tore Sasuke's Rinnegan from its socket and pressed it into his own. Sasuke collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his story cut short. Madara clenched his fists, testing the surge of power. His aura exploded outward, drenched in contempt.
Ayanami Kaido, soon we shall settle our score. Madara-sama, shall we deal with Obaido next?
Black Zetsu asked eagerly.
Of course, once I claim the 10 tails, I will crush Kaido and cast the infinite Tsukiyomi over this world.
They strode deeper into the cavern, where Obaido was still forcing the 9 tails chakra into the Jido statue. Sensing their arrival, Obaido turned, his Sharingan narrowing.
You're alive, then Sasuke is.
Madara sneered. Forming a rapid seal, he unleashed a chain of chakra from the 10 tails maw, dragging the 9 tails essence from Naruto and swallowing it whole. The 10 tails roared, its full strength restored at last. The sound split the heavens, the force of its cry cracking the caves, sealing and shaking the land for miles. Madara's eyes gleamed as he spread his arms, reveling in its terrifying might.
As expected of a beast formed from all 9, now let the true war begin.
In an instant, his figure blurred, hands weaving signs.
Summoning technique.
With a thunderous boom, a massive shadow descended, summoned to the battlefield. From afar, Kaido's eyes narrowed as he felt the overwhelming presence surge across the land. A faint smile tugged at his lips, fire sparking in his gaze.
At last, Madara, you finally come. Hurry and ascend, I'm waiting.
Chapter 284, 284, Clash of the Six Paths, 2 months ago. Chapter 284, Clash of the Six Paths. In the distance, following Kaido's instructions, the 5 Kage led the remnants of the allied Shinobi forces far from the battlefield. Yet even from miles away, the sudden emergence of the colossal beast froze them in terror. The sight of its shadow alone sent sweat trickling down their spines.
What is that?
One Shinobi stammered, voice cracking with fear.
It's chakra.
Another swallowed hard, his throat dry.
Is this?
Their unease rippled through the ranks. Even the strongest among them felt suffocated beneath its oppressive aura.
That chakra.
Anoki muttered, his brow furrowed.
So evil.
The other Kage said nothing, their faces pale, their eyes locked on the monstrosity in the distance. Even hardened leaders of villages could not mask their dread.
That's it.
Tsunade said gravely, her voice cutting through the panic.
The 10 tails.
Anoki turned sharply to her.
10 tails, Hawkage, what is this 10 tails?
Her gaze never left the monstrous figure looming across the battlefield. Slowly, she explained what Kaito had revealed to her, the origin of the 10 tails, the progenitor of all tailed beasts, a creature born of unimaginable power. The revelation left the other cage stunned into silence. The mere idea of a single beast surpassing all 9-tailed beasts was almost too much to accept, yet the truth stood before them in horrifying clarity. Meanwhile, atop the 10 tails' massive form, Abaito appeared behind Madara, his single visible eye glinting with unease.
You intend to become its Jinchuriki? Of course.
Madara replied coolly, his voice steady as he stood with arms folded.
I have waited for this moment longer than you can imagine. Do you object?
Abaito hesitated, then shook his head.
No, so long as our plan succeeds, I will cooperate.
Madara smirked faintly. He could see it clearly. Abaito's private ambitions had been erased the moment Madara was resurrected. All that remained was his obsession with infinite Tsukiyomi, with seeing Rin again in that false world.
Good, then you will monitor the cage and their forces. From here on, you serve no further purpose.
Abaito nodded once, then vanished into the distortion of Kamui without protest.
Madara-sama.
Black Zetsu rasped.
Abaito's loyalty is not absolute, should I? There is no need.
Madara interrupted, his voice steady with absolute conviction.
Before overwhelming power, all schemes are worthless. Paper tigers crumble in the storm.
His gaze shifted toward the rocky peak in the distance, where Kaito sat cross-legged, calm and unflinching.
Soon Ayanami Kaito.
Madara whispered.
We will fight. This time I will settle the grudge of the past.
With that, his hands formed a seal. In an instant, the 10 tails' massive body shuddered, collapsing into pure energy that spiraled into Madara's form. His body absorbed it, every fiber of his being remade by the beast's power. His black hair turned stark white. The crimson armor of war crumbled away, dissolving into a flowing white robe adorned with black tamo. From his back, spheres of absolute void emerged, circling him in silent menace. A black staff materialized in his hand, its surface glimmering with boundless power. The power of the Sage of Six Paths had returned. Madara's laughter shook the battlefield.
This power, greater than anything I've ever known.
The sound was filled with arrogance, with the certainty of supremacy. Even Kaito, even the one who stood unchallenged until now, seemed like nothing but an insect before such divine might. Yet the laughter stopped abruptly. A shadow appeared before him, silent as moonlight. Floating in the air, eyes cold and steady, Kaito faced him without the faintest trace of fear.
So this is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Is it truly worth laughing about?
Kaito's voice was calm, almost bored, as if Madara's transformation meant nothing. Though Madara hovered above, Kaito's gaze carried the weight of someone looking down upon him. It was a presence that refused to yield, a presence that even the power of the Six Paths could not overshadow. For the first time, Black Zetsu truly felt it, the overwhelming aura radiating from Kaito. His body tensed involuntarily, and he shrank slightly on Madara's shoulder. Madara narrowed his eyes.
Strain!
He already knew the answer, because he had once stood where Kaito stood now, looking down on the world with loneliness only power could bring. Back then, he had Hashirama as a rival. In this era, Kaito stood alone.
You wanted an opponent, so you let me rise.
Madara's lips curved into a thin smile.
But you made a mistake. Now that I have the Six Paths power, you are no longer my equal. You are nothing more than a larger insect beneath my feet.
Kaito chuckled softly, his expression unreadable.
The ninja world in your hands. You sound confident, Madara.
From his body, truth-seeking balls swirled outward, aligning behind him in perfect formation. A black spear manifested in his grip, its surface humming with raw force. His clothes shifted, white fabric marked with black tamo forming upon him. Around his neck, the circle of tamo shimmered with quiet power. Madara's eyes widened slightly, his purple Rinnegan trembling for an instant.
Impossible, you!
His voice wavered, torn between disbelief and exhilaration. He had assumed no one else could stand at this level. that after awakening such power, the entire world would be reduced to ants. Yet here stood Kaito, calm and unwavering, his strength born not from stolen power but from himself alone. Madara burst out laughing again, this time with unrestrained joy.
Excellent, hahaha, this is perfect. I thought I would crush you easily before casting my infinite Tsukiyomi, but now.
His laughter echoed across the land as his gaze sharpened, filled with bloodlust.
This time, Kaido, I will show you my true strength, and I will prove that even your power cannot rival mine.
Chapter 285, 285, The Sage Realm, 2 months ago. Chapter 285, The Sage Realm. The Shinobi Alliance, scattered across the battlefield, stared in awe at the two figures suspended in the sky. Ayanami Kaito and Uchiha Madara hovered midair, their robes flowing in the fierce wind, their presence alone bending the heavens. Hyuga clansmen, watching through their Byakugan, were the first to notice the eerie similarity between the two. Their urgent messages reached the five cage instantly. Among them, Anoki was the oldest, the one with the deepest memories of the past. Yet even he, who had lived through wars few others could recall, had never witnessed strength at this level. His wrinkled face grew pale. All eyes turned to Tsunade. The others trusted her knowledge, for she had spoken before of the Ten Tails' origin. Surely she would understand what they were seeing. Tsunade's brows knit tightly as she considered the sight. Her voice was steady, but heavy with the weight of truth.
Do you remember what I said about the 10 tails?
The other cage nodded.
There was one thing I didn't say before. The Sage of Six Paths himself was the first 10 Tails Jinchuriki. If I'm correct, both Kaido and Madara have stepped into the Sage's realm.
Anoki's eyes widened.
Hawkage, you can't mean. I do.
The battlefield fell silent. Terumi Mei's lips parted slightly as her gaze locked on the distant duel, a flicker of worry softening her expression. Gaara, calm as ever, gave voice to the thought in everyone's minds.
If they have truly reached that level, then the fate of the ninja world rests on their battle. If Kaido wins, our world remains. If Madara triumphs, then the infinite Tsukiyomi will enslave us all.
The air grew heavy with their words. And then it came, a surge of raw power. The auras of Kaido and Madara erupted at once, black and white forces colliding like two worlds crashing together. The earth groaned beneath their pressure, shockwaves tearing through the skies like tidal waves of invisible fire. The cage staggered, their bodies crushed by the sheer weight of power radiating from afar. Anoki bent his knees, sweat dripping down his forehead as though he carried a mountain on his back.
Is this really just their chakra clashing?
His voice trembled.
We left the front line, yet the pressure still reaches us.
The fourth Raikage growled, his face dark with disbelief. Tsunade glanced at the exhausted shinobi lying nearby, many barely conscious under the crushing spiritual weight. Her voice hardened.
We can't stay here. If the battle starts in full, the aftershocks alone will wipe us out.
Gaara gave a short nod.
She's right, even at this distance, the two of them make us powerless.
I agree.
Mei added softly. The Raikage's jaw tightened, but he relented.
We fall back, now.
Far beneath the battlefield in the cavern where death lingered, Sasuke's withered body twitched. His heart gave a faint beat. A flicker of chakra kindled in his chest, weaving through his ruined cells. Slowly, agonizingly, his body began to recover. Not far away, Naruto's condition shifted as well. Though the 9 tails had been ripped from him, a faint pulse of chakra rose within him, halting the decay of his flesh. His healing was slow but steady. The spectral presence of the Sage of Six Paths hovered between them, his power dividing into 2 streams, one for each boy. His gaze lingered briefly on Kaido before his form dissolved into light. High above, Kaido and Madara collided in force once more. The shock split the ground below, cracks spiderwebbing across the battlefield. The sky dimmed, swallowed by the overwhelming auras of light and shadow. At the epicenter of their clash, faint ripples distorted space itself. Kaido's eyes narrowed. His voice was calm but laced with quiet recognition.
So he finally acted.
Madara's Rinnegan followed Kaido's gaze, piercing the cavern below. He saw it instantly, Naruto and Sasuke stirring, touched by the sage's lingering power.
So the Sage of Six Paths has chosen them as well.
Madara mused, frowning. Sasuke, he understood the boy bore the Rinnegan, but Naruto, the descendant carried only a strange, unfamiliar energy, subtle yet persistent. Kaido, however, felt it clearly. The will of the sage was with them. Madara's expression hardened.
Interesting, even so, it doesn't matter. Once I crush you, the rest will follow.
Kaido's lips curved into a faint smile.
You sound confident, Madara. Let's see if you can back it up.
Madara raised his scepter, his Rinnegan glowing with immense power. His voice thundered with arrogant certainty.
Behold the true might of the Rinnegan. Limbo, Border Jail.
Chapter 286, 286, Clash of Truth-Seeking Spears, 2 months ago. Chapter 286, Clash of Truth-Seeking Spears. 4 shadows emerged from Madara, rushing toward Kaito in perfect unison, each attacking from a different angle. Above them all, Uchiha Madara's real body floated calmly, Rinnegan locked on his opponent.
So this is Limbo, Border Jail.
Kaito muttered, his eyes narrowing.
Finally, I get to see it for myself.
To the naked eye, the shadow world was invisible, but Kaito's 6 paths enhanced electromagnetic perception painted it clearly. His vision in this state saw no color, only black and white fields of force. And yet, it was enough. Even without sight, he could perceive the flow of chakra and the magnetic fields of every living being. Losing his eyes would not matter. His electromagnetic induction allowed him to sense the world in absolute clarity. In the same way, he could feel the unnatural distortion that was Madara's limbo world. His right hand flicked outward. Lightning infused with yin and yang nature crackled into existence, condensing into 4 sharp blades of thunder. They materialized directly above the shadows and cut down instantly. One shadow was bisected, dispersing like liquid into the limbo world. Madara's eyes widened slightly.
You can perceive Limbo.
He had assumed that at the 6 paths level, he would crush Kaito easily, perhaps even overwhelm him in a single strike, but reality was proving otherwise. Kaito had not only sensed his Limbo clones, but had also destroyed one instantly.
This will not be the easy victory I expected.
Madara thought grimly. More concerning, Kaito's lightning seemed to strike directly at his shadows. Even though they existed in another plane, his attack reached them as if they were tangible. That meant Kaito's thunder had been developed to the point where it affected 6 paths level beings directly.
HMPH.
Madara's voice was cold.
It has been more than 10 years since I've seen you. To think you've refined your lightning to such a degree.
With a flick of his black scepter, the air itself rippled like water. 4 more limbo shadows appeared, launching themselves toward Kaito. At the same time, Madara's Rinnegan glowed. In an instant, his body swapped positions with one of his clones, reappearing directly before Kaito. His scepter and a black truth-seeking orb surged forward like a spear, aiming to crush Kaito head-on. Kaito met him without fear. Gray lightning danced across his body, his chakra flaring with overwhelming force. The thunder shaped itself into 4 swords once again, slashing at the surrounding shadows. At the same time, he raised his own truth-seeking orb spear to intercept Madara's strike. The 2 weapons collided with a dull, thunderous hum. Their 6 paths chakra erupted outward, space itself rippling from the impact. Madara sneered, convinced of his superiority. In his mind, the outcome was inevitable. He was the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the true successor of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kaito, despite his power, was no more than a pretender, a man who had stumbled into power through unknown means. But Kaito's eyes glimmered with amusement. He could read Madara's thoughts as clearly as the energy fields around them.
You think too highly of yourself, Madara.
The next instant, a surge of gray lightning burst from Kaito's spear. Cracks spread across Madara's truth-seeking orb scepter. His eyes widened in shock.
Impossible!
The lightning leapt from his weapon into his body, engulfing him in a torrent of crackling arcs. His form blackened, the smell of burnt flesh filling the air as his body withered to a mummified husk. Only his Rinnegan remained untouched. And then, with a hum, Madara's body was restored. The abundant vitality of the 10 Tails coursed through him, repairing the damage in moments. He stood whole once again, his expression dark and his pride wounded.
As expected of the opponent, I acknowledge.
Madara admitted, his tone grim.
Even the six paths power bends before your thunder.
His gaze dropped to his scepter, now riddled with cracks.
Your lightning has reached the level of the six paths itself. Otherwise, it could not have broken through so easily.
Kaido remained calm, his eyes unblinking. Madara frowned again as he realized his 4 limbo shadows had vanished once more, destroyed as easily as the first. Worse, the faint clicking of his truth-seeking orb weapon grew louder. Crack. The fractures spread until, with a deafening snap, the scepter shattered entirely. The fragments fell to the ground like shards of black glass. Wherever they landed, the soil dissolved away, leaving bottomless pits as if the earth itself had been erased. Madara stretched out his hand. The fragments rose like liquid, gathering and fusing together once more. In moments, a new scepter solidified in his grip. Kaido's eyes, however, were fixed on Madara's technique. Limbo intrigued him. It reminded him of something else, the terrifying, expansive, truth-seeking orb wielded by Otsutsuki Kaguya. That ultimate technique could erase all things, return existence to nothingness, and even form the seed of a new world. Madara's limbo did not hold such absolute might. It conjured a shadow world overlapping reality, summoning invisible clones to act in that hidden dimension. The difference was vast creation and destruction of worlds versus shadows that moved unseen. Still, Kaido studied carefully. Power like this could be a path to something greater.
With the strength I have now, I could destroy this world easily.
He mused silently.
But creating one.
Chapter 287, 287, Breaking Through Madara's Limbo, 2 months ago. Chapter 287, Breaking Through Madara's Limbo. In the limbo dimension, physical attacks had no effect on the shadows, yet those same shadows could strike the real world. Strictly speaking, limbo was a form of spacetime ninjutsu. The fact that Uchiha Madara could freely switch positions with his shadows already explained its nature. Limbo existed as an overlapping world, pressing against reality, while Kamui resided in an adjacent dimension. It was similar to the personal storage space Ayanami Kaido himself had mastered, though he wasn't certain if its barriers were truly as solid. Comparing either of them to Kaguya Otsutsuki's space jutsu was pointless. Her jutsu was on an entirely different level. Kaido studied the phenomenon with calm focus, but Madara remained still. The reason was clear. Madara was desperately calculating how to overcome Kaido's thunder. Without a counter, he couldn't hope to win. Their last exchange had already proven it. Kaido's lightning had reduced him to a charred corpse in an instant. Only the regenerative ability granted by the 10 Tails saved him. Anyone else at the 6 Paths level would have been erased. Madara's expression darkened.
What a troublesome opponent.
His eyes widened, ripples of purple surging outward from his Rinnegan. The ground trembled violently, cracks opening across the battlefield as though the earth itself writhed like a great dragon. Yet it wasn't the real world that shook, it was limbo itself. Kaido's gaze sharpened. The entire limbo began to compress, collapsing inward, while an overwhelming destructive force gathered within. It all happened in an instant.
Limbo, heavenly hell.
Madara's roar echoed like thunder. The compressed shadow world twisted into a black vortex. From its depths, enormous hands of darkness reached outward, stretching to seize Kaido and drag him inside. At the same time, Madara swung his truth-seeking ball scepter. Space itself twisted, forming a swirling void. He thrust the compressed limbo into it without hesitation, sealing Kaido away. This technique, the Limbo Heavenly Prison, was a sealing art born of pure spacetime mastery. By compressing the entire limbo world until its barriers became unbreakable, Madara could imprison his opponent within. Anyone trapped would be forced to battle the endless shadow army without reprieve, an eternal struggle against the very essence of his power. But there was a cost. After unleashing it, Madara could never again use his limbo abilities. Still, the trade-off was worth it if it meant eliminating Kaido. By hiding the black hole within another dimension, even if Kaido somehow escaped, centuries would pass in the real world. By then, infinite Tsukuyomi would already be complete.
It's over.
Madara sneered as the space closed, turning away. He drifted toward the highest ground nearby, preparing to cast his final jutsu. Below, the allied Shinobi forces stared in horror at the distant sky.
Kaido.
One murmured in disbelief.
No,
Tsunade whispered, shaking her head.
he's been sealed.
Her eyes dimmed with sorrow. The truth was no different. Whether sealed or destroyed, Kaido was gone. The ninja world's last hope had fallen, and Madara's victory seemed inevitable. Tsunade's despair mirrored that of the other cage. Terumi's eyes brimmed with tears, spilling down her cheeks. Hinata's hands trembled, and even Ino's voice cracked as she tried to deny what her heart already knew. To them, Kaido was not only the godlike protector of the Shinobi world, but also the man who carried their hearts. His loss crushed them utterly. As silence and despair spread across the army, the fourth Raikage roared, slamming his fist into the ground.
Damn it, are we just supposed to watch him unleash infinite Tsukuyomi? It's too late.
Gaara said quietly.
We're too far away.
His calm words struck like a blade. Even if they could reach the battlefield, what could they do against Madara now? They would be lambs to slaughter. Madara's silhouette loomed in the heavens, his body glowing with unholy light as he prepared to cast the eternal illusion. But before he could complete it, ripples of distortion spread behind him. From that space, Ayanami Kaido stepped out, calm and unshaken. His voice carried across the world.
To think you would compress the entire limbo and use it as a weapon.
Chapter 288, 288, The Clash Beyond Limits, 2 months ago. Chapter 288, The Clash Beyond Limits. The moment Kaido disappeared, he re-entered his alternate dimension. Though unstable with the sudden surges of spatial turbulence, he still forced his way in with the overwhelming power of the six paths. Inside the lonely void, Kushina sat restlessly, boredom in her expression. The instant she saw Kaido rush in with an exhausted look, she stood up in alarm.
Kaido, are you all right? Did something happen?
She asked anxiously.
It's nothing, I nearly got swept away by the turbulence.
Kaido replied, waving it off with a calm smile.
Space turbulence? What's going on? Weren't you just fighting Madara?
Kushina pressed, her eyes full of concern. Kaido quickly recounted what had happened. How Madara's limbo clones had wrapped around him, how he tore through them, and how he retreated to his personal space in an instant. Without wasting time, he locked onto the coordinates of Earth, intending to rejoin the battlefield. Back outside, Madara's eyes widened when he heard Kaido's voice. His expression twisted in shock.
Impossible, you escaped my limbo space.
The disbelief in his tone was palpable. His ultimate pupil technique, executed with his full strength, had failed to restrain Kaido. At most, it left him slightly scuffed.
Embarrassed, maybe.
Kaido admitted lightly.
But that's all.
Madara's heart sank. The gulf between them was undeniable, like the gap between him and the 5 only far greater. Even as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki wielding the 6 Paths power, he could not bridge it.
Ha ha ha, good, as expected of you.
Madara roared with manic laughter.
Worthy of being the opponent I acknowledge, but…
Kaido's tone was flat. Lightning erupted across his body. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a devastating strike. The thunder roared, swirling into a colossal fist of gray-black lightning, infused with the balance of yin and yang and the other 4 elemental forces. Its power dwarfed even that of the truth-seeking orb scepter. This was his strongest bloodline technique. Kaido had spent countless trials refining this fusion and only recently mastered it. Unlike the subtle precision of the truth-seeking orbs, this thunder was raw, violent, overwhelming. A storm of annihilation that made hearts tremble at first glance. Boom! The thunder fist surged forward, unstoppable. Madara, unable to use limbo again, fused his truth-seeking orbs and scepter into a black barrier to block the strike. Cracks appeared instantly. Boom! The barrier shattered, raining fragments like black stars. The lightning punched through, tearing straight through Madara's body. Half of him was obliterated. What remained shriveled under the relentless thunder, his vitality devoured. The gray lightning gnawed at him like a hungry beast, preventing the rapid regeneration he'd relied on before. Even with the 10 Tails' resilience, recovery was agonizingly slow. Without it, he would already have been reduced to ashes. Madara stared at Kaido, disbelief burning in his fading eyes. Even now, as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki empowered by the 6 paths, he could not endure. How had Kaido reached such heights? But his end was near, and Madara knew it. His lips curled into a final, grim smile. Before I die, I'll leave you something to remember me by, Kaido. He raised his remaining hand, pulling off his forehead protector to reveal an enormous eye embedded there, an evolved Rinnegan marked with Tamo.
The Eye of the Moon.
Chapter 289, 289, The Birth of a Goddess, 2 months ago. Chapter 289, The Birth of a Goddess.
Although it is useless to you, my dream has come true, making the entire Shinobi world fall into an eternal sleep and bringing peace to the world.
Uchiha Madara grinned grimly as cracks like cobwebs spread across his body.
This is the power of the progenitor of chakra.
Ayanami Kaido muttered to himself, sensing the overwhelming fluctuations of chakra in the air. At that moment, Black Zetsu surged forward, its tar-like body clinging to Madara's back.
Jai. Madara, you're dying. Help me with one last thing.
Black Zetsu's hoarse voice rasped ominously.
What, Black Zetsu, what do you want?
Madara's eyes widened. Black Zetsu gave no answer, only sneering. Its control spread through Madara's body, forcing his hands into seals. The great Uchiha struggled, but his strength was failing, his life nearly extinguished.
The divine tree shall descend.
Black Zetsu hissed. On Madara's forehead, the Rin Sharingan released a blinding light. That light shot upward, striking the moon. In an instant, the Rin Sharingan reflected their magnified, projecting ripples that spread across the entire Shinobi world. Boom! Madara, you're dying, help me with one last thing. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice rasped ominously. What, Black Zetsu, what do you want? Madara's eyes widened. Black Zetsu gave no answer, only sneering. Its control spread through Madara's body, forcing his hands into seals. The great Uchiha struggled, but his strength was failing, his life nearly extinguished. The divine tree shall descend, Black Zetsu hissed. On Madara's forehead, the Rin Sharingan released a blinding light. That light shot upward, striking the moon. In an instant, the Rin Sharingan reflected their magnified, projecting ripples that spread across the entire Shinobi world. Boom!
The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was never meant to bring peace. It is a jutsu to gather the world's chakra and resurrect my mother.
Madara's voice broke with disbelief.
No!
Black Zetsu hissed.
I have existed far longer than you. I rewrote that tablet long ago. What you read was nothing but my deception. You!
Madara's body trembled as chakra flooded into him uncontrollably. The divine tree drained the world, rivers of pure chakra tearing from mountains, rivers, and the very earth itself, merging violently into him. Kaido stood at a distance, watching the impossible scene. His voice was low, steady.
So it begins, Otsutsuki Kaguya.
Black Zetsu, still clinging to Madara, turned its gaze to Kaido. Its thoughts darkened. Why isn't he affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi? He has no Rinnegan, impossible.
So you're finished, Madara, that's fine.
Jai.
Black Zetsu mocked. In the endless white void, Madara appeared once more. He looked at his body, his eyes heavy with regret.
You're finally here, Madara.
A voice called. Turning, Madara beheld familiar figures, Senju Hashirama, Senju Taburama, Uzumaki Maido, and the sage of 6 paths himself, Otsutsuki Hagoromo.
Hashirama.
Madara said, his tone hollow. Hashirama's expression softened with sorrow.
We no longer belong to that world, Madara, yet you refuse to let go. And now?
Madara's gaze shifted to Hagoromo. Though he had never seen the sage before, he recognized him instantly. The sage raised his staff and the void rippled like a mirror, showing the events unfolding below. Madara stared calmly, a bitter smile tugging at his lips.
So in the end, I too was nothing more than a tool.
Hagoromo sighed.
You thought yourself in control, but you were controlled instead.
I know.
Madara muttered.
Black Zetsu told me as I fell. I see it now.
Hashirama placed a hand over his heart.
We are already dead, Madara. The future lies only with those still living.
Chapter 290, 290, The Return of the Rabbit Goddess, 2 months ago. Chapter 290, The Return of the Rabbit Goddess. The massive phantom of chakra slowly solidified, piece by piece, until it took on a human form.
Your strength is indeed terrifying.
Black Zetsu declared coldly, standing on the phantom's shoulder.
Even Uchiha Madara in his 6 paths form was no match for you, but it ends here.
Kaido's gaze never wavered as he stared at the figure before him.
Yes, it's over. I've been waiting for this day for a long time.
Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was still condensing, her overwhelming presence filling the battlefield. Yet Kaido's expression remained utterly calm. There was no panic, no fear, only a quiet inevitability as though he had foreseen it all. That serenity sent a chill down Black Zetsu's spine. For the first time, it felt something it could not explain: fear.
Impossible!
It muttered, trembling. Grinding its teeth, Black Zetsu forced confidence into its voice.
It doesn't matter what tricks you have. Mother will be resurrected. Before her, you're nothing more than a clown. She is the true progenitor of chakra, the one who began the Shinobi world. Otsutsuki Kaguya, correct.
Kaido cut in, his voice flat. His interruption stunned Black Zetsu. That gaze of his carried no arrogance or disdain, only endless calm, a calm so profound it became terrifying.
You!
Black Zetsu's voice quavered. Kaido's words struck like thunder.
To save your mother, you manipulated history itself. You fueled hatred between Indra and Ashura, sparked war between the Uchiha and Senju, and twisted the course of the Shinobi world. Should I call you Black Zetsu? Or should I call you the third son of Kaguya, brother of Hagoromo and Hamura?
Boom! The revelation shattered Black Zetsu's composure. Though it had no body, it felt as if sweat poured from every pore. Its voice trembled.
That's impossible. How could you know this? Even Hagoromo.
In desperation, Black Zetsu looked to Kaguya's form, which was nearly complete. Its tone hardened.
It doesn't matter. Mother is almost here. You can't stop her.
Kaido only shook his head. A faint smile touched his lips.
You really think she could be summoned without my permission? That you could survive this long without me allowing it?
His voice grew colder.
My strength has already surpassed the 6 paths. I know everything. Do you really believe I didn't stop you because I couldn't?
Boom! The words struck Black Zetsu like lightning. Its mind roared with thunder, a gnawing terror it could not contain. Every step of its plan, Naruto and Sasuke's survival, Madara's resurrection, the Rinnegan's awakening, had flowed too smoothly. Almost unnaturally so.
No.
Black Zetsu whispered, horrified, its gaze locked on Kaido as if seeing an ancient enemy. Before it could finish, Kaido moved. In an instant, he appeared before Black Zetsu. His hand flicked, releasing dark gray lightning that split into 2 sharp arrows.
She's been resurrected. That means your role is over.
Boom! The arrows pierced Black Zetsu. Cracks spread rapidly across its inky body. Its face froze in a mask of horror as the cracks deepened, and with a final shatter, it exploded like broken glass. The manipulator of centuries, Black Zetsu, the will of Kaguya herself, was erased. Kaido's voice was quiet, yet mocking.
Don't worry. When I defeat your mother, I'll write your story myself and spread it across the Shinobi world. Damn you!
The furious voice echoed from above. Kaguya's form, now nearly complete, absorbed the remnants of Black Zetsu. Chakra rivers quickened, surging wildly into her. Silver hair flowed like a waterfall, pale limbs took form, and white robes adorned with tamo patterns solidified around her divine figure. Finally, 3,000 strands of shimmering hair drifted like threads of moonlight. Otsutsuki Kaguya, progenitor of chakra, had returned. Her pale Byakugan eyes locked onto Kaido. Though her voice was cold, it carried neither grief for Black Zetsu nor hesitation.
You.
Thank you for the compliment, Kaguya.
Kaido replied indifferently, his tone mocking yet calm.
You are the first.
She continued icily.
To speak to me in such a manner.
Really? Then I'll consider it an honor.
Kaido said without flinching.
So great, goddess.
Chapter 291, 291, Clash of the Strongest, 2 months ago. Chapter 291, Clash of the Strongest. The seasons themselves seemed to rebel. It was only summer, autumn had barely begun, and yet snow now blanketed the battlefield. What fell upon the world was no ordinary snow, it spread across the entire Shinobi world, a storm birthed from one woman's presence. The winds howled, sharp and merciless. Around Ayanami Kaido, the air itself twisted like a descent into hell. This was the terror of Otsutsuki Kaguya, the progenitor of chakra. Her mere killing intent bent the skies and scarred the earth, forcing the very climate to obey her wrath. In an instant, the frozen wasteland warped. The blizzard vanished, replaced by blistering heat. The battlefield burned alive, the ground splitting into rivers of molten fire. The suffocating stench of sulfur filled the air as lava bubbled and burst below. Kaido's eyes narrowed. He recognized it immediately: Kaguya's dimensional jutsu, the ability to drag her opponent into one of the expansive dimensions she commanded. Each realm, ice, lava, sand, acid, and gravity, was a complete world of its own, created through her overwhelming power. This was the ultimate ability of the Rin Sharingan, a power that even Madara Uchiha had never reached. To shift reality with a thought, this was the domain of a goddess. But Kaido also knew the truth: this technique came with a cost. Even for Kaguya, maintaining these dimensions drained her. He smiled faintly.
As expected of the goddess herself, to bend the heavens and earth in an instant.
Suspended in the molten sky, he felt the scorching air press against his skin, but not a single ember touched him. The truth-seeking orbs circling his body dissolved the heat, forming an impenetrable barrier. Kaguya's strength was tremendous, but Kaido understood something deeper. Her greatest power lay in the manipulation of space itself. In pure combat, in raw clash of will and battle experience, he had no doubt that his bloodline-bearing mastery over 7 chakra natures would not falter against hers. And unlike Madara, Kaido would not crumble under her hand.
Kaguya!
Kaido's voice rang across the dimension, calm yet unyielding.
Since you've chosen to reveal your hand, it's only right I respond. I have walked the path of the sage to its peak. Even Madara could not force me to my limit.
He clenched his fist, lightning crackling around him.
Let's see if you can.
With a roar, chakra surged from his body. A storm of thunder burst outward, and from the surge emerged a colossal dragon of gray lightning. It coiled around him like a living guardian, its scales flickering with destructive power. Kaido thrust his fist forward, and the thunder dragon answered. With a deafening roar, it lunged toward Kaguya, tearing the air apart as the very fabric of space bent under its passage. Where lava sprayed upward, the beast's aura devoured ice and fire, vanishing without trace. The thunder dragon's cry was like that of an ancient beast reborn, a force of nature determined to rend the heavens. Kaguya's pale eyes narrowed. She raised a hand, voice cold as void.
80 Gods Vacuum Attack.
Chapter 292, 292, Kaguya flees, 2 months ago. Chapter 292, Kaguya flees. Kaguya's eyes narrowed the moment she felt the overwhelming destructive force radiating from the thunder spear in Kaido's hand. Chakra surged violently through her body, and with no regard for the thunder dragon gnawing at her, she unleashed the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Countless titanic fists materialized above, descending in a storm that shook the very fabric of the world. The gray-black thunder dragon was torn apart in an instant, reduced to shreds of lightning under the divine barrage. Without a second's hesitation, Kaguya turned, her figure blurring as she fled toward a spatial rift. Kaido's lips curved into a thin, cold smile. That thunder dragon had been nothing more than a diversion, infused with yin-yang release but ultimately expendable. He had expected her to break free. What he wanted was the opening that followed. The moment her body slipped out of the dragon's bind, Kaido thrust forward. His thunder spear, forged from world-shattering lightning, shot from his hand with a resounding whoosh. The black weapon became a streak of destructive light, tearing through the air toward her. Just as Kaguya reached the edge of a space portal, the spear pierced through her shoulder with a muffled impact. Her body jolted, blood spraying in arcs as the searing black lightning burned deep into her flesh. Even so, her form blurred again, vanishing into the rift. Kaido's brows furrowed. He would not allow her to escape. His figure flickered, instantly diving into the same portal. The moment he emerged, a crushing force slammed down from all directions. Gravity itself surged with unimaginable weight, dragging him violently toward the ground. Kaito steadied himself, gaze sweeping the surroundings. The earth beneath his feet gleamed with a crystalline green glow. He had stepped into the supergravity dimension, one of the many worlds hidden within Kaguya's arsenal of spaces. His senses sharpened. Waves of electromagnetic induction pulsed outward from him, scanning every corner of the realm, yet he found nothing. No trace of life, no magnetic fluctuations, nothing.
She's not here.
Kaito muttered, frowning. He expanded his search again, but the results were the same. A thought struck him.
So,
Still, he knew she was far from unscathed. His thunder spear had struck true. Even someone as formidable as Otsutsuki Kaguya would not shrug off such a wound easily.
she may have escaped, but she's bleeding. That hit must be tormenting her body.
With a ripple of space, his figure blurred and vanished, retracing the coordinates of the portal he had memorized earlier. Emerging once again into the nexus of rifts, Kaito scanned the swirling gateways before him. Lava, acid, gravity, those he had already traversed. That left two more, the realms of sand and ice.
She could be in either.
He murmured, a hand touched his chin thoughtfully.
What a nuisance. Still, she's injured, she won't get far.
Resolute, he strode forward. The scenery shifted. Blinding sunlight reflected off endless dunes as the sand space stretched before him. Kaito's form vanished instantly, piercing through the landscape without pause. Another ripple carried him away, and when he emerged, snowflakes danced in the air. The world was cloaked in white, every tree and mountain draped in frost. He hovered high above, his induction spreading outward like a storm. This time his expression shifted. He had found her. A flash of lightning, and he appeared directly before Kaguya. Her once immaculate figure looked disheveled. The wound on her shoulder still smoldered, scorched black arcs flickering around the hole. Through the torn silk, her pale skin was visible, marked by the cruel precision of Kaito's strike. At her side, a spatial crack split the air, bottomless like an abyss. Its shape and residue left no doubt. It was the aftermath of his thunder spear's piercing blow. She was trying to heal herself, chakra weaving around the wound, when her gaze shot up in shock. She had not expected Kaito to arrive so swiftly. Without hesitation, she darted into the rift once again. But Kaito's hand clenched.
You won't get away.
A hum filled the space as another spear of absolute thunder formed in his grasp. He lunged forward, lightning tearing through the frozen dimension. The chase continued. 6 spaces in total, each one Kaguya bent to her will, yet none granted her safety. Injured and hounded, she lashed out with bursts of the 80 gods' vacuum attack, titanic fists forcing Kaito back in fleeting moments. Yet every assault crumbled beneath his spear, dispersed with effortless precision. Kaguya was the progenitor of chakra, a goddess revered since ancient times. With her abilities, she could wield nearly every kekkei genkai in existence, reshaping them into terrifying evolutions. The Shiketsumiyaku becoming the all-killing ash bones, lethal even to beings of the 6 paths. But no matter what technique she used, Kaito shattered it. 1 strike, 2 strikes, it made no difference. His black thunder spear stood as the pinnacle of his lightning bloodline, a force capable of erasing worlds. In truth, her raw strength rivaled his, but her downfall was clear. She lacked experience. Millennia of power had not prepared her for true combat. She had ascended too swiftly, her foundation untempered. Against an opponent of equal standing, her fragile battle instincts crumbled. It was the same reason she had once fallen to Hagoromo and Hamura. Had she mastered her power completely, even the sage of 6 paths and his brother would have been nothing before her. Instead, she had chosen to raise an army of white Zetsu, preparing for distant threats while leaving her own skills unrefined. Now faced with Kaito, she could only run. Again and again, she slipped through rifts, but he pursued relentlessly. His patience began to thin. This game of hide-and-seek tested even his resolve. Though attrition favored him, her injuries would only worsen. He did not intend to waste eternity in pursuit. Far within the gravity space, Kaguya herself faltered. This battle had devolved into something alien to her. It was no contest of chakra reserves or overwhelming jutsu. It was one man, wielding a spear of absolute destruction, chasing her endlessly with no room for counterattack. Her hand touched her shoulder, the wound nearly closed. Eyes narrowing with cold fury, she whispered,
Wait, once I recover fully, I will show you my true strength, and you will know despair.
With that vow, she slipped once more into the fabric of space.
Ancestor of chakra, reduced to fleeing.
Kaido's voice boomed as he watched her vanish. His spear crackled in his grip, his tone sharp with mockery.
Can't we finish this with a proper fight?
Chapter 293, Collapse of the Sand Dimension, 2 months ago. Chapter 293, Collapse of the Sand Dimension. Kaguya froze, her pale face tightening. She turned her head sharply, glaring at Ayanami Kaido with venomous eyes before vanishing into the void without a sound. Kaido stood silently for a moment, his fists clenched.
I didn't want to use this move, but you're forcing my hand.
Kaido's body flared with blinding lightning, arcs of electricity spreading wildly across his frame. Chakra surged outward like a tangible storm, overflowing into the boundless desert around him. The once still golden sand trembled under his power.
Awaken!
Slamming both hands onto the ground, his voice carried through the entire dimension. A low hum vibrated through the air, and an overwhelming aura erupted from Kaido's body, sweeping across the vast desert. The golden dunes beneath him began to transform grain after grain of sand sparked, turning into roaring arcs of lightning, until the desert became a vast and furious sea of thunder. Crackle!
Why must it come to this?
Kaido murmured, eyes narrowing. He willed the thunder giant to ascend. Its massive form soared skyward, raising the thunder spear and striking at the heavens. Crack! The sound resembled glass shattering. Jagged rifts tore open across the desert sky, exposing enormous spatial fractures. Through them, Kaido glimpsed the entrances to the other 4 dimensions hidden within Kaguya's domain. His expression remained calm. This space was only one of the many she controlled. It was weaker than the barriers of the true Shinobi world. He would rip it apart piece by piece. Each swing of the thunder spear widened the rifts, tearing the fabric of this dimension apart. Though the space tried to repair itself, its recovery was sluggish compared to Kaido's relentless assault. He wasn't destroying aimlessly, he was searching for the core, the origin that held this dimension together. Once he found it, the entire desert world would unravel. The thunder giant marched across the endless sands, its every step shaking the world. At last, Kaido spotted it, the anomaly. The cracks in this section repaired faster than anywhere else, the very foundation of the dimension. His lips curled into a sharp smile.
Finally!
The thunder giant spun in the air, lightning surrounding it like a spiraling comet. Kaido thrust the spear downward with devastating force. Boom, boom! The desert quaked violently. Storms of sand and lightning surged outward, blotting out the sky as the dimension screamed in protest. Winds howled, tearing through space itself. Then came the sound like mirrors breaking all at once. Crack! The desert world shattered, fragments of space splintering and falling into nothingness before collapsing completely. The thunder giant dissolved back into raw lightning, leaving Kaito suspended in the void. All around him, 5 distinct spatial passages revealed themselves, the core of Kaguya's dimensions, the starting point of her heavenly imperial palace. Meanwhile, in the frozen world of ice and snow, Kaguya's Byakugan scanned every ripple in the air. Her body still bore signs of injury, though her pale shoulders had nearly healed.
Almost.
She whispered,
Soon I'll be able to unleash it.
but her words died as her expression hardened. Her widened eyes glimmered with horror.
Hey,
Kaguya's voice trembled with fury. As the creator of these 6 worlds, she could feel each one as if they were her own limbs, for a single space to collapse so completely.
this proves it.
She hissed.
He's finally fighting at his full strength. No more games.
Her eyes narrowed as she floated higher, her long white hair swaying in the icy wind.
Good, the wounds you gave me have healed. This battle ends now.
The space in front of her rippled, then tore apart. The thunder giant reappeared, Kaido standing firm upon its brow. His voice boomed coldly across the frozen expanse.
Run if you want. It won't matter. Once I destroy the last of your spaces, there will be nowhere left to hide.
Kaguya's expression twisted. She knew he was right. If she fled now, she'd waste what little chakra remained. She only had one chance left. Her third eye gleamed, bursting with raw pupil power. The surrounding space cracked like spiderwebs spreading across glass, the fractures racing outward at terrifying speed.
Expand!
Kaido raised a brow, his grip on the spear tightening.
Finally showing your trump card.
Lightning surged around him again as his chakra flared. He summoned the remaining elemental forces: fire, water, earth, wind, and poured them into the thunder giant. Its brilliance intensified, power multiplying severalfold.
If that's the case,
Kaido muttered.
then I'll crush it head-on.
Chapter 294, 294, Shattering the Starting Sphere. 2 months ago. Chapter 294, Shattering the Starting Sphere. Ayanami Kaido stood at the heart of the battlefield as Kaguya's form swelled and darkened, her presence folding space around her like a storm. She had expanded the truth-seeking orb, the ultimate power she commanded. It was an all-consuming force, capable of erasing and remaking a world, a raw power of creation and destruction in one. The orb's growth turned Kaguya into something vast and terrible, a living rupture between realities. Kaido watched without fear. Electricity danced across his skin and chakra coalesced around him, bright and tangible. He had drawn on every remaining element he could control, fusing them into a single purpose. The truth-seeking orb expanded with a hunger that threatened to tear the starting sphere apart. Kaguya's inflation accelerated until the very fabric of the starting sphere began to splinter. The delicate seams of space showed hairline fractures that widened with cruel speed. Kaido had already poured the other 4 elemental natures into his thunder construct, compressing it until the impossible felt near. The towering thunder giant that had once reached 1,000 feet shrank by Kaido's will to about 10 feet, compacted into a concentrated column of raw destructive force. Its skin turned black and veins of ruin traced across its body like spiderweb cracks, a sign of the immense energy contained within. Kaido's face remained composed, his voice steady.
Everything, end it now.
He spoke as if addressing the battlefield itself, as if the words were a key. Then the thunder construct plunged forward like a spear of night and lightning, aimed squarely at the expanding truth-seeking orb. Where they met, the sound was like the cracking of the heavens. The collision splintered the world, the impact rolled outward as if something primeval had been struck open. Blinding light converged, then tightened into a single point, then shattered. The explosion painted the sky white, and for a moment the entire ninja world glowed as though dawn had arrived at midnight. That brightness did not bring relief. Across the lands, strangers and allies alike fell under infinite tsukiyomi, their minds trapped in an endless dream. The white light faded, the sky returned to night, and the battlefield stilled. Kaido had been hurled into a turbulence of space, a storm so violent even 6 paths-level energies would be shredded. Yet amid that chaos a form endured, flickering with white light. The shimmering was not injury, it was space energy, the only thing that allowed him to remain intact inside the storm. He moved forward with slow, deliberate steps. In such a place, teleportation and normal space techniques were useless. Flight of the Thunder God and similar jutsu had no purchase here. Movement was possible only by inching through the storm, using the space energy that wrapped his body. He advanced until something unmistakable floated ahead, a strange fruit, unscathed by the violence around it. It shimmered like a calm center inside the maelstrom. The fruit was the body of Kaguya in seed, the god tree fruit. Kaido's jaw tightened, he recognized it at once.
That thing lived.
He muttered.
It didn't die.
Though the turbulence made Kaido's progress slow, the fruit moved as well. Its direction was toward the diaphragm of the ninja world, the threshold separating the worlds. Kaido shoved himself onward, closing the distance with effort that felt like motion through syrup. The fruit noticed him. Inside its shell, a voice trembled with disbelief and fury.
Impossible. How can anyone survive this turbulence unscathed?
Kaido made no answer. He needed to reach it before it crossed fully into the ninja world. The fruit's barrier weakening showed it planned to flee and condense back into a body. As the fruit tore a gap toward the ninja world, Kaido stepped and flared with white light. He moved through the tier and burst into the high sky above the ninja world, the fruit following him. Slowly, the fruit began materializing into a figure. At the first sight of Kaido, the newly formed body recoiled, then fled. Now in a corporeal form, Kaguya was vulnerable and not yet fully stable. She chose survival. But before she could put distance between them, Kaido's hand flashed through space and seized the fruit body. The grasp felt impossible, as if his arm reached through realities.
Let go of me, let me go.
The fruit-turned body screamed, voice cold and hissing. Kaguya's tone was unmistakable, the same regal cruelty that had dominated nations and realms. Kaido held firm, unbothered by the panic. He spoke plainly, the words stripped of anything but resolve.
You have two choices now. One, I wipe your consciousness away and you die completely. Then I will consume the fruit. Two, you surrender your claim and I leave with what I have.
The threat was simple and final. Kaguya's features twisted in disbelief. She measured him, the one who had shattered worlds and walked the space storm, and the calculation in her eyes shifted. Kaido's space energy remained steady around him, a faint white glow that cut the chill from the sky. The turbulence still rolled and tore at the edges of the world, but inside that light his movement felt inevitable. He had not been reckless, every step had been precise. The thunder construct's destruction and the collision with the truth-seeking orb had left the balance of power altered, and now Kaido stood within reach of the thing that birthed Kaguya's form. A hush settled, forced by the tension of the moment. Even the remnants of the battlefield seemed to hold their breath. Kaido's voice was low but carried an absolute edge.
Decide.
Chapter 295, 295, The Sealed Goddess, 2 months ago. Chapter 295, The Sealed Goddess.
One is that I am the container, sealing you within me like the Sage of Six Paths once did, becoming your Jinchuriki. The other.
Kaido's voice rang clear, firm, yet strangely inviting. His words made the fruit of the divine tree tremble, and silence followed. After a long pause, a cold, distant voice emerged.
Why not simply kill me? Why choose instead to seal me inside your body and become what this world calls a Jinchuriki?
Kaido's lips curled into a faint smile.
It's very simple, 2 reasons. First, we hold no true hatred for one another. Second,
His eyes glimmered mischievously.
the flaw in all men's hearts, I want you.
You dare, the founding ancestor of the Shinobi world, as your woman.
Kaguya's cold tone wavered, colored with both anger and embarrassment.
Why not? The dream of countless men to have the great Kaguya at their side. Why should I not claim it? You!
Her shy, trembling voice echoed from within the fruit.
Perhaps, so what is your choice?
Kaido's calm reply carried a weight that could not be ignored. Kaguya Otsutsuki had always been a lonely figure. Betrayed by her own children, sealed for centuries, she carried the scars of isolation. In her desperation to resist the looming threat of her clan, she birthed the White Zetsu army only to be judged and cast aside. Now before her stood Kaido. Unlike the others, he did not see her as a monster, but as a woman, a powerful, lonely, beautiful woman. She fell silent again before whispering.
Do you understand that once you become my Jinchuriki, you will draw the pursuit of my clan?
I know.
Kaido said firmly.
Mamashiki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki are nothing. If they dare to appear, then together we'll erase them.
Her voice softened at last. The fruit of the divine tree pierced into Kaido's body, a seal blooming across his stomach as Kaguya's essence flowed into him. She refused to be destroyed, but she would not resist his will. The moment their bond formed, Kaido felt his mind sharpen and his body surge with unfathomable strength. Power unlike anything before coursed through him, overwhelming, divine. His bloodlines shifted space-time manipulation, lava release, ice release, all awakening within him. Even the barriers of reality seemed fragile beneath his fist. White robes manifested across his body. His eyes transformed into the legendary Rinnegan, marked with 9 Tamo, his Byakugan flaring, Susanoo shimmering at his command. He felt as though he could rewrite the world itself. The intoxicating might nearly consumed him, but Kaido crushed the thought with willpower, restoring his eyes to normal. Within his inner world, he sensed a vast white expanse where Kaguya now sat in silence, her pale robes fluttering as if she had always belonged there. Kaido exhaled, then brought his hands together in a seal. His eyes shifted again.
Infinite Tsukeomi.
The roots of the divine tree withered. Across the Shinobi world, trapped figures collapsed to the ground, eyes clearing as the illusion dissolved. Dawn broke across the horizon, bathing the world in a light that marked both an ending and a beginning. The Fourth Shinobi World War had ended because of Kaido. He had claimed victory, freed the people, and gained a companion unlike any other. To the world, he was savior. To himself, he had become something more ten-tails Jinchuriki. Nations far and wide recognized it. Even those who once feared him now revered him, yet Kaido vanished from the world's stage, reclusive, silent. 3 months later, news spread like wildfire. Ayanami Kaido was to be wed in Konohagakure. The world stirred. Shinobi, samurai, nobles, even daimyo hurried to Konoha. On the day of the ceremony, under a flawless sky, a red carpet stretched from the Senju compound to the heart of the village.
Hinata, Ino, Terumi me Tsunade, Kushina, Kaguya, the time has come.
Chapter 296, Bonds Beyond Blood. Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyuga Hayashi, Senju Hashirama, revived by impure world reincarnation, Senju Tabarama, and 2 other honored figures stood together. But the one who surprised Kaido most was none other than the sage of 6 paths himself, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. According to tradition, Kaido brought Ino before Yamanaka Inoichi and his wife. Kaido smiled gently while Ino, cheeks glowing, said shyly,
Old man.
HMPH, from today you must take good care of Ino.
Yamanaka Inoichi tried to sound stern, though the pride in his eyes betrayed him.
In the future, I entrust Ino to you.
Yamanaka Keiko added warmly.
Don't worry, mother-in-law.
Kaido pounded his chest with confidence. Next came Hinata, who stood by his side as he approached Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi's eyes softened with a complicated mix of pride and regret. The boy he once doubted had become the hero of the entire Shinobi world. Beside him, Hanabi watched Kaido with admiration shining in her eyes.
I leave Hinata to you.
Hayashi said at last, his gaze lingering on his daughter as though unwilling to let go.
Of course, father-in-law.
Kaido answered firmly. The Senju brothers were more relaxed.
Ha ha ha, so I live to see the day Tsunade is married off.
Hashirama bellowed with joy, clapping Kaido on the back. Nearby, Kushina stood with Uzumaki Maido and an elder of the Uzumaki clan, smiling through tears. With Kaido's overwhelming strength, he had even managed to reach the Pure Land and bring loved ones back for this day. Finally, Kaido brought Kaguya before Hagoromo himself. The sage of 6 paths regarded them with a strange expression.
Everyone else gained a brother, but I.
His voice was tinged with guilt.
I only ask you to take care of mother. Neither Hamura nor I ever truly understood her pain. Had we known, things would never have come to this.
He sighed deeply.
Mother was too distant, too cold. If only she had spoken to us.
Kaido replied firmly.
As long as I exist, no one will ever harm Kaguya again.
The formalities were complete. The wedding gave way to celebration. The banquet hall roared with laughter and cheers. Shikamaru approached first, a mischievous grin on his face as he held a bottle of sake.
No words needed tonight. We have one goal only, to get you drunk,
he declared, handing the bottle to Kaido. Behind him, Rock Lee, Neji, Choji, Naruto, Kakashi, and countless others gathered, grins wide with anticipation. But Kaido only smirked. With his body strengthened beyond human limits, not even every drop of alcohol present could affect him. He drank freely, unfazed, and the celebration raged until midnight. At last, the wedding came to a close. That night, Kaido returned to his own home, the flicker of wedding candles glowing warmly against the dark. Years passed. Since his marriage in Konoha, the great Ayanami Kaido and his family had vanished from public sight. Only his legend remained. In truth, he had created a parallel space connected to the Shinobi world, a realm as vast as 1/10 the size of Earth itself. It resembled Mount Myaboku or Ryucha Cave, but far grander. Verdant mountains stretched endlessly, waterfalls cascaded from towering cliffs, and clouds drifted lazily in the endless sky. It was a paradise, a sanctuary for his family. One sunny day, Kaido lay on the grass, chewing a blade between his lips. The sky above was flawless, blue and wide.
Kaido, have you seen Hikari?
Ino and Hinata approached, walking gracefully across the meadow. Ino wore a fitted white dress, Hinata a soft pink one. Though years had passed, their beauty had not faded, they were still as youthful and radiant as the day he first met them. Their eyes sparkled with carefree joy, untouched by the weight of the outside world. Before he could answer, Kushina and Terumi May hurried toward him, a trace of worry on their faces as they held a small girl.
Kaido, while Sister Kaguya was watching, she discovered that Hikari has already left this space.
Kushina said anxiously. Kaido's eyes widened in mild surprise.
So,
The girl they spoke of, Ayanami Hikari, was the firstborn daughter of Kaido and Ino. Over time, Hinata, Mei, Tsunade, and Kushina had also borne his children, 3 daughters and 1 son. Kaido adored them all, though he often joked that daughters were his greatest treasures. But Kaguya was a different matter. After years of shared life, their bond deepened, and to Kaido's surprise, she eventually accepted him fully. Though she had once been the cold, untouchable goddess, here she was simply a woman, a wife. Her past, however, still lingered. Long ago, before she was sealed, she had eaten the fruit of the divine tree and, fearing her clan's vengeance, conceived Hagamaru and Hamura to aid her. Their birth had diminished her power, leading to the creation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, though she had the choice, she refrained from having children with Kaido.
I am the essence of the god tree itself.
She once explained softly.
For me to bear a child, I must give away fragments of my strength. That would weaken you as well. There are already many children here. I will watch over them as if they were my own.
Chapter 297, 297, The Mischievous Daughter, 2 months ago. Chapter 297, The Mischievous Daughter. The child in Kaguya's arms was the very same one Tsunade had just given birth to. Although Tsunade was still recovering, with her body, Ayanami Kaido believed she would soon be well again.
why are you still here as a father? Hikari isn't here anymore, so why don't you head to the ninja world to bring her back?
Kaguya's voice carried the chilling authority of an empress, her presence filling the air. Kaido scoffed, his tone careless.
Why should I worry about her? That girl carries both my blood and Ino's. She was born with the strength of a cage and even awakened would release. No one in the ninja world can match her.
The moment those words left his lips, several women glared at him in unison. Kushina clenched her fists, her voice sharp.
Are you listening to yourself? If she runs wild, the entire ninja world will be in chaos because of her.
Despite their scolding, Kaido could still see the flicker of worry in their eyes. Hikari might be reckless, but she was still a child they had all watched grow up.
All right, let's see where she's gone.
Kaido said with a faint smile. He swiped his palm through the air, and a transparent screen unfolded before them like a mirror in the sky, revealing the world below.
Wow, so this is the ninja world. Looks fun.
A young girl, no more than 10 years old, stood atop a waterfall. Her twin golden ponytails swayed in the wind as her bright eyes glittered with mischief. Without a shred of fear, she leapt from the towering height with reckless excitement.
Be careful!
Before she could hit the water, a figure flashed across the air like lightning, catching her in mid-fall. They twisted gracefully before landing firmly on the riverbank below. The woman wore a red skirt and an orange kimono, her dark hair tied loosely. Her most striking feature was her pale, pupil-less eyes, Byakugan, unmistakably of the Hyuga clan. This was Hyuga Hanabi, Kaido's sister-in-law, now grown into a stunning woman whose beauty rivaled even Hinata's. She looked down at the girl in her arms, surprise flashing across her face.
Hikari, you little brat, what are you doing here?
Hanabi often visited Kaido's realm to help Hinata and the others care for the children, so she recognized the girl instantly. Today she had come to relax, only to stumble upon Hikari leaping recklessly from the waterfall. The little girl blinked, her round cheeks brightening with delight.
Aunt Hanabi, why are you here? How did you even get out? Did brother-in-law send you?
Hanabi asked, suspicion lacing her tone.
Yes. Dad said I'm not too young anymore, so I should come to the ninja world to train.
Hikari's fox-like eyes sparkled with slyness.
Really?
Hanabi narrowed her gaze. Years of watching, this mischievous child had taught her not to take anything she said at face value. Hikari puffed up her chest proudly.
Really, really.
Hanabi sighed, relenting.
Fine, I'll believe you. Since you're here, I'll take you to Konoha for a walk. But afterward, you're going straight back to your father's space.
The little girl's excitement immediately dimmed.
What, already?
Seeing her pout, Hanabi smirked knowingly. She was certain Hikari had snuck out on her own. Still, she patted the girl's head gently.
All right. You can play here for 2 days, no more. Long live Aunt Hanabi.
Hikari squealed, instantly perking up, her sly grin returning. Hanabi shook her head, realizing she had been played yet again. With a helpless smile, she took Hikari's hand and led her toward Konoha. Back in Kaido's space, the women burst into laughter as they watched the scene unfold on the sky mirror.
This girl has the worst luck. The first person she meets outside is Hanabi. That's perfect.
Ino giggled, sticking out her tongue.
At least with Hanabi around, she won't cause too much trouble. Exactly.
Terumi added, laughing softly.
Hikari may not fear anyone else, but Hanabi always keeps her in check.
Then let's leave her for now.
Kaido said calmly.
She's been restless in here for too long anyway.
But in the next moment, his expression darkened. An icy aura radiated from him, freezing the warm air into a chilling frost. The change was so sudden that even Kaguya stiffened, her pale face betraying unease.
They're here.
Kaido muttered, his tone razor-sharp.
Yes.
Kaguya whispered, her voice trembling slightly.
At last.
Hinata stepped forward, her brows knitting in concern.
Kaido-kun.
Though the others stayed silent, their worried eyes fixed on him, demanding an answer.
Don't worry.
Kaido reassured them with a faint smile.
Kaguya and I will deal with a few rats. We'll be back soon.
As he spoke, the frozen realm shifted back into warm spring, and Kaguya carefully handed the infant to Hinata before merging into Kaido's body.
I'll be back for dinner.
Chapter 298, 298, Clash with Otsutsuki Momoshiki, 2 months ago. Chapter 298, Clash with Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Though they seemed to be walking, the two figures floated effortlessly in the air. Their appearances bore a faint resemblance to Kaguya's, one tall and burly, the other slender, seated on his companion's shoulder with a light veil covering her face. Both were clad in flowing white robes. They were none other than Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Kinshiki.
This world?
Momoshiki muttered, his voice tinged with intrigue.
Momoshiki-sama, wasn't this the channel you opened to trace that enormous chakra signature?
Kinshiki asked respectfully.
Indeed, the channel is stable this time, no deviation at all.
Momoshiki replied, his pale eyes narrowing.
But still,
Kinshiki said with a chilling smile.
The richer the chakra, the greater our harvest.
Suddenly, ripples spread through the air before them. A portal shimmered open, and Ayanami Kaido stepped out, his face calm and unreadable. The two intruders stiffened at his sudden arrival.
This man's chakra is vast.
Kinshiki muttered.
I can sense traces of that traitor in him.
Momoshiki's expression hardened as he stepped forward, his tone icy.
Tell me, what is your relationship with Otsutsuki Kaguya? My wife.
Kaido answered without hesitation, his voice flat and indifferent.
Excellent, if you are her husband, then killing you should be enough to draw her out.
Momoshiki's lips curled into a faint smile. His eyes glimmered with greed as he added.
The chakra within you.
In the blink of an eye, Kinshiki's massive form blurred into a streak of white, rushing toward Kaido. He extended a hand, a crimson halo forming and twisting into a chain of blazing energy that shot forward. But Kaido stood unshaken, his expression unchanging. Purple-black lightning crackled across his arm as he seized the chain with his bare hand. Before Kinshiki could react, Kaido's other hand pierced forward like a thunderbolt. PSHH. Blood sprayed as his fist tore through Kinshiki's chest. A rush of wind followed Kinshiki's war cry. The massive Otsutsuki swung a red, metallic staff down toward Kaido's head. Kaido whirled, his lightning-clad fist colliding with the staff in an explosion that cracked the sky itself. Boom! The shockwave split the mountains below, rending the earth apart. Kinshiki's eyes widened in disbelief. His weapon had snapped in two, unable to withstand the sheer force of Kaido's strike. The attack carried through, his chest pierced once more by the searing purple thunder. With a flick, Kaido hurled the battered Otsutsuki down toward the ground. Boom! The impact shook the land like an earthquake, collapsing the terrain into a massive crater. Watching from above, Momoshiki's expression didn't falter. Instead, his lips curved into something hungry, his gaze fixed on Kaido.
Such strength, chakra this refined would make for a divine fruit. I can hardly wait.
From within the sealed space, Kaguya's voice trembled with urgency.
Kaido-kun, be careful. That one is Momoshiki, the true pursuer. The other was nothing but his servant.
Relax.
Kaido replied, his tone calm and resolute.
With my power as it is now, neither of them can stand against me.
He turned his gaze toward Momoshiki, his face composed, though his mind was racing. In the records, Momoshiki can absorb chakra. Let's see if he can handle my thunder fruit's power. With a wave of his hand, Kaido summoned a serpent of purple-black lightning, its coils twisting across the sky. The beast shot forward, its gaping maw aimed to devour Momoshiki whole. But Momoshiki remained unflinching. He raised his left hand, revealing a Rinnegan embedded in his palm, pulsing with ominous ripples. Tum! The thunder serpent was sucked into the eye in an instant, only to re-emerge magnified, hurled back at Kaido with devastating force. The air warped around it, the serpent's body blotting out the horizon as it descended. Kaido's brow furrowed, so it's true, he really can return chakra attacks even stronger than before. But just as the enhanced beast lunged, Kaido raised his hand. With a simple motion, the serpent vanished into nothingness. Lightning was his domain. Enemy-born or self-made, it mattered little, all thunder bowed to his will. At this stage, Kaido's mastery over elements was unparalleled. Fire, wind, water, earth, yin, yang, he could bend them all to fuse into devastating forms with lightning as their heart. He was the storm itself, a god of thunder standing unchallenged. The only disappointment was clear. Ninjutsu meant nothing against Momoshiki.
Looks like I'll have to use that.
Kaido thought. Momoshiki sneered, his voice echoing with arrogance.
Do you understand now? Kaguya fled because her jutsu were useless against me, and you, too, will fall the same way. Is that so?
Kaido replied coolly, his eyes glinting.
From where I stand, you look rather fragile.
Momoshiki's gaze darkened.
Insolent, your chakra will be mine.
He surged forward, both hands outstretched, aiming to seize Kaido. But Kaido was already moving. His fist, wrapped in radiant power, punched straight toward Momoshiki. Whoom! A massive white beam burst forth, tearing through the sky as it engulfed his opponent. Momoshiki chuckled coldly, unbothered.
Futile, your attacks are meaningless to me.
He thrust his hands forward, prepared to absorb it. Yet the moment his palms met the light, his smirk vanished. His eyes widened in shock.
Impossible!
Chapter 299, 299, Momoshiki Falls, 2 months ago. Chapter 299, Momoshiki Falls.
What's going on? Why can't I breathe?
The next instant, the white beam of light that tore through space slammed into Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. His hands crossed before him as he tried to absorb the attack, yet his expression twisted in shock.
Why?
His palms trembled, the Rinnegan glowing in panic, but the beam refused to be drawn in. Kaido's voice rang out coldly.
Just realizing now, took you long enough.
Momoshiki's eyes narrowed. So what if he could absorb chakra-based ninjutsu? Kaido was not limited to chakra. His taijutsu was equally terrifying, honed alongside his devil fruit powers. With the 8 inner gates unlocked and his body further enhanced by Kaguya's power within him, his physical might had reached a level even gods would fear.
Let's see if you can handle this.
Kaido sneered. In a flash, he appeared before Momoshiki, fists clenched.
Blood Requiem.
Boom! Two enormous shockwaves of compressed air smashed together, surging toward Momoshiki with unstoppable force. He barely managed to brace against the first, but the second twice as powerful slammed into him before he could react. His body was engulfed in the blinding torrent, hurled into the ground like a meteor. The earth roared, tremors ripped across the land as the shockwaves split mountains apart, carving a crater so deep it resembled an endless abyss. Kaido looked down with disdain.
That's it, I expected more. You disappoint me.
Momoshiki rose shakily from the pit, blood spilling from his mouth, his arrogance replaced by fury. He had traveled across dimensions, consuming countless lives for chakra, yet this was the first time he had been pushed to such humiliation.
You!
He spat. But before he could recover, Kaido was already in front of him again, his fist cocked back.
Blood Requiem!
The third strike howled forward, the air itself screaming as the attack bore down on Momoshiki. Kaido wasn't interested in dragging this fight out, he wanted it finished. He wanted to return to Kaguya and the child waiting for him. Momoshiki's eyes widened. He knew this blow could end him. In desperation, he summoned his chakra, molding it into a massive serpent-like beast of mud and stone golem creation. The dragon-headed construct roared forward to intercept. But against Kaido's blood requiem, it was dust. The colossal beast shattered instantly, crumbling into nothing under the raw pressure of the strike.
No!
Momoshiki gasped, frozen for a fatal heartbeat.
Lord Momoshiki!
Kinshiki, gravely wounded but still conscious, appeared beside him, wrapped in crackling purple lightning. His voice was desperate.
Use that power now!
Momoshiki grabbed his servant without hesitation. Kinshiki's form twisted violently, condensing into a fruit eerily reminiscent of the god tree's fruit. Kaguya's urgent voice rang in Kaido's mind.
Kaido-kun, that's the god tree's fruit, stop him. If he eats it, his strength will skyrocket.
Kaido's gaze hardened, but his tone was calm.
Don't worry, even then he won't match me.
Momoshiki devoured the fruit whole. A roar tore from his throat as power exploded outward, shaking the skies. His body warped, growing taller, more monstrous. A third iron, ominous purple Rinnegan opened on his forehead, while the Rinnegan in his palms shifted color. His aura became suffocating. With a twisted grin, he summoned 3 titanic dragon beasts of earth chakra, each larger than the mountains themselves.
Let's see you withstand this.
The first beast was obliterated by Kaido's strikes, the second shattered moments later. The third staggered back, cracked but holding, barely stopping the force. Kaido narrowed his eyes.
Impressive!
Momoshiki, half-crazed, laughed wildly. He spread his arms, aligning his 3 Rinnegan.
80 gods vacuum attack.
Golden light flared across the horizon, condensing into a beam vast enough to pierce the heavens. Kaido's expression remained steady. Chakra-based attacks meant nothing to him. Only pure power would decide this battle. He clenched his fists and launched himself forward.
1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 4 steps. 5 steps.
5 titanic shockwaves of blood requiem roared forth, merging into one. The clash shook the entire world. Golden light and white shockwaves collided, carving scars into the sky and rending mountains in half. The shockwave reached as far as Konoha, interrupting the Hokage inauguration ceremony. Naruto, Kakashi, and the gathered Shinobi froze, their eyes widening in horror.
That power!
Kakashi muttered. Naruto whispered, clutching his chest. The two forces collapsed upon each other, exploding into a storm that split mountains and cleaved clouds. Villages crumbled. Even the lofty peaks of Kumigakure were severed cleanly in half. Momoshiki staggered, panic in his eyes. His strongest technique had been overpowered. He was cornered.
This!
Realization struck him. If he remained, he would die. He prepared to open a dimensional rift to escape. Kaguya's voice whispered in Kaido's mind again.
Kaido-kun, I can hold his portal for only 10 seconds. No more.
That's all I need.
Kaido replied, his lips curving into a deadly smile. Scarlet steam erupted from his body, his aura igniting into crimson flames. The ground beneath him shattered as if crushed beneath a god's presence. Momoshiki's eyes widened. Fear overtook him for the first time.
No.
Kaido roared, his voice echoing across the world.
Night guy.
Chapter 300, A New World Awaits, 2 months ago. Chapter 300, A New World Awaits. On a quiet meadow filled with flowers and gentle winds, Kaido gazed at the peaceful scene in the distance, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's time to leave, he thought to himself. His hand brushed against the white talisman resting in his system space. Determination flickered in his eyes. It was the reward given to him after defeating Otsutsuki Momoshiki. The system had told him that once the Naruto world was cleared, this talisman would allow him to travel to another world. For nearly a year he had hesitated, but now his decision was made.
System, I have a question. When can I return to the real world?
Clear the next world. The answer came instantly. For once, the system didn't make him wait. Host has cleared the Hawkage world. System has been upgraded. It can now answer some basic questions.
Basic questions, huh?
Kaido's eyes flickered with curiosity.
What happens to this world after I leave?
This system will use advanced means to freeze time in this world. Only when the host returns will everything resume.
Can I bring people with me?
At present, the host can only bring one person. That person has already been brought. Kaido fell silent. He knew immediately who the system referred to. Of course, it was Kaguya. Not only was she an inseparable part of his power as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but she was also his woman.
Which world will this talisman send me to?
Unknown, the teleportation is random. Kaido exhaled deeply.
System, use the breaker talisman.
The moment his words fell, an invisible force enveloped the Hawkage world. Time itself stopped. People, animals, even the gentle sway of flowers froze in place. Not far away, a group of girls who had been laughing together suddenly became still as statues, all except one.
Kaido-kun, something's wrong, everyone is frozen.
Kaguya's pale face trembled with shock. Despite being the ancestor of chakra, she had never seen such an ability.
It's all right.
Kaido reached out, rubbing her hair gently.
This is my doing. We're leaving.
Leaving? Where to? And you caused this.
Her voice was filled with disbelief, her wide eyes searching his.
To another world.
He answered with a faint smile.
Now return inside. It's time.
Though troubled, Kaguya obeyed, slipping back into the sealed space within his body.
System, activate boundary breaker.
Blinding light flared, and a white portal door opened before him. Kaido glanced back one last time at the frozen world behind him before stepping forward without hesitation. The next moment, he emerged into a dense forest, his figure illuminated by a lingering glow of light. Ding, host has arrived in the pirate world. 2 choices are available. Choice 1, assimilate your powers to the rules of this world. All skills will function through physical strength. Reward, basic armament haki, basic conqueror's haki, and beginner swordsmanship. Choice 2, retain your full strength, including chakra, in this world. However, the system will fall into a 1-month sleep.
The pirate world.
Kaido muttered, raising an eyebrow.
Of all places, I didn't expect that.
He looked over the options. There wasn't even a need to think. Armament haki could be trained, conqueror's haki could be awakened, swordsmanship could be mastered with time. None of these were problems for him.
System, if I choose the second option, will my body become that of an ordinary human?
No, the host will retain his physical strength for self-protection. A grin spread across his face.
Good, then my choice is clear. I'll take the second option.
With his physical skills alone, he could rival gods. The 8 inner gates alone were enough to bring even the strongest to their knees. Ding, choice confirmed. System entering deep sleep for 1 month.
Wait, can I still access the system space during your sleep?
Silence. Kaido sighed. Of course there was no answer. The system had already gone dormant.
Well, that was fast.
He shook his head with mild amusement. He tried to summon the training space, but nothing happened. His frown deepened.
So that's gone too. Figures.
Sighing again, he pushed his hands into his pockets.
Whatever, first, I should figure out where I've landed.
He walked along a dirt path. the air thick with the salty tang of the sea. The pirate world was built on countless islands, each surrounded by endless water. Compared to the fresh air of the Shinobi world, the fishy scent of the ocean was strange to him. After several minutes, he emerged from the forest. A simple wooden cabin came into view.
Wow, big brother, are you a foreigner?
A little girl, no older than 6, darted out of the cabin. Her dress was patched and faded from countless washes, her bright orange hair tied into a ball atop her head. She looked at him with sparkling eyes full of curiosity.
Yes.
Kaido said gently, crouching down as he reached to pat her head. But the girl jumped back with surprising agility, sticking out her tongue playfully.
Hee hee, you can't touch me.
Instead of being annoyed, Kaito chuckled softly. The child's mischievousness reminded him of Ino and the others back in the Shinobi world. A faint ache tugged at his heart.
What's your name?
He asked.
My name's Risa. Someday I'll become a Marine, strong enough to protect Grandma.
She clenched her little fists, her eyes burning with determination.
Risa.